Ranjit sir, I'm so sorry. Just give me 30 more seconds. I know you are getting late. Just 30 more seconds, please. Yeah, so we are good to go. Okay, so guys, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and I welcome you all to our second Medical Writing, Clinical Research and Pharmacovigilance Conference 2023. So I'm very much glad to present this conference again after 2 years. First, we have conducted this conference in the starting of 2021, actually at the end of 2020. So if you're getting confused with ISMTM, this is not ISMTM, because ISMTM is, we are coming up with ISMTM third edition in October 2023. This is the special conference on medical writing. So previously this conference was like International Medical Writing Conference, and we renamed it, and we have included the streams of pharmacovigilance and clinical research as well. So now, from now onwards, this will be MCPCON. And this time, the theme of this conference is Embrace the Artificial Intelligence in Clinical Research. And as we can see, we have our eminent guests, Dr. Pramod Kumar Rajput sir, Dr. Ranjit Barsikar sir, Dr. Het Sharma sir, Dr. Jamal Beg, and we have our proud organizers, Indica AI, that is our AI company, artificial intelligence company, founded by Mr. Hardik Dave, and we at CLIMAT, and then International Federation for Medication Therapy Management. We all three are conducting this conference. So before we go to the other introductions and vote of thanks, I'll take the vote of thanks at the end. I think, okay, screen says not considered. So I'll go to the vote of thanks later, because due to the time restrictions, Dr. Ranjit sir has to attend the next meeting, and he has to leave by 10. So I'll not stretch much, and I'll invite our today's guest of honor first to speak a few words on the conference, and then we can proceed with further things. So let me take this privilege to introduce Ranjit sir. So Ranjit sir has a 51 years of rich and varied experience in pharma industry. He has worked with Pfizer Limited, Sun Pharma, Leica Labs, Cancer Research Institute Mumbai, and retired as Global Quality Head and Vice President in 2006. He is currently working as CEO, QBD International Quality by Design, CGMP, Consulting Biopharma, and then he's also the speaker and United Nations advisor since 2019 January. He's the member of editorial board of Journal of Generic Medicines England. He's the quality champion gold topmost quality award by Government of India, Quality Council of India. And he also received Life Achievement Award by International UNICEF Council USA. And he is listed in 100 most impactful healthcare leaders. He was awarded by World Health Congress, and he has addressed till date 107 webinars. I think it is 150 plus right now, sir. I think we don't have the updated version with us. I'm so sorry, but I think he has addressed 150 plus webinars till date in last 36 months on COVID-19 and various pharma subjects. So with this, I welcome Dr. Ranjit sir to speak a few words on the conference and to motivate us to start this conference. Over to you, Ranjit sir. Sir, your mic. Ranjit sir, your mic.
Now it's on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ajit, for organizing such a wonderful MCPCON 2 of 2023, right? And I appreciate your invite for this, your excellent conference on all various aspects with the theme of artificial intelligence related to clinical trials and other areas in the pharma industry. So it's a nice to hear these latest subjects which is happening today in pharma industry. And it's a great honor for me to be with you all here, my friends. So once again, a very good morning. And it's nice to see this wonderful audience. And it's my great honor to be with you all, lovely audience. Dr. Ajit Singh, when he spoke to me about this program, and I was quite excited to speak to the audience as a guest of honor, keeping in mind the today's scenario in the pharmaceutical industry, because I joined this industry in 1971, and I have seen several changes happening in the industry. So when I look at your current younger generation, which is extremely smart and innovative, my friends, and I have seen when I am going to various industries as well as to the universities, I am seeing this big change because every of these youth wants to be unique, to win the big battle of the life. For which, when I was talking to some of them during my various visits, they said that we are focusing more on right knowledge to gain, and which is very important, the right knowledge, the right quality knowledge, because one of the students told me that this knowledge brings me into the creativity. And creativity, when it is having excellent character, it gives tremendous courage and confidence to the individual. So I was so much impressed by the current youth thinking and innovative approach in learning positivity to pick up the knowledge, and which is going to make all these youths very, very great in time to come. And the industry is going to be more and more luckier to have such youth coming into the industry. So you all are tomorrow's leaders. And when we talk of tomorrow's leaders, a good leader has to have an excellent quality in vision for having courage to take right decisions and right integrity. And so therefore, I always talk to them and suggest them that always do the right thing when no one is looking at while you are working. So don't all the time react. Don't be reactive, and go become more and more proactive in your work attitude. So it will take you towards the positive attitude more. And that is which is very, very important for all of you, my students, and the faculty members who are also here today. Is nice to be with all these faculty members who are taking a big lead in changing scenarios of the new education policy of 2020, which has now been getting practiced all over India. And this faculty is taking a big lead into that to ensure that this NEP 2020 is going to be very effective, which is the interest of the government and the students overall. And therefore, we have to keep in mind all the time that honesty and ethics is very, very important. And when you enter to the, my dear students, when you enter to the industry, keep in mind always that you have to be always a team player and to have an excellent teamwork, because now industry is completely changing very fast, and here there is no chance for blame games anywhere. So the building the trust And being a part as a team player is very, very important for you, because now the industry is completely changing. And remember, when you enter to the industry, my dear friends, you have to always think about patients to take the right decision. So we have to be now more patient-centric, and which is the constant communication from regulatory agencies world over. And this pharma industry today, that is why has completely changed and transitioned in last 2 decades from compliance perspective. And so we have completely moved away from quality by testing to quality by design compliances. So this industry now under big revolution, my friends. You are already aware Industry 4 is under implementation, which is getting in our pharma industry as Pharma 4.0 to Quality 4.0. And therefore, digitalization is a big word for all of us in the industry, and artificial intelligence and machine learning, deep learning, and robotics operations, robotic process automations are completely taking over from the compliance perspective, from the product development perspective. Hence, as a future of factory is a high level of automations to bring in more and more accuracy in the data generated, my friends. So always keep in mind where the industry is moving. And that is where, when you are a student, you are at the learning stage, try to do extra efforts to pick up knowledge concerning to the artificial intelligence and robotics and machine learning, etc. area. So that will help you tremendously, and you will be immediately picked up by the industry. So this is helping us from the minimizing the human intervention in the operations. It is playing a major role in product development, clinical studies and trials, in total compliance to data integrity issues by robotic process automation for a complete audit trail of the data every minute. It is also helping us to monitor the manufacturing process, quality assurance, testing, releases of the batches, supply chain, and sales and marketing, etc. And the biggest advantage of all these automations is the speed of operation, accuracy of the data, and regulatory related activities as well. And therefore, my friends, I would like to quickly share you from that perspective. You know, the missile man who is known, who was given this name by the various eminent people in the country to Dr. Abdul Kalam. And I was extremely lucky to have met him when he visited our R&D center in Delhi. And he requested our chairman that I would like to speak to your quality head in one-to-one. So our chairman had to leave the room, and Dr. Abdul Kalam asked me that, who was our president that time in 2003, that remember, Mr. Vashikar, one thing in the life, that never be afraid of telling the truth. Don't worry about failures, because fail means first attempt in learning. Remember this. And means effort never dies. And no means next opportunity. Hence, always be positive. And that is why, tell me, Mr. Varshikar, what do you learn from this room where we are sitting now? I was so curious and listening to him and the way in which he was talking to me. And he said, the ceiling of this room tells us aim high. The fan on the ceiling or air conditioning system in this room tells us keep cool all the time, keep composed. The clock here on the wall says keep always to the time. keep up the time. The windows here says, see beautiful world outside. Don't put yourself into the four walls of the room. It means learn a lot. Go out of this room for a knowledge gain, tremendous knowledge. And the doors of this room tells us, push hard to achieve your goal. So it was a great, even learning for me at that stage, about 20 years back, from our President of India. And I really was so much impressed to meet him and his personality, his communication skills, his smile all the time. It changed me a lot after listening to him. So I thought to share with you about these words of wisdom of Dr. Abdul Kalam and with you. And if you can pick up something from these words of wisdom from Dr. Kalam. So, my friends, my apologies. I have to move fast now. I have to attend another program just now in few minutes. Therefore, with these few words, I would like to end my talk. Thanks for my patient listening. Thanks, Dr. Ajit Singh, for this opportunity, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank
See
you
you again.
Thank you for your time, sir, and the golden words. We always, here to learn from you, and you are always there to teach us and always there to guide us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Bye,
Bye,
sir. Dr. Rajput, sir. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Once again, good day.
Okay, so now let me take this privilege to invite our today's chief guest, Dr. Pramod Kumar Rajput. Sirji, namaste and welcome.
Namaste, sir.
And
Namaste,
before
sir.
I go for it today morning only, I was chatting with him. He's right now sitting in a classroom in the Bangalore. He has to deliver the lecture and he has to attend the summit, the business summit in Bangalore. So and then still he's sparing his time and always say yes to us. Always, whenever I say, sir, you have to come there. Okay, I'll be there. I mean, always with you. His words are like always with you. I'm here. So he never say no. I'm like even I don't want to listen now no from him because he has made me this habit like to always whenever I call a promoter, you are welcome to this. Yes, I'll be there. And now he is recently. I'm very glad and very happy to share that he has recently relieved from the Cadila from his what we say corporate responsibilities, and now he's enjoying the life. That's a very proud moment, sir. Of course, it's amazing. And then I'll come to his introduction, though he doesn't need any kind of introduction right now. So he did his MBA and PhD and multiple fellowships. He's the life member of Leadership Excellence at Howard Square. He's the former senior vice president, as I told. Recently, he relieved from this job, vice president and vertical head of Cadila Pharmaceuticals Limited, Ahmedabad, for domestic and international business. And he is, as we have seen him every day, he's somewhere. His postings, in LinkedIn says that, we get updates from the LinkedIn. Where is he today? He was somewhere in Ladakh day for yesterday. He was, last week he was in Northeast, and today he's in Bangalore. Day for yesterday he was in Mumbai. So we get all the updates from his LinkedIn and from his WhatsApp, status only. So he's a global speaker, international life coach, mentor. Mentor, corporate trainer, educator, thought leader, author, change maker, and he's an excellent teacher and a guide. He's guiding us since we have started Climate Research Solutions. I believe that since then only we have connected, and he's guiding me and my team in all the domains, whether it's a business, whether it's clinical research, whether it's market, whether it's business. I mean, whatever I ask him, he's always ready to teach us. So sir, a lot of words to say, but as time restricts, and for you as well, you have to go to the summit and deliver the lecture and attend. So now over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very good morning to you, sir. And to all the wonderful members who have joined here, the eminent personalities who are here. I always feel blessed because whenever I come and attend such meetings, right, I always learn, because learning is one of the scenario which keeps on going on. So that is the basic thing is there. And that was the reason that I took the farewell, right? And by requesting, insisting to my owners that, sir, my now destiny is to give back to the society while learning from the society, right? So that was the thing which is there. But you know that whenever there is a cash cow, none of the owner wants to relieve the cash cow, right? So I said, no, sir, this time you. So it was a 1 year continuous request, and then ultimately this request has been granted. So my thanks to my owner also. And whatever I am, it is due to the Cadila Pharma, right, which where I have learned from the people like you, the great personalities like you who are surrounded around me, who has given me an itch of learning always and keep on sharing. So once again, thank you so much for your valuable introduction. And MCPCON 2023, the second medical writing program, the clinical research and pharmacovigilance conference 2023. We welcome all the students, 300 registration, right? They have joined us and they are going to make a difference. Before to it, I thank Dr. Ajit Singh, sir, the co-founder and CEO of Climate Research, for inviting me, sir. I'm very happy to see Mr. Hardik Dave, the founder and CEO of Indica, to be a part of it. Dr. Sheetal Chauhan, the managing director of Climate Research. So my gratitude to you. And at the same time, so happy to listen, so blessed to listen Dr. Ranjit, sir, as a guest of honor. Actually, it was the right way that a senior person, 51 years of the thing, which so much of the knowledge coming here and sharing, because he has set the context of this conference, believe you me. So I was thinking what to speak, because when so many learned people are here, so he has given me some of the anecdotes to speak on that. And also very happy to see Dr. Hit Sharma, sir, the additional director, and Dr. Jamal Beg, sir, director of pharmacovigilance, right, and resource persons, panelists, all the members of the scientific committee. So I feel that I will be able to learn. But now, since Ranjit sir has said about it, because we are talking about embracing AI in clinical research, right? AI is become a part and parcel of our life, right? We all have been tracked in that, right? And we will be a part and parcel because we have to change the scenario. So I took a couple of the points from Ranjit sir. He said that extra picking up the gaining the knowledge, which is very important, not only for the student. I feel at this my stage and age, I should be learning from that. And there are a lot of avenues are available where we can learn about it. He also said about the team player. So I said there is a collaborative learning is happening, right? There is no competition. It is like that when today 300 people are attending that, and almost more than 8 to 12 speakers and the other people are coming and they are talking about it, right? They are going to share the knowledge. And when we go back from this conference, everybody will have a lot of the knowledge, because the changing scenarios change the style of the leadership, the change the style of that, how we're going to be more vigilant. And your conference, sir, Ajit Singh, sir, your conference always add a lot of values in that. Today, we talk about Industry 4.0, right? It is already getting applicable in most of the industries, in most of the pharmaceutical industries, at the corporate houses, at the manufacturing houses. They have adopted it. So it's not a new thing which is there. Now it is getting changed. Even marketing 4.0 has been changed to marketing 5.0. And marketing 5.0, what it is there? It is basically the uses of the technology which is being used by the startups. Today, Gen X is coming up. They want that has to be there. So today is the right time when we are addressing such a wonderful part, the use of the AI in the clinical research. So when I go through it, because today I am going to speak here again with the educators, with the principals of the colleges and the schools, the users of the chat GPT, right? It is a boon or it's a bane. So I always say chat GPT, or there are 22 such AI platforms are available, not only chat GPT. Believe you me, they are the real boon when we talk about it, because it's a part of AI. You put the data, you get the accuracy of the things, you get the fastness of the things, right? Earlier, for the clinical part, people have to go for the months together. But when you're putting the right data, believe you me, in 1 day of the time, you can prepare 800 pages, which is there. Now it depends upon you that what you choose it and what you reject it. So AI is, or ChatGPT is not a master for us. We are the master for that. It depends upon us that how we are using it. I want to give you one of the example here, that earlier we used to go by the bicycle, then with the scooters. Now why we use the car and the taxi? Because the destination is same. Destination has not changed, but we want to reach it fastest way and in the safe way. So AI is going to provide the thing which is accurate and the fastest way, so that the things can be happening in that. So this is one of the things which is very, very important. Now, I was thinking that why AI is important in clinical research. So AI is important in the clinical research because it can help to analyze the large amount of the data quickly and accurately. It is very, very clear about it. Because in the clinical research, sir, you are doing since many years, and a lot of the great personalities are there. It takes a lot of time. But how to ensure that how faster things are. Today we talk, sir, about the genome therapy. Today we talk about the biosimilars. Today we talk about the nanotechnology. The things are getting changed, right? So it is going to help us. It can also use to automate the repetitive task which has been a human is doing it. So here the students which are there, sir, which can make the things happen, which can adopt it, embrace it, so that the repetitive task cannot be taken care. It also improves the diagnosis accuracy and the effectiveness of the treatment, because it is going to help to the person who is in the clinical research, to the patient, as well as to the hospital and to the doctor. It's a beautiful gamut is there, and the right medicine can be given through the clinical research, through the right way of putting the things. So the second question was, it is important. Then the second thing that came in my mind, how AI is going to help in the clinical research, which is very important. When the importance is there, but then there has to be help. So I'll talk about the help part. AI can be used in the clinical research to aid in analysis of large data sets, which improve the accuracy part. So it is going to help the outcomes of the treatment. So this is a help part which is there. Then I will talk about embracing, where we are talking about the embrace AI in clinical research. Form streamlining the data collection and analysis to identify the potential correlation. It also provides the insight into the patient behaviors, which is very important. And the preferences, it will take a lot of the time. But here with this, we can make it, we can reduce the time, which can help from the development of the better treatment and personalizing the therapeutic plans. AI can identify the potential risks, helping to ensure safety, patient safety. Apart from this, there are many more topics, sir, which will be discussed to ensure in these 2 days conference that the knowledge must be shared to build a bigger and a better ecosystem. And that is the reason, sir, you provide it once in the 2 years. The second conference is there, along with the great eminent personalities. So in this, I can say that in these 2 days talk, I was going through the entire brochure, 13 talks on the topic based on the need of the hour, which is very important. 8 valuable eminent speakers who are in their own domain. The panelists are going to touch the subject which can enlighten the new generation to build the career, which is important. And 2 debate sessions, which is going to thrill each of us, so that what more can be added in that. So that is all which I like to put is here, that I like to give my great wishes. Not only this, there is a cash reward is also there. So free value added courses there. So Ajit sir, you always put the entire ocean in a bottle, so that it depends upon the person how the person is able to drink it, right? And today the entire ocean is there, the entire knowledgeable people are there in front of here, which are going to inculcate the knowledge of so many years of the experience to the student, so that they can learn and they can adopt, embrace it, the AI, which is the need of the hour. Because I was listening one of the talk of our respected Prime Minister, along with Mr. Sundar Pichai, when he came in the month of November, right? He was talking that he is going to have 500 part of the NLP. NLP is not neuro-linguistic programming, natural language processing. Chatbots are going to be there, the 500. So this is all the thing which is going to make a difference. And again, I say that let us embrace AI. Let us adopt this totally, take the positive part of it and come out with the right result, accurate result, economical result, save the time of the human part. And last but not the least, every person has to enrich the knowledge. Because if we will not be enriching, I can say about me, if I'll not be enriching my knowledge, if not be, I'll be obsolete, because the world is changing. Today, the robotics has been taught in the class 5 standard. Today, these principles are coming. They're talking about the chat GPT, the users of the robotics. In the 5th standard, can you believe, sir? So when these children will be coming after 7 years of the time, because the NEP has changed, right? NEP guidelines from this year has changed 2020. They will be more wiser than us. So we have to be more clear about the part that what are the things are required, because they are having hands-on experience. The school is giving so much of the knowledge to them. The school is talking about the creativity segment. So I'm sure this conference is going to help all the wonderful students under the great learning of all the educators and all the big people who are here. So thank you so much, sir, for inviting me on your wonderful conference and giving me this opportunity to learn and to understand from all of them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing the time. And you're always yes, as I always mention. Thank you very much for guiding us. Thank you very much for supporting us. So thank you very much, sir, for the nice words and appreciating words always about us. And we are doing our best as you are guiding us. So we are कहते हैं ना, हम आपके कदमों पे चल रहे हैं बस.
Ajit, can I take
all learn from each other. Yes, ma'am. Boliye.
So, sorry to interrupt, Ajit, but yeah, I couldn't hold myself back. I would actually like to thank Dr. Rajput sir on this platform, because I remember the first time I met him through Ajit's platform on a diabetes course was going on, and he spoke so well. I mean, he acknowledged the talk so well. So I was like actually motivated to learn more and get more into the subject. So thank you so much, Dr. Rajput sir, for your motivation always.
Thank you, ma'am. I keep on learning from all of you, because that motivation comes from the educators, from the people who are there, who help us to learn more. So that comes from from there only.
Even sometimes if we are not motivated, I call Rajput sir, ये तो नहीं हो रहा है, ये नहीं कर पाऊंगा मैं. अरे मैं हूं ना, पीछे करो. I'm always there with you. Do it. So Rajput sir is like that. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you. Sir, inaugurate भी कर दीजिए.
Sir, okay. So I'm so sorry. I was thinking only on that. So with this, I'm so sorry. Right. With this,
No problem, sir.
I request Dr. Ajit Singh sir and all the eminent members to please start this novel, wonderful conference where everybody is going to learn and there will be a take-home message. I'll also like to highlight, immediately it came in my mind, right? See, the amount which you are charging, that is absolutely, I should not be highlighting it. You never increase that, but you want to make the student learn, which is the intention. You are not here for making the money. You are here to make the student learn so that our nation should shine. And that is the basic motto. By 2025 or 2030, we should be leading the country in the entire world. And really, I salute to you. With this, I open this conference along with all the eminent personalities and all the students which are here to learn. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for nice words again, and supporting us in all the ways and guiding us. So with that, yes, we will go ahead, and I will invite now my friend and one of our organizing committee member, Mr. Hardik Dave, and I will take again this privilege to introduce my friend Mr. Hardik. So Hardik has co-founded Indica AI in 2021 and quickly grew it into one of the fastest growing and sought after AI data solutions startups. And we have listed in top 50 AI companies in India last month. Basically, Mr. Hardik is a chartered accountant and company secretary and graduated from Jai Hind College, Mumbai University. Before founding Indica AI, Hardik worked with Ernst & Young, EY, and Baker Tilly International in the areas of financial and corporate tax law consulting, as well as accelerating the digital transformation and technology adoption in different areas. He also served as National Director for Entrepreneurship for World Youth Heart Federation, where I'm working right now as a Director for Research, and we met there only. From there, we started our friendship and the journey, in different domains. And Indica AI, I'll just would like to tell a bit about Indica AI. Indica AI specializes in enabling the data-centric AI companies across all the industries across the globe to build high-performing AI solutions using its state-of-the-art AI data training, testing, and validation expertise. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Hardik to say a few words.
Sure thing. Firstly, good morning, all of you. Such an honor to be here, right? I just had an opportunity to listen to Rajput sir, and I was like, wow, that's the kind of thing we want to get, right? So I remember the time when I received the agenda for this event for the first time, and I was reviewing the list, like who all are the speakers, and what are the things we are going to discuss. And I was like, wow, right? For somebody who is aspiring to be a future professional in this domain, this is an ocean, right? And very well packed in just like 2 days. These are the kind of conversations we have been having with our clients on a very regular basis, and I can totally tell how relevant these topics are in the corporate world, right? Where we are talking about using AI and the data challenges across different domains. This is going to be a very interesting session. And thank you, Dr. Ajit, for the warm introduction. Right, always pleasure to be here. I'll be having my session tomorrow, right? Where we'll talk more about the use cases of AI and the different data challenges. Specifically, healthcare is a specific domain, right, where there are a lot of regulatory concerns, and also there is no chances that we can take when it comes to new innovations, right? So, for example, if this is an entertainment industry where the AI model is having a somewhat level of accuracy, we would still want to deploy that to a real world environment and let the AI learn over the time. That's not the case in healthcare, right? We cannot like simply do that. So that's where the domain becomes very important, and the challenges around procuring the healthcare data sets, and then how do we anonymize that to meet the regulatory requirements, right? And how do we use that? Sir Rajput sir also talked about using GPTs and 30 other models about how they can help the clinical professions. The answer is yes, there is a need. There are interesting companies outside of India doing wonders in healthcare AI, right? Some of them are our client as well. There is a need of such companies in India, right? And me and Dr. Ajit have been having these offline discussions about what should we do in this domain. And so interesting agenda, I would say, right? A very warm welcome to all the participants and listeners who are here. And I'm sure the next 2 days are like today and tomorrow is going to be a very, very interesting session for all of you, and there will be many things to learn. For you as well as for me as well, someone who is not from a healthcare domain, right, but from a financial domain, trying to cater to clients across industries. So learning packed session, and looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hardik Bhai. Thank you very much. And I would like to mention one more thing here. I like his enthusiasm and the interest and the keen interest to learn and to enter everything. Frankly, becoming, coming from the CA and CS background, he has started Indica AI, which is totally different, and now, listed in the top 50 AI companies in India. Last month, it is amazing. So I always, I'm glad to meet Hardik and, be in contact for last 3 years. Thank you very much, Hardik, for that as well. So with that, I would like to, thank everyone. So first of all, I would like to, state the highlights of this conference. So we have the eminent resource persons from top international pharmaceutical industries and academics, as you must have seen, and our, guest and chief guest. We have people from GSK, Sanofi, Synos, Serum Institute of India, and NIPERS, JSS Medical Research. We have these 2 days, 13 talks, all need of our topics. 38 eminent speakers and panelists, 2 sensational debate sessions, 2 special key sessions, and 1 industry session, as Mr. Hardik is going to take that session on AI in healthcare. And then there are, I'm very glad to say that we had around 180 abstract presentations in last 3 days. We were jam-packed. You must be thinking that we have started or we are starting this conference today, but not at all. We have started this conference 3 days back, and we were evaluating all the abstracts poster presentations and the oral presentations, and we were finding the top awardees, top best presentations and all. For last 3 days, all the scientific committee members, all the people, eminent people from different institutions were working in the evenings from 6 to 10 p.m. They were evaluating this, in the 3 Zoom channels, they were evaluating the abstracts. So I would like to thank everyone. So I'll start with our organizers. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardik and IFTM for collaborating with us, and then our eminent guest, Dr. Pramod Kumar Rajput sir, Dr. Ranjit Basigar sir, Dr. Hit Sharma sir, Dr. Jamal Beg, and all the resource persons and panelists who are joining us, because time is restricting, and list is too long. Too long means too long. As I told, there are 35 top panelists and resource persons, and then scientific committee, and my team as well, who is supporting us from the back end, behind the curtain. They are taking care of all the technical facilities. They are taking care of all the as you can see, the flyers, brochures, everything. So, and the entire social media campaigns and all. And I'm again glad to say that there are 300 registrations, you can see in the YouTube as well, and here I can see around 75 participants in this Zoom channel. So I would like to thank everyone who is joining here. And with this, I will end my, I will end here. So, we can start the sessions on time. Everyone, thank you very much for joining, and let's enjoy the 2 days. Let's make it very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I also like to take the permission from you and all the eminent personalities.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a lovely
sir.
Conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank
all
you.
the best. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. And then now I will, shift to the sessions. Okay, I would like to call our, today's host, Dr. Sakina is here. But before we go to her, I will only, take this privilege to start the first session. And we have our, eminent speakers here, Dr. Shivani Desai and Dr. Hit Sharma sir. So let me only take this privilege to introduce them, and then we will, go ahead with our host. So as we have our first session on very special discussion session on how COVID vaccines are launched so fast, and we are going to try to understand the emergency approvals through this session. For this, I would like to invite and I would like to introduce Dr. Hit Sharma sir. So he is currently serving as Additional Director, Clinical Research, Regulatory and Pharmacovigilance at Serum Institute of India, Pune. He is experienced as Director Medical Affairs with a demonstrated history of working in the biotechnology industry, worked on multiple vaccine developments and supply across the globe. He has played a major role in COVID vaccine clinical development as well. He is skilled in operation management, vaccines, clinical data management, good clinical practices, and pharmacovigilance. And he's the strong research professional with the Masters of Business Administration in International Business. And for this session, we have with us Dr. Shivani Desai as well, one of my, very good friend. As I was telling about Pramod sir, same with Shivani. Whenever I, ask anything like you have to come for this session, you have to come, for this, course, she's like always ready. And one day I remember the recent thing, I posted about the diabetic course, and she was telling, am I taking the sessions in this or not? I told, of course you are taking. So that thing I, really love about her. And, she's a great friend of mine and always, supporting. Thank you, Dr. Shivani. And she's currently serving as a project manager global in the clinical research, regulatory and pharmacovigilance at Serum Institute of India today. She's the former assistant professor at Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Pimpri, Pune. And she has worked as clinical pharmacist with wide experience in clinical research and academic experience. She has also worked as medical writer at DocPlexis and worked as research associate at KEM Hospitals and Research Center before. She was the head for research at 7 Orange Hospitals as well, and she has published many papers in high-impact factor journals. And she is serving the society by the mission of developing vaccines for diabetes type 1 and spreading awareness as well, along with her current responsibilities. So with that, I welcome you both. And to session this chair, we have Dr. Jamal Beg sir from director. He's from Sanofi India Limited. He is one of our proud alumni from Manipal. Now he's serving as Director Pharmacovigilance at Sanofi India Limited. And I can see we have, I can see Madam for last 10 minutes, she has joined. Dr. Anupama Koneru, Madam. She is the principal and professor at Sultanul Ulum College of Pharmacy, Hyderabad, Telangana. So welcome, ma'am. I think sir has joined or not. I'm not sure. Sir has joined, I think. I'll just call and find out. So thank you very much, ma'am, for joining. Thank you. And thank you, sir. So now I will, give the session over to Hit Sharma sir and Dr. Shivani Desai to proceed. Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you. And then after that, Dr. Sakina, please take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ajit, for this kind introduction. I would, our presentation is going to be kind of similar, so I would request Dr. Shivani to speak first, but otherwise, because I'll be stealing most of our data. So let us speak, and then I'll summarize the whole thing. So over to Dr. Shivani.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, Ajit, for this opportunity once again. And I hope you are able to see the full screen.
Sorry. Yes, we are. It is full screen.
Okay. All right. Okay. So it's great to be here once again. So again, thanks to Clement and all the other organizers for the event. I'm also happy to share the platform with Dr. Anupama Madam. We have a long back association, which we met once, but then the association was so strong that we keep on communicating over the online platforms. And thank you, Dr. Baig sir, as well, for being in the session. So here I'll be just going through the approval process, how the approval process happens. It will be a brief description kind of a thing for the approvals of vaccines. To start with, this is a pictogram for the vaccine development, evaluation, approval, and monitoring. So this is a very basic kind of a slide which has all the important parameters here which are mentioned here. First, when the vaccine development starts, it starts with the pharmaceutical quality and a small scale study. So here, the laboratory studies are done to develop the vaccine molecule, which is followed at a lab level, which is followed by the non-clinical, which we can also call in vitro and preclinical studies, followed by the clinical trials phases. And then after the phase 3 of the clinical trial, the National Regulatory Authority, which is DCGI for India, evaluates and takes the decision about the approval of the vaccine for marketing authorization. Once we get the marketing authorization, the manufacturing scales up the production, and which is then followed by safety monitoring by the phase 4 studies. So we'll look into the details of each of these phases. This is a detailed description of the phase-wise approach. Initially, the preclinical studies will involve the tissue culture studies, cell culture studies, and of course, animal studies. So the toxicity studies are carried out, pharmacodynamic studies are carried out in the animals, in the specific animals as per the vaccine which is indicated towards the specific disease. This will get us an idea about the safety and immunogenicity. So here the safety and immunogenicity are assessed in the laboratory and in the preclinical models. After we get the positive results about the safety and immunogenicity in the laboratory and preclinical models, we then come to the human trials. So it starts with phase 1 clinical trial. It is a small scale trial which is done in healthy adult volunteers. And this phase will assess the vaccine's safety at increasing doses. So safety is the major parameter. It is the primary parameter which is studied in phase 1 trial. And we can also gain the early information about how well the vaccine will work and how well it will be able to induce an immune response in the human subjects. Of course, this will be a secondary parameter, but yes, we can see the immunogenicity as well, because we will have the blood samples which will be drawn from the human volunteers when we want to see the safety of the vaccine. So safety remains the primary endpoint here. Then after establishing the safety of the vaccine, the phase 2 trial starts. It is considerably larger as compared to phase 1. Several hundred healthy volunteers are again enrolled here. And various dosages are tested on the human subjects with typically varying health statuses. And these subjects are from different demographic groups, and randomized control trials are carried out. Phase 2 trials specifically assess the efficacy of the vaccine, and it also assesses the safety and side effects of the vaccine molecule, which is studied. Then the phase 3 comes, which is a large scale trial. Here, the subjects or the volunteers are enrolled across several sites, and it is again a randomized control trial, and this trial involves broad demographic groups. So here we can study the subjects belonging to different demographic regions, and it is a larger trial as compared to the previous trials. This will evaluate the efficacy. Here, efficacy remains the primary endpoint, and we need to establish the efficacy through phase 3. And of course, safety will also be assessed as a secondary parameter. This happens, phase 3 happens in the, Phase 3 happens in the natural disease condition patients or population. Keyboard, please. Sorry. So now coming towards the safety, which is again a very important, which is an important and the most important parameter when it comes to vaccine studies. So before any of the COVID vaccines were licensed or authorized for widespread use in the population globally or locally or globally, the manufacturer had to demonstrate that they are safe and effective. Safety remains the first concern, because anyways in pandemic like COVID, anyways the population, the people globally are impacted with a lot of problems, and a lot of symptoms are developed because of COVID. So we don't want yet another problem happening because of vaccine. So yes, the safety remains the primary important parameter here, which needs to be assessed, and the vaccine has to be safe. Here in the vaccine trials, especially in COVID vaccine trials, tens of thousands of people across the world were enrolled who had received the COVID-19 vaccines in various different clinical trials. And there were very small or very negligible kind of adverse reactions which were seen with different vaccines, like for example, tenderness and pain at the injection site, fever, fatigue, etc. But again, there was no serious adverse events to the vaccines which were seen in the trial participants, especially with our vaccine. Now we discussed the safety, but then what if the vaccine is safe enough, is very safe, 100% safe, but it is not giving any effectiveness? So it has to be effective as well, because there is no use if the vaccine is not able to prevent the disease, especially the COVID disease. So here, the manufacturers of the COVID-19 vaccines had to show the evidence that the vaccine will be effective. So they can show it in the at two different levels. One is in the animal studies, which is mandatory. So here we can say that the vaccine is effective if there is reduction in the virus levels in the animal models. Now coming to the human trials, the people in the trials we need to see whether the people or the participants in the trials have made enough antibody responses against the vaccine. So this will give the proof that yes, the vaccine is effective in the humans as well. Vaccine effectiveness can be very easily calculated. So in the trials, we have the efficacy group and the placebo group. So automatically the COVID infection happening, if the COVID infection happening in the vaccine group or the efficacy group is lesser, way lesser, significantly lesser as compared to the placebo group, it is a clear-cut indication that the vaccine is effective against COVID-19 infections. Now the team, the clinical research team has a very important parameter, has a very important responsibility, I can say, to look at the antibody responses. So here the research team will look at the antibody responses at various stages, like after 1 dose and after 2 doses. This will make us realize whether if we want to go ahead with the 1 dose of the vaccine, especially the COVID-19 vaccine, or the 2 doses or the booster doses are required. Then the antibody response also needs to be tested at different dosages of the vaccines, because vaccine is again a very critical thing. So the dose is very important with the vaccine. Now, with it, the antibody responses also needs to be determined with different time intervals between the vaccine doses. So, if there are 2 doses, and now we had come up with the booster dose of vaccine. So, how much time is actually needed between the 2 doses of vaccine? That is also a very important parameter which the clinical research team looks into. And of course, at different age groups, also the antibody responses were measured. Now, over a period of time like this, the third point, this point will continue even after the vaccine is authorized for or licensed for the use in population. So over a period of time, the clinical team also looks for how long the antibodies last, and if there is any difference between the antibody levels if we give the booster dose. So here comes the significance of the booster dose if it is required, if it is really required in the population. So again, we have to see that how long the antibodies last against the COVID-19 for the COVID-19 vaccines, and what is the effect of the booster dose, whether it is significant or not. Then whether the vaccine only stops people from becoming severely ill, or it will permanently like completely prevent the infection, or it will also stop the spreading of the virus. So all these evaluations are important. Apart from these evaluations, there are various other evaluations, but here I'm just restricting to the important and significant evaluations which are done for COVID-19 vaccine to study the effectiveness of the vaccine. Coming to the regulatory approvals and licensing. So here the manufacturers apply to the DCGI, which is the National Regulatory Authority of India, for a product license, but they may issue a temporary authorization ahead of a full product license. So basically in routine practices, the full product license is given by the DCGI after the results which we get from the phase 3 trial. But here, in case of emergency situations like COVID, the regulators may give or may issue the license temporary authorization even before getting the final phase 3 results. So that will depend upon the results which we get in the phase 2 trial. Now this is done, this specific part is very exclusive for especially for the pandemics and very severe pandemics like COVID-19 pandemic which had happened. So this process will involve the same level of scrutiny. We will not be skipping the stages or skipping the parameters or evaluations, but it will be done on a fast track. That is the only difference which is there. So here the same level of scrutiny is done, which is done in the usual licensing process. And this exception, which I mentioned before, is only restricted to speed up the access of a potentially life-saving intervention vaccine. Now, what comes after authorization? So post-authorization surveillance is equally important as the stages which we are done pre-authorization, because we actually have to study the long-term efficacy and safety. In cases of normal authorizations also, in usual routine situations also, post-authorization surveillance is important. But here it becomes more important and more relevant because the vaccine authorization was done on a fast track. So here, even after authorizing the vaccine, especially in COVID-19, the long-term assessment of efficacy and adverse reactions or safety becomes a very important issue. So here the ongoing studies of vaccines continues after the vaccine has been authorized for use. And these studies, the post-authorization surveillance studies, aim to assess the long-term efficacy, and it also detects any adverse events which is happening. Now, this is important. These two parameters are really important because in the clinical trial, we don't take all the study populations. And there can be various variabilities also. Like, for example, some variability in the preparation of the vaccine can be done, because here the batch coming for the clinical trial will be different from the batches which come for the routine use post-authorization. So variability in the preparation may happen. I'm not saying it happens, but there are chances that it may happen. So here long-term safety and efficacy will be affected. It will be impacted. So we need to study these. Second, there can be variability. There is a possibility that the variability happens in the sustainability and storage. And of course, as I mentioned, the use of vaccines in different age groups. So here, especially in COVID vaccines, it was licensed, initially it was licensed for the adults. Now, we all know that here in India as well as abroad, there are a lot of people who are suffering from various metabolic conditions like diabetes, blood pressure, CAD. These are the very usual conditions, thyroid. These are the very usual conditions which actually happens in the normal population. So when we conduct the trial, we don't include those people. It is not mandatory to include those people in with the other morbidities, comorbidities in the trial. So here, when it goes actually into the real market, at that time, all the people will be taking this vaccine. So of course, they may show some variability in the efficacy, and safety issues may happen. So this post-authorization surveillance remains a very important and critical parameter to be tested for such population groups. Now, to cover it up, the whole process into to envelop this whole process into one slide, which will be later discussed in detail by Dr. Sharma. So this is the path from research to emergency use authorization. Initially, the vaccine manufacturers will conduct the laboratory research to develop a vaccine candidate, and then they'll be studying the in vitro and in vivo parameters in the preclinical studies. Then the manufacturer, after getting the results from the preclinical studies, the manufacturers comply, and if they comply to the results, they will submit the IND application to the National Regulatory Authority, that is DCGI for India, before beginning the human clinical trials. Then the human trial starts. The trials are conducted to generate the data on safety and as well as effectiveness of the vaccine in different stages. Here, in case of emergency, it is not always mandatory to take the approval in between the phases. Like for example, first we take the we do the preclinical study, we submit the data to DCGI, take the approval from human clinical trials. In usual trials, we have to go to the DCGI at every phase. But here in the emergency approvals, in case of emergency approvals, the trial phases can be clubbed. Like phase 1 and 2 can be clubbed as a single study, or phase 2 and 3 can be clubbed in a single study. And there are examples when the approval was taken from the DCGI for all the 3 phases at one go. This is just in case of emergency authorization, and that is only in case of emergency situations. So after completing the trials and getting the results, the CSR is submitted to NTAGI and as well as the DCGI. The NTAGI will also evaluate the data and from the phase 3, and they will be confirming whether the manufacturer has met all the pre-specified clinical endpoints or not. They will give their own recommendations to an NRA, and then the NRA will decide whether to approve the vaccine for marketing authorization or not. Finally, the DCGI will inform the company for the manufacturer whether its emergency use authorization has been granted to the manufacturer or not. So this is a nutshell of the whole presentation, and this was an overview of the approval process in general. So now Dr. Sharma will take it ahead from here, and he will give the details about the topics.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivani, for this crisp but detailed presentation on the subject topic, which is very interesting: emergency use authorization of a product in case of any pandemic situation. So usually this is a rare condition. Usually does not happen mostly for the vaccines, but in such conditions when there is a pandemic or any kind of a rare disease which comes up, wherein the tension of the drug needs to be launched very soon, such emergency use authorizations are granted by the regulators. We all know that as a general rule for all vaccines, we need to complete different phases of the clinical trials, starting from toxicity studies, so preclinical, followed by phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 studies. And only after that, we get the marketing authorization and the vaccine or the product is launched. In case of pandemics, such phases are still done, but on a fast track. So basically, DCGI has that provision, or they give the permission to club these phases sometimes, or review the data on a rolling submission basis. So we still, in case of pandemic, for emergency use authorization or grant of EUA, the phases can be clubbed together to shorten the timelines and for an early launch. But in between the phases also, we still need to go ahead and submit the data of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 to the DCGI, so that they get that confidence, to build in that confidence that the product is working in terms of not only safety. Safety, of course, is very, very important. That's the primary thing. but then also the product is working when it comes to the efficacy. So product has to prove the safety as well as the efficacy profile. The timelines can be shortened during EUA process, but yes, we have to show it in all the phases of the clinical trials. So basically, for all new molecules, like in case of pandemic, we had these new mRNA vaccines which were launched in US, and then even for the AZ vaccine, also AstraZeneca's vaccine, which finally we got the tech transfer done to Serum Institute, and we developed the vaccine here. So for all such new molecules, the sample size is usually large. It takes time to enroll the subjects, but regulators do accept the rolling submissions. So in between also, when you see the data on small sample size, minimum sample size demonstrating efficacy of the product or the product is working, the regulators do gain that confidence, and then they can give you permission to launch the product at an early phase so that they control the pandemic and the incidence and the mortality which is happening because of these pandemics, that comes down. So all these are in the hands of regulators, how they give the permission. But yes, the gaining of the confidence on the product is very, 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 very important for the NRA. After grant of EUA, it does not happen that, you stop the trial there. Once you are granted the EUA, the trial still continues until the final conclusion, until the phase 3 is complete, whether it is a immunobridging study or an efficacy study. So in case of efficacy studies, we all know that the sample size is usually very large. It runs into multiple thousands of subjects, 30, 40,000 subjects. So even when the EUA is granted, the study still has to be concluded. It still has to be completed, and the data has to be submitted. But so that the safety of the product on a larger sample size, efficacy is already proven on shorter sample size when we do these rolling submissions. But safety on a larger population and any delayed side effects can also be observed in the due course of the follow-up of the subjects after the launch of the vaccine or the emergency use authorization. So it's usually this happens post licensure also. Even once the vaccine is launched, phase 3 is complete, still the studies continue and the follow-up of the subject continues. And like what we have seen recently in reports which have been coming from different countries, that people have, there have been few deaths which have happened because of cardiac deaths, cardiac reasons or something like that. And then this was related to the COVID vaccines. But that was, so vaccine was restricted to elderly age group in case of AstraZeneca's vaccine, that it should be given only above 18 years, not to the younger population, because mortality was seen in a younger age group. So they had said that the vaccine has to be given only the elderly age group, starting from 18 years of age. So it is a fantastic provision. EUA is a fantastic provision which is provided by the NRA for fast track launch of effective treatment, drug or vaccine in case of any pandemic. And in case of in case of COVID vaccine, there was no correlate of protection which was there established, and the vaccines were launched based on efficacy which was observed. So at different phases, when they saw when they followed up the subjects, and when after giving the vaccine, they did not have the disease and the infection was controlled, so the vaccines were launched. So even if the correlates of protection were not there, still the vaccines were launched. So this is another one plus point which was there in this case. And in case of EUA, there were all these vaccines which were mRNA vaccines by Pfizer and Moderna, even Covishield by Serum Institute, Covaxin. They all were under emergency use authorization when they were launched. But then later on, the subjects were followed up for over a period of time to establish the safety of the vaccine. And then once the regulators were convinced, now these vaccines were given granted final marketing authorization. So this is regarding this emergency use authorization, which usually happens in cases of pandemics, and it's a good provision which is there by the NRA, and it should work in future also for any new infection or any pandemic coming up in future. The products are usually launched because of EUA on an emergency or fast track basis. Thank you. Any questions if you have for me in case for Covishield, because we have this Covishield experience. So if you have any questions for Covishield, we can always, respond to that.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and wonderful insights. Definitely, in this era, we need, as we have faced this, COVID-19 thing. So we definitely, need some emergency approvals for such cases, for such scenarios. And you rightly said that, again, you are also ready. I have visited recently the Serum Institute of India facilities, and you guys are ready for the, anything, and you are having the world-class facility to, go for any kind of research and any kind of vaccine manufacturing for, any upcoming, it should not happen, but any upcoming, pandemic or endemics, you are ready. So it's, a glad thing for all of us. And now I would invite Dr. Anupama Madam as a panelist to speak a few words, and if she has any questions for you, sir.
Yes, please.
Or
Yeah.
Dr. Yeah.
Dr. Anupama is on mute, I think.
Ma'am, no, I think ma'am is not on mute. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Rajit, Dr. H. Sharma, and Dr. Shivani Desai. And it's always a pleasure to be on board with the climate events. I keep telling Dr. Rajit that you are half my age, but you come up with such wonderful topics each time. And, before we think, Array, how this boy has done this, he comes up with another one. And it's always a pleasure here and to listen to Dr. H. Sharma to of course, my dear friend Dr. Shivani, when we have heard that you moved from teaching to the industry, we thought it's a big loss to the student fraternity, but of course, you'll be an asset to Serum Institute.
Ma'am, I'm giving, she has got full right to, I've told her that any such forum is there, please go ahead and share your experience, because she has tremendous knowledge on the subject. So she's got full freedom from our side that, okay, she can go and give such talks.
Yes, sir. And also, when he delivers a talk, it's, anybody will understand. You don't have to be a subject expert or, even she creates an equal interest in the subject expert and a layperson on the top, whatever topic. She's gifted in that.
Yeah.
So any forum she speaks on, the audience appreciates her, and it's really nice to know that she's doing well in at Serum Institute. So there's a question from Mr. Preetham Sinha. It says how the worldwide medical emergency was assessed by regulatory bodies. What are the parameters being assessed? Is there any data which is needed to support a disease in worldwide medical emergency? In disease as worldwide medical emergency.
So I will give a response in terms of pertaining to COVID vaccines. So basically, this for the COVID vaccines, the phase 3 trials were designed with an interim inbuilt analysis. Suppose we target 300 to 400 COVID cases, but data was analyzed after 100 cases when they occurred based on the interim analysis to calculate the efficacy of the vaccine. So even in case of Covishield also, it was approved based on interim analysis of efficacy, which was 70% earlier, but later on, when the trial was completed, it was more than 75%. So we have interim analysis, which are always built in when we are conducting a clinical trial. So, when these rolling submissions keep on happening to the DCGI, during those rolling submissions, we keep on validating the data at different time points. And then once the DCGI or the DSMB, which is the Data Safety Monitoring Board, or the scientific bodies like NTAGI, which is the National Technical Advisory Group on Immunization, when they review this data, once they are convinced, they give an approval for the emergency use authorization. So we always have an inbuilt interim analysis done for a study, and then based on that data, the vaccines are launched. So it was not only Serum, it was all the major vaccine manufacturers like Pfizer and Moderna and Sanofi's and GSK's. They all did the same thing. So we have something called an interim analysis, which is inbuilt in the protocols.
I hope that answered Mr. Preetham's question. So I have a question. Suppose we have taken COVID vaccines and then we became COVID positive later. Does those antibodies add and made it not necessary for us to take a booster dose?
That's right. That's right. So once you have taken a COVID vaccine and still you develop infection, that infection will not lead to any severe kind of infection. You might have a flu-like symptom, like upper respiratory tract infection or something, but that will, and you will still show that COVID virus in your upper respiratory tract system. It will be detected, but then you will have developed antibodies against the disease, and then you will not. It will not affect. It will not be a grave kind of situation. So it will be a superficial kind of a disease, which will, because the virus is there at the route of entry, but it is not causing you any severe infection.
So how can we assess that we require a booster dose?
Booster dose. So over a period of time, what happens is that for any vaccine, the incidence comes down, right? Even in case of the pediatric vaccines, also when you give DPT vaccines, pentavalent vaccines to the child, so they are given at 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 14 weeks. But we have seen in studies over a long-term follow-up period at say 18 months or when they are post 2 years of age, the incidence of pertussis, when we measure the antibody titers, the pertussis incidence has fallen down. Or diphtheria also, we know that in southern part of India, even if they have taken the vaccine, still the incidence of diphtheria is very high. So there they recommend boosters. So when they see that at this age the incidence is going high or the antibody titer falling below at this age group, then they recommend boosters. For COVID vaccines, also similar situation. Over a period of time, people did develop infection, say after a year or so. So then that is when the government said that you need to take a booster. But people who have taken 2 doses also, they would develop infection, but it would not be, like I said, a serious infection. But people who are immunocompromised or elderly population or anyone who thinks that they have comorbid condition, hypertension or diabetes, they should go ahead and take a booster shot also. But people who have taken 2 doses of the vaccine, still okay, not to worry, like that. But it's better to take a booster shot and be protected rather than just thinking that okay, fine, I've taken 2 doses and I am protected now.
Thank you.
So it's a new disease. The data is still evolving, so it's better to take a booster shot. With pediatric vaccines, we all know, yes, the incidence falls down drastically for pertussis infection after 2 years of age. That is why they recommend boosters at different time points. Even for diphtheria also, they say that after 10 years, the incidence falls down. That is why they're recommending TD vaccine or Tdap vaccine for adults every 10 years. So in this case, the disease is just a recent disease, 3-4 years back. So they are saying that, okay, fine, 1 year later, you can take a booster. So I think everyone should take a booster when you're getting it.
Thank you. I think there are no more further questions from the audience.
Hello, madam.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to thanks for delivering this much nice information about COVID vaccines. I am having one small doubt, sir. I want to know your opinion. I am a PharmD intern student from Hyderabad. So recently, I am working on some of the COVID like herbal treatment and all talking study I have started. So apart from that, recently I have started one KP study also about COVID. So people are mostly believing those who they can't pronounce about vaccines. They don't know anything. They're believing that these vaccines are not might be safe. So according to you, if I am saying the COVID vaccines, whatever we are taking, it is 100% safe with any comorbidities and all. Am I saying correct, sir?
Yes, because people have taken the vaccine with comorbidities also. I've seen people, I've given COVID vaccine myself to people who are above 80, 85, 90 years of age.
Yes, sir. Yes. Same thing I have also noticed, sir. But the persons, some of the persons, they're believing that some of the things happened with their family members due to this and all. So how can we, being this pharma students, we can overcome that thing, sir? What should be our reply for them?
The reply should be, there's always, in medical science, there is always, there's always one thing which is called as background noise, which usually happens after vaccination. So even in case of children also, now this is a COVID vaccine, even the safest of the safe vaccines like, DPT vaccine, which has a long drawn history of safety since the vaccine was first licensed in 1960s. And since then, billions of doses have been given worldwide. But still, when some death happens, the family members, they blame it onto the vaccine. The vaccine was not good. It happened because of the vaccine. So we get many such complaints. vaccine, when it is manufactured, each batch has a minimum of 60,000 to 1 lakh doses, each batch.
Okay, sir.
So if 1 person or 2 person or 3 people die because of that background noise, the vaccine cannot be blamed because other 57,000 people did not have anything. They were still okay, fine, they are fine. So we have to relate to all these things. So it is not because of the vaccine, because vaccine when they are launched, they are being rigorously tested, right from animals to humans, to phase 1 in humans, then phase 2, then phase 3, and then based on that, the regulatory authorities, the NTAGI, like I said, or the DSMBs, that really go deep into the data. And the vaccines already, we manufacture vaccines, when we have each and every antigen is tested, and we know, we are confident on the antigens which are there in the vaccines. So vaccines are safe. One should go for a vaccination. So there are many anti-vaccine lobbies and people try to put down the vaccines, but it's not that. Vaccines, when they are launched, they are very, very safe.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Ajit, only one question is there.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Shiharsha here, and Principal and Professor, Hillside College of Pharmacy and Research Center, Bangalore. It's a wonderful, informative session, sir. Actually, I need to congratulate for the wonderful speech and talk. Only one question is there, whether the clinical trial has been conducted for the children on the Covishield, whether you consider that children are away from this vaccination. There is no necessity of giving the vaccination for the children here.
So Covishield has not been tested in children. So Covishield is only above 18 years, but there's a vaccine which is called Covovax, which we manufactured in collaboration with a US company called Novavax. So this Covovax has been licensed in children from 2 years and above. So that vaccine can be given to children. It is there on the CoWIN portal, and you can give your child that vaccine. Yeah, that way.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Hit Sharma, sir.
So there's one last question from Mr. Preetham again. What is the difference between breakthrough therapy designation and emergency use authorization?
This is a very good question. So emergency use authorizations, like I said, they are always during the pandemics, right? So it is different. It's a mode of basically licensure of a vaccine. When you say EUA is given in case of emergency situations, like any pandemic or anything. But when you talk about breakthrough innovations, they usually happen when there is something called a serendipity. I think you must be knowing in pharmacology. So anything when you're evolving, when you're developing, and it shows the efficacy or shows that desired effect, that is a breakthrough innovation. So both are a different modes of kind of treatments when they are launched.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Hit Sharma, sir, and Dr. Shivani, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I hope all the questions has been answered. And I thank Dr. Anupama, ma'am. And I am very sorry that we are not able to have Dr. Jamal Beg, sir, because of some emergency. So for this session, to let us know the facts about COVID vaccine, how it is, the practical facts you have taught us. We are thankful for that, sir and ma'am. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Sakina.
Thank you, Dr. Hit Sharma, Dr. Shivani, and Dr. Ajit.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Glad, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anupama, Dr. Ajit, for having us here. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani.
So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. So without wasting any time, let's move towards another session that is about informed consent process. It is patient's perspective. I'm going to invite Mr. Apurv Soni, Project Manager, GSS Medical Research India, to please take lead.
Please go ahead, Dr. Sakina. Please go ahead.
Yes, currently, as we know, Mr. Apurva Soni, sir, currently serving as project manager at JSS Medical Research. He holds bachelor's in pharmacy from India. Went UK for further education, where he completed his MS in pharmacology and biotechnology. Then he got introduced to the clinical research field by having a part-time job there. Since then, he worked with a couple of CRO and pharma companies, helping them in this clinical trial as project lead and as project manager, currently holding 10 years of experience in the field of CRO. We are very grateful to have you, sir. Please enlighten us with your knowledge.
Okay, and to chair this session, we have with us Dr. Kiranmai Mandwa, Madam, who is the principal and professor at St. Paul's College of Pharmacy, Telangana, and professor and principal at Sarda Vilas College of Pharmacy, Mysore, Dr. Hamandachar Joshi, sir. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you very much, sir, for joining us for this session as a session chair and panelist. Thank you very much. So we will invite now Mr. Apur. He's joining. I think he joined and he's joining right now again. Okay, his message just he's joining in a second.
Yeah, thank you, Ajit.
Okay, he has joined. Yes, over to Mr. Apur.
We welcome Mr. Apurva Soni, sir, to please speak up about informed consent process on patient's perspective. Please take lead on that.
Hello, good morning to all. Good morning, Dr. Ajit. And first of all, thank you for having me. And today we'll be discussing about the informed consent form.
Good morning, Apurji. Your voice is very low and your video is off. And please start sharing the screen. No problem. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, just a moment. I'll use my headphones so it will be better on you.
Sure.
Is it audible now properly?
Yes,
Yes,
it
sir,
is.
you are clearly audible. You can proceed, sir,
Okay.
kindly.
Yeah, sure. So I'm just sharing my screen right now. Let me know if it's visible.
Yes, it is visible. Make it full screen, sir. No problem.
Okay. So just starting. So today we're going to discuss about informed consent form. Informed consent form from the patient's perspective. So basically, in our clinical research part, pharmacy and research development, the core element to do all those research is the patient, the patient's safety and well-being. Because no matter whatever research we are going to do, ultimately that should be beneficial for mankind and should be beneficial for the patient, then it will be worthwhile to put all the efforts in, right? So before going for the clinical trials, what exactly we should be knowing is this clinical trial will be conducted first in a small group of population, whereas we progress from the animal, first of all, to the human participants, who will be then from whom we will be deriving the results that what exactly is going to be the use of the medication, and then afterwards will be really if it is effective and if it is proving to be a promising drug for any kind of disease or disorder. Then after we'll be releasing it to the worldwide population for everyone's general use. At the same time, we are also taking care whether checking on the track of the medication, how it is performing, because ultimately we have to also look for their health, that whether they are hampering them in any means. So whenever it is a new medical product being developed, nobody knows about whether it will be good or whether it will be risky for the human being. So what we will do is we'll do the clinical trials, and those clinical trials will be actually giving us the answer for the medical products safe enough to use and use for the patient. And always we have to remember one thing is that the patient's health and well-being must not be hampered. We have to always outweigh the risk and the benefits, where the benefit must be higher in compared to the risk, right? And how the product should be, how should the product be used, like is the best dose and frequency. So what we'll know in the clinical trial is that what exactly the dose will be need to be set, and what kind of frequency we'll be giving it. So whenever we are performing these trials, the person who are getting enrolled into the trial, they don't know exactly that what exactly thing they are getting into. So at that time, it is our moral responsibility and regulatory responsibility to inform them that what exactly is going on here and what exactly they are going to contribute in this whole trial, where they will be not taken as a patient, they will be as a subject, they will consider as a subject. So all this process, how it starts, we're going to learn it today, and we'll go with definition by definition, and then after the basic idea about what exactly the ICF is and how it will be used. So during that first phase, where the patient is visiting at the site and they are suffering from a trouble, a site is having a particular trial, that is, let's say the patient is having a cancer, and they're visiting to their doctor regularly. The doctor is started the clinical trial at the site, where they see that this patient will be beneficial with the drugs, and they will be also beneficial with the trials. They ultimately will be also giving back the results that what exactly we are looking for. So the PI means principal investigator, that is a doctor who is seeing the patient regularly. They will inform the patient that this is something known as a clinical study that is going on for a new drug or already a drug which is in the market. And if you are feeling good and if you are feeling safe to enroll into it, we will be able to guide you further. So then afterwards, the investigator will teach them, as in they will inform them exactly what is they going to be doing in this trial and what exactly the trial will be and how the trial procedure will be occurring step by step. And then afterward, patient, if they feel safe, they feel that they need to discuss about it, they always discuss about it to their relatives. And then afterwards, they will agree to get into the trial. And then after there is the process which comes into the picture is the informed consent form. Now, whatever we do in the trial, it should be restricted. That is restricted without taking consent of somebody. Now, what is the consent that we're going to learn today here? So these are the learning objectives that we are going to set today. And let's go by definition. That's what I say GCP says about and what exactly is the ICGCP that we have to follow. A process by which subject matter confirms his willingness to participate in a particular trial after having been informed of all the aspects of the trial that are relevant to the subject's decision to participate. Informed consent is the document. It is documented by means of a written, signed, and dated informed consent form. That is a definition given by the ICGCP. GCP is a good clinical practice that we follow thoroughly for any clinical trials or any clinical practice that we are going to perform. Okay. So, and also there should be you should be knowing about the Helsinki Declaration, which always is in the prime most principally followed in clinical trials, which is now said compliance with the standard provides public assurance that the rights, safety, and well-being of trial subjects are protected and that clinical trial data are credible. So that is a Helsinki clinical trial declaration, where in any clinical trial we have to follow the Helsinki Declaration. When so we have discussed about that, what exactly is the informed consent form. So that procedure should be, it is a as I said, they've written a voluntarily participation form where the subject is willing to participate, and then they're giving the confirmation by signing and dating the form. This is sign and date that we are going to participate, and that is being that is for the regulatory requirement we need. Plus, there will be also safe, I would say, safe agreement between the site, as in the clinical researcher, and the participant. There is a patient, a subject, right? So that document means by means of a written, signed, and dated informed consent form. That is the informed consent form which we are talking. And it mainly consists of two parts. The one is the information sheet. So what exactly they are getting into. So they will be informed in that particular document of 10 to 20 pages, depending on the complexity of the trial. So that document will be having the proper information about the whole clinical trial, that what exactly is going on, which study it is, how it will be performed, how many sites will be there, how many patients will be there, and what is the eligibility criteria and inclusion criteria, I would say. And then what are the patient's rights? So that is a document that is having two parts, which is the part one is an information sheet, and the second part is the consent certificate, where this is the part where they participate after reading part one. If they feel that they are unsure about it, they can easily say, no, I don't want to participate. No harm, nothing. There is no legality in this. Informed consent form is just a written document which is safeguarding their trust, and plus the patient, and plus it is as per the regulatory that you should be taking a consent of any person whosoever is participating into the clinical trial. The copy will be with help with both the parties in order to, and for the future reference for anything whatsoever we'll learn in future right now. So the second part is a consent certificate to participants sign if they agree. Informed consent must not be obtained prior to start of any study procedure. So it's not like that you suddenly go and just give them informed consent form, even though they are participating, they already are starting the participation. After starting the participation, you cannot take the informed consent form like that. You have to take it before the participation. So whenever before getting them into the trial, you have to inform them what exactly they are getting into, and what, because this is a most crucial step in any clinical trial, and which can also suspend the whole trial if you forget to take this document on time. And this, as I say, this is a non-legally binding document. Participant can withdraw anytime, even though, let's say, they have signed the documents, they are agreeing to get into the trial. And then suddenly they feel that, no, I'm not feeling safe, or some they talk about it to their relatives afterwards, and they are saying that we are unsure, we should be withdrawing. Patient just give a call to side that I would like to withdraw. They can, because ultimately here the person that is participant will be in the center. So they can take this lead whenever they want to participate, whenever they want to take a withdrawal. It's totally on their choice, right? What kind of language will that be? So that document which I'm talking is informed consent form, part 1, where the language we are talking here, language of ICF. So ICF is mainly who are going. First of all, we have to understand who is the target audience. The target audience will be, so it will be like the trial. Let's say if it is happening in all northeast, west, south, all the direction of India. And in India, there are 29 different states. We have 28, 29, and then afterwards, on all these states, there are a lot of doctors, a lot of practicing physicians. They are having their own site, and a lot of them are doing the clinical studies. The patient will be from anywhere, particularly region-wise, and they will be mostly from the village area where they only know the local language. Plus, they are coming from different walks of life. I mean, they are not the medical profession, obviously. They are just laymen. I mean, they might be expert in some other field, definitely. But let's say if the IT expert is coming to the site, and we are just talking about some physiological, pharmacological terms over there, he might not be aware about it. And even in fact, we cannot use that directly into the informed consent form. So what exactly we are looking for? A language should be layman language. So that informed consent form must be written in the layman language, where a target audience will be able to understand and grasp what exactly the here going on, and what exactly is going to be in the future as well, for the visits, and how they have to provide the dosing and all. So the language, it's a general public, so we have to provide them a layman language. It's as per WHO, I would say the language should be like a layman language in 6 to 8 standard guy can easily able to understand what exactly they are going to tell. So that kind of very lay language you have to write it. You cannot, you cannot leave the science behind, but you also have to use it very simplistically, that you will be able to tell them that what exactly you are going to see, what is the scientific term for that, and they should be able to understand as well, right? So that will be like we have to be simplified without losing the language and science behind it, right? So ICF language must be understandable to subject, as I said, and one more thing, which while writing this, so medical writers who writes this document, that is informed consent form. It's not like the overnight document. It takes a lot of time to create an ICF and then gets it approved from different stakeholders, and then after from the regulatory as well. In the meantime, whenever they are writing the word like miracle cure or a wonder drug, you cannot use it. Nobody can use it. You don't even know what exactly you are getting into, because even if the let's say the inventor who has invented a new molecule, they also don't know whether it's a wonder drug or whether it's like a poison, right? What you are going to do is you are going to perform clinical trials to understand that efficacy. So you cannot directly use those words like miracle cure or wonder drug. So that will be like a basic one of the criteria for the ICF. And now we are talking about the regional parts. Let's say someone is being recruited from Gujarat, and from Gujarat, and let's say from a very remote area. So mostly that region's language is Gujarati. So informed consent form, whenever they're designing, let's say they are designing in English language. So then afterward, there are, as I said, a lot of language we are speaking in India, a lot of different regions are there. The patient has been recruited from that particular region, let's say in Gujarat. So the language they speak is Gujarati. So you have to get it translated from English to Gujarati. That is a sponsor's responsibility who is getting this trial done at the site. So that ICF will be translated from English to Gujarati. And then afterwards, that Gujarati language, in order to make sure that during this translation, there is no there is no way meaning has been changed. In order to make sure that there is no error in the translation, they always get it back translated. So first thing that they will do is from English to Gujarati translation, And from that Gujarati translation, they will get it back translated to the English language. So all these three documents will be carefully verified by the language expert. That there must not be any misinterpretation of any words, or they must not have taken something in different way. So in order to make it less error, like error free, I would say, because that is what is going to the patient's hand. So they will be reading it, and if there is any mistake in that, it can jeopardize the whole trial. Plus, the patients, obviously, their lives at stake. So they must be aware about what exactly is going on, and the consent will be translated like this. So essential elements of this information sheet that we are talking, the part 1 in the ICF, is information. The study involves in research, risk and discomfort, benefits, alternative procedures, confidentiality, reimbursement, whom to contact, voluntary participation. Now, every step, everything you can read it through, and you can understand why it is there and why it is written. Because we are talking about, as a layman, you are getting into the trial. What exactly you will be knowing. What exactly you will be expecting into that ICF form. That is, first of all, you will be needing it. What is this? I don't know. So what you want is information that the study involves the research. So what exactly is going on? You need the information. So that information should be there. So that is the first part. Then after risk and discomfort, obviously you would like to know that what exactly are the risks. I mean, you just gave me a new medicine, and just like that, you will be doing the research. What about me? How much discomfort I will be in, or how much trouble I have to go through. I should be knowing. So there will be risk and discomfort. Then after the benefits. So the sole reason for this trial is to understand the benefit for the society, for the patients, for the subject, for the prognostic, then for the healthy volunteers. So what exactly it will be beneficial for the overall society's well-being, right? So that benefit will be written there. What exactly benefit you will be getting out. Suppose the cancer patient is there. There's a trial, phase 3 trial going on. They're recruiting patients for cancer trial. So they must be knowing that some of them are whether they are getting the medication for free and all. So what kind of benefits they are getting, and that should be mentioned in that particular section. And then after alternative procedures. So let's say if there is any alternative procedure, they have to mention that they need to do that in during the trial. Suppose there are surgical trials, so there will be alternative procedures as well. So that whatever alternative procedure, if there is any, they have to mention in that particular section. Confidentiality. Confidentiality about both the parties. Now, confidentiality means that in the trial, whenever we are talking about the patient, their confidentiality is a must thing. You have to maintain their confidentiality. You cannot just go walk in and let's say like Mr. Mahesh is into the particular trial and he's recruited from particular section. No, you cannot talk like that. You cannot even tell their name like that. Because as a let's say I'm working in a CRO and I don't even know which patient is recruited to which site. Even though I'm dealing with 500 patients at the same particular moment for a particular trial, I don't know which patient is recruited which side and what is their name, what is their age. I cannot know that because everything is being coded into a particular manner. So that their confidentiality must be maintained. Now, talking about the other party, it's a research team and the sponsor who is doing the trial. So their confidentiality of a particular trial should be also maintained. You cannot just walk in as a participant that yes, hello, I am doing a trial with Dr. Reddy's, and the trial says that we are into phase 3 and blah blah blah. So this is not the way you can directly communicate with everybody about the trial. That is what the confidentiality means. Now the section. So after doing all this procedure, they're getting into the trial, and then after signing the documents, and just I'm coming to site to give the samples, and you giving me the drug. What is my benefit? Oh, let's say the benefit that you are providing it's a benefit for the drug. But what is my benefit? There will be a reimbursement because patient is spending money to visit the site. Every time you give them medication, and then after you dose them. So you dose them, and then after you take samples for that bloods or urine or whatever is required. So those all the times the patient has to travel from their home to the site. So that means they have to spend some money, and that money means traveling reimbursement they have to do. Sometimes they have to stay overnight at the hospital. So whatever expenses they are going to do, there will be a reimbursement which is been provided by the sponsor, the person, the party who is doing the trial. So they will be providing this, mostly pharma company. So they provide a reimbursement for particular visits, like 2,000, 5,000, 1,000, depends on the trial and the agreement between the patient and the sponsor. So that reimbursement, if there will be any, and there should be always, there should be always the reimbursement. So that will be written there. What amount will be provided to you. Then afterward, let's say someday I just had those and I am not feeling well, so I don't know whom to contact, because let's say PI you can call to PI every time. But if let's say PI is busy in the operation theater with some other emergency operation and he's not available, you should be knowing whom to contact. There will be a list of contact at the site level. Even if you should be as a participant, you must be knowing that who is doing the trial from the sponsor side, who is doing, if the CR is involved, tri-party is there, so who will be contact person from the CRO side. So those contact numbers will be written in that particular section. And then after it says voluntary participation, there is written everything in layman language again, that yes, you have read and understood what exactly is into the trial, and you will do the participation by voluntary. Like there should be no influence for participating into the trial. Let's say some of them are being influenced by the PI that you must be doing. No, as a PI, you cannot do that practice. As a health professional, you cannot force someone or you cannot influence someone to get into the trial. You can inform them, you can educate them. Ultimately, the bottom line is you have to inform that it is all your wish, whether you want to be into it or whether you don't want to be it. Because you never want to be a reason for someone's, let's say, trial is just like nobody knows what exactly is going to happen with whom. Everyone's having a different body. So you don't want to be a reason for someone's health troubles, right? So that way you can just inform them. No matter patient, once they enroll into the clinical trial, they'll be taking much better care than the usual care, right? Because there will be PI always 24/7 available for him. If they will be calling them, they will be directly treating them soon as they give them any discomfort, complain about their health or their overalls, right? So those are the parts. So that will be like voluntary participation, which is written there. So you have to understand, read it and understand that what exactly you are getting into, right? And everything you are going to do afterwards, whether you are going to sign or you are going to decline, it's up to you. So it should be voluntary. There are some additional elements are also present into the section 1. There is where we say the unforeseeable risk for the trial, and the participant may be terminated, or additional cost will be there. Sometimes the trial do have some additional cost. Like they are not providing the free medication, so they might be providing in lesser amount. So you have to pay the remaining amount, but it will be like 50% lesser than the actual value that you're paying to the market. So depends on the sponsor's trial design. And then after, it will be all disclosed you before you get into the trial. So there will be, you are totally safe in that. Okay. Then there will be withdraw from the study, the new findings. So if there is a new finding, there also will be updating that. Yeah, for example, they just found out that one of the SAE is also kind of constipation. That is one of their SAE, one of the adverse event, not SAE. So one of the adverse event they just found out is the constipation. So they'll just mention that it's going to be. So if you are feeling that, if you are, you should be informed, to be honest. But suddenly, you must not be feeling that, yeah, suddenly you just start developing uneasiness like that. So there will be new findings available, number of subjects. So they always inform how many sites they are going to go for this trial and how many other subjects are getting enrolled into the study. Mostly they start with 200, 80, 200, 500, 1,000, 10,000, depends on the trial's phase and where it is being performed, whether it's globally or nationally, domestically, how exactly it is going to perform. Depends on that. And trial complexity, they will be informing that these are the patients that we are enrolling for the particular trial. So those informations are available. And the templates. Now the templates are basically, it's just like, the general template is just says that all these elements should be included, which we have discussed before. These are the elements that we need in that. So particularly this should be included in any of them without a doubt, because they all are necessary. And they all are a must thing to have in SEO. They don't have a particular format available as per. Organization can design it in their way, that how they want to put. Mostly what happens is whenever you see the ICF, the title will be ICF, and then after they will be having the information about the trials protocol, the protocol number, then after the site's name, the PI name, and after the site address, after the subject's enrollment number, that will be blank if the subject wants to be a participant. Then after there will be a randomized number given to them, that will be written on that particular form. And then afterward the information starts. Mostly at the footer part, they put the version of the ICF, and which version they are using, because these documents are like, I would say evolving. Every time you get new information, we always have to update the information. But thereafter, you cannot directly just go and update the information in new forms. You should be also tracking which updates has happened in which update has been mentioned in which ICF. So based on that, then afterwards you have to reconsent the patient who already have been consented or previously, and you suppose you find out something in between the trials, and then afterwards you already have enrolled two of the subjects. You have to go back and also get the signature on that updated version. So what the footer says, the protocol number, and then afterward the version and the date as well. Which date the previous version was, and what is the new version date available, and which version is that. So whenever you will be seeing that same thing in the header will be having that new version's number. Suppose ICF 1.0, ICF 2.0, 3.0, or something like that. And then after the date of that particular version. After that, the information will be available for the translation. So it is English translated. It is whether it's back translated, and if there is a back translation, so what date you have done the back translations. All this information will be available at the footer bar. Right? So this we just discuss about this all benefits, alternative procedures, to disclose them all, confidentiality, whom to contact, voluntary participation. So additional elements of the ICF part 1 is a consequence of subject's decision to withdraw from the research procedure for orderly termination of participation by the subject. Now, subject, as I said, they are central. They are in center, so they can take the decision whether to continue, whether to part, whether to depart from it, and whether to, just stop and whether to get dose or not. So they just can pick a phone and just give a call that I don't want to be a part in this trial anymore, and that's it. And they can drop anytime. So they have the rights whether to continue or to stop. So that statement should be also included in the sheet that, yeah, you can always withdraw anytime you want. There will be no legal bounding, and there will be no further ask from our side that you have to finish this dose or you have to finish that timeline or particular stage. No, there is nothing like that. Okay? Now, sometimes things happen like patients will terminated by the doctor. Now, there are a lot of times when this thing happened, and one or two of them I would say is, let's say patient is not feeling good. They are worsening, the medical condition is worsening. So PI will suggest to terminate them from the trial because the participation continuing further will also worsening the situation more and more. Ultimately, our goal is not to put the patient into into more trouble, but to take them out from that. I mean, to be honest, it's like if they are feeling or if they are feeling the worse situation in their health, then definitely wouldn't be a wise idea to let them continue in the trial. So PI always suggests them to withdraw from the trial. Sometimes it happens that eligibility criteria and in which it's saying inclusion and exclusion criteria, I criteria, it says that particular drug is prohibited into the trial. For example, if the trial is going on for a particular medication where the alcohol is prohibited and the patient is subject is taking the alcohol and the PI finds out about it because of that. They will be talking to patient that yes, due to this we have to terminate you because ultimately that will be giving the whole wrong data. Because how will we get the data? Whenever you dose the patient, and then afterward you take the blood sample or urine samples to analyze, and whenever you analyze from that, and whatever data you are getting from that, that is the data we will be utilizing for the procedure for the submission to regulatory, and regulatory will look into the data, and then after they will, after the scrutiny and doing their SME meetings, the subject matter meetings, they will be able to give the final conclusion whether this drug is a clean go or there will be more research required or the trial is like a failure. So whatever is coming from regulatory, there will be a final call, right? So that's why they are very much strict about the data. And if you don't follow your inclusion exclusion criteria, whatever data you're getting, ultimately there won't be that form data because why we are setting the IP criteria is because to have a uniform data that what we are looking for here is without the bias and with the particular range of the patient, particular range of the population we are performing this trial, and whatever results you are getting, that will be giving the ultimate idea about the whole, I would say, the whole effect of a drug. Because there is a trial going on for the COVID-19 vaccine where you're trying for, let's say, Covaxin. So that means that you want to know the effect of Covaxin. At the same time, they in inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria, whatever they will be writing, that patient should be included if they should be excluded if they have taken any other vaccine, which is totally understandable, right? That if you are doing the Covaxin trial and you just let's say you're taking a Sputnik vaccine, or let's say you're taking the Pfizer vaccine, and then after whatever you're doing, you have to first inform to the PI as well, because they anyway is going to find out by the our samples as well. So even that is the best way you can justify your presence into the trial. So whenever you are taking something which is prohibited medication outside the trial, that means you are actually hampering the data, and you also actually hampering your health as well, because sometimes it happens as a double dose for particular medication. Let's say you are in the antiviral trial, and then you are, let's say, in remdesivir, and you are taking amantadine phosphate as well, which is also an antiviral. So there will be like a double dose that you are taking, which is definitely could be good for your body or could be very harmful for your body. You don't know, so you have to inform everything to PI, because side effects will be always there once you are taking a medication, right? So that is the reason why you have to follow the inclusion criteria and why the patients are being terminated for particular reasons. Any additional costs will be saved. should be mentioned in the document. Now we are talking about the part 2, the certificate of consent. Signature page, basically, where you have to sign because you have understood all the procedures, you have read it through. And again, whenever you are reading, you will be having PI available around, principal investigator, that is a doctor who has suggested you or who is going to treat you for whole trial duration. He'll be always around. Whatever you don't understand, you just ask them and they will easily able to explain you. Because the language will be definitely language, but still if you at some point feel that what exactly is this term mean and but how exactly am I gonna be in the situation, and so he will walk you through the whole procedure, so you don't have to worry about it. This is how it should be looking, the certificate of consent. So you have you have read it everything, and after you are understanding and whatever you're doing is totally your voluntary participation. Your name will be here, your signature and date. Date is a must. So date, even the time will be also written there. So in the summary, after that, I see if they will be attaching a summary where they will be writing everything dot to dot, like patient has walked into the room by around 9 o'clock, and then afterwards we have handed over him the ICF by 9:15. Patient has read and understood the ICF by 9:45. In between, they have asked for 3 or 4 questions, and then you have to mention the question, what answer has given by PI, you have to mention the answers. And by 9:45, they have signed the ICF, or 9:50, they have signed the ICF, and then after 9:55 or 10, the PI has also read through, and the PI also has signed. That is kind of summary that you have to attach with the ICF, which you need to, it will be give you the kind of picture that what exactly has happened in particular, because this will be not looked at next day. It's like they will be archived for like next 5 to 10 years after completion of the trial, 5 to 10, 15, 20 years, depends on the archival clause. So those archival will be suddenly open as an inspection audit by the regulatory, maybe after 5, 7 years, let's say 15 years afterwards. So nobody knows what exactly has happened that time. Even if you call to PI definitely will be not knowing what to whom he has treated yesterday and what medication they have written them, because everything is written, so they can just check it and they can recall the memory. Otherwise, nobody have the particular sharp memory for every patient. Right? So there will be the case if the patient will be illiterate. So there will be a LAR available, legally acceptable representative, who will be literate person. He'll be available there. So that representative will explain the person what is written in the form. That person, LR, could be a person from the patient's side. I mean, patient can bring their father, grandfather, or let's say whosoever can be easily able to read and understand that particular terms. The patient, let's say, is a 22-year-old boy, and then he is eligible for the trial, but he don't know how to read. So he can bring his father, his mother, or whosoever he wants to bring. So they will be there. They'll be reading it through. And at that time, what we will be doing is AVC, audio video consent. At that time, there will be audio video available and in the room. So there will be recording ongoing. For that, also the consent will be taken for the patient that we are recording this one for future reference for yourself and for us as well. And then after in that, whatever the LAR is explaining to the patient that whether this is what it is and whether they want to continue the participant or not. Then afterwards, patient will be signing, LAR will be signing, and there will be a witness who will be like impartial witness. He will not, or he or she will not be from any of the side, not from the patient side, not from the site side, not even from the sponsor side. They are just like individual. They'll be signing it that as a witness that yes, they have seen the whole procedure, how it has gone. Okay. If they are, again, if they are illiterate, they can just put their thumbprint, or if they can do the signature, they can just sign that. this is a kind of a process right here. Literate, illiterate, or medically incompetent. How you will do? Illiterate will just put the left thumb impression and the LAR, as I said. So they will be literate, or they can be also illiterate. If they are literate, then they will be doing the sign and date on the ICF, on their name, but again with the patient's thumb impression, because ultimately the patient who has to approve, because they are going to get into the trial, right? They will be participating in the trial. So LAI will be signing and dating in the ICF, but also with the patient's thumbprint. If the LAR is illiterate, then after the illiterate impartial witness will be there, then both of them have to put the thumb impression, but literate will be signing and dating into the ICF. ICF must be signed and dated by the investigator. As I said, after doing all this procedure, ICF has to be signed by the investigator.
Hi, Apurv sir, we are actually exceeding time. You can take 5 more minutes.
Sure, no worries. We are almost finished.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
so
thank you so much, sir, for your valuable
Sakina,
information about.
Sakina, 5 more minutes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. So this is what we have said about the illiteracy about the patient, and then after, as we said already. So this is what I have described before, the legally acceptable LAR and all that, right? So these are documentation of informed consent, and language version and everything, as I said, have to be mentioned. An informed consent document therefore must be formulated in a manner that it ensures the clear, correct, and complete information passed to the patient, and patient have understood it clearly. They are completing, and they are completing this whole trial or not, it's totally up to it in their hand. But whatever information has to be, whatever information is being passed to the patient, that must be as per their protocol, and whatever information they are writing written by a medical writer must be into the layman language the patient can understand. Because our sole reason for all the trial is to get them into the better shape, into the better form, rather than putting them into worse situations, right? So I hope you'll be understanding what exactly ICF and how much crucial and why it is crucial into the trials. And that would be all. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take the questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
you so much, Mr. Apurva Soni, sir, for letting us know clearly about informed consent process, about explaining in detail about everything. And now I am going to invite Dr. Kiranmai Mandava, Principal and Professor, St. Paul's College of Pharmacy, to please keep your point of view and speak to us about informed consent process.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, dear. So, congratulations, Apurva Soni sir, for your nice presentation. And my special thanks to Ajit for giving this opportunity, Dr. Ajit, Keynote founder, for giving me this opportunity. And this particular topic is concerned, even though I have heard from so many experts, and the uniqueness of today's presentation, I feel is, I couldn't see anything. Can you? I request host to change the screen. Yeah.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. So the explanation point of view is concerned, it's very clear, and different approach I have seen, sir, today. Very clearly you explained the point to point, because it's always rocket science for many people, especially new aspirants, this kind of consent, because the time slots are concerned, everything. So I was listening, it's multitasking I am doing today, actually speaking.
Yes.
But even though it's very clear to me, and I hope all the participants also enjoyed this session, informative session it is. And thank you, sir, for giving nice inputs, especially some kind of points before I have not seen from the experts of the same domain. Today he explained well. And I congratulate Dr. Rajit for always conducting informative sessions to the pharmacy professionals. And it's like all the best for the future endeavors, Rajit. And if any participant doubts are there, I can carry forward to the expert. What is reimbursement as essential element? One of the participant is asking, what is reimbursement as an essential element? The question to Apu, sir.
Yes, ma'am, we are having questions.
Yes.
And now, yes, we
Yes.
are having questions. Let's see
Apur
about
sir,
questions
Apur sir
also.
has to
And
answer. Apur sir has to answer the question first, I think.
Yeah,
yes,
so what exactly was the
let's
question?
take questions now.
What is the question exactly?
Apur sir, the question is, what is reimbursement as essential element?
Well, reimbursement is what is the essential element as a reimbursement?
Yes.
Well, reimbursement is something that is being provided to the patient whenever they are visiting to the site.
That question is not raised properly, I think.
Pardon?
Yes. Question should be complete, Ketki Gosavi.
Yeah, exactly. The question, I mean, she might be able to understand, she might not be able to understand what exactly reimbursement is. So let me just explain that part first.
Yes.
That reimbursement means that whenever you are visiting to site, suppose a particular date after you getting into a trial, and you'll be understanding that there will be 4 to 5 different visits that you are going to have at the site for the dosing. Every time you do the visit, that will be mentioned in the protocol. So at that time, you're visiting the site, and then after you will be dosed with the medication. After the dosing, let's say the sample requires after 1 or 2 hours. So you will have to sit there at the site for 2 hours. And after, let's say some samples require like next day's, some of the doses require like next day's sampling. So at that time, you have to again travel back from your home to the site level. So that time you will definitely are spending some money for that whole traveling and traveling and all this hassle you have to go. So that for that particular reason, the sponsor is providing the reimbursement, whatever bills you will be raising. For example, you are saying that, yeah, I have to take the auto for like 500 rupees. It's like to and fro from my home. So whatever bills you are raising, you can get it provided, but there will be a particular amount set by the sponsor side. For example, I would just give you the few example of my trials. Mostly the trials are having 1,000 to 1,500 rupees reimbursement every time you visit at the site level, which is they are changing right now. But most probably whenever you are visiting to site, that is how much money you are going to cost from your home to the site. So you don't have to raise for the bills or anything, but whenever you're visiting site, after doing the dosing, they'll be taking the signature of yours for that, and then after that, you'll be getting the reimbursement for that particular visit. It's kind of a money handout that you are getting from the sponsor side, regardless of whether you raise a bill or not, but for your convenience that you have, to come to site, right?
Absolutely. The next question, Abu sir, is, does the idea of lay summary adapted in informed consent process?
Idea?
If you can see in the chat box, it is, does the idea of lay summary adapted in informed consent process?
Sure, I'm not able to see that chat, but just a moment. Yeah, I just got it. Does the idea of lay summary adapted in? I'm not sure what they are actually asking here.
Preetham sir, if you can open your mic.
Hi, Dr. Ajit, and hi, everybody. Yeah. So, lay summary is basically, as it was told, that all the informed consent form is written on a basis of a layman's language. So that is a lay summary, which is scientific data is portrayed in form of a idea of a layman's language, which doesn't have any medical background as it was cited. So I just wanted to know what is because as per the session is concerned, it is already adapted, but to what level? Thank you.
I think there is no level actually. For example, whatever the terminology, for example, you say a person who is having a fatigue, we are using the word fatigue, and we are professionals, so you might be knowing, but as a layman, a person who is coming from a background of, let's say, from a village place, when they have, let's say, they have studied up to 5th standard or 6th standard, but they don't know what is fatigue is. So what you have to put them is, you have to put them as in, are you feeling dizziness or something? So that particular word is what we are going to use then, and what we are going to explain then, because we are not here losing the science behind it, but we are actually putting the words in a proper manner. It's like whenever you go to doctors, they won't be using the tough terminologies for you to understand, right? They will be telling you, yeah, that there is some trouble with you are having the fever. They won't be giving the whole science behind it, how viruses are attacking the body and what exactly is happening to your cells and etc. So basically, you have to provide the language in such a way where patient will be able to understand and grasp that what is going to happen and what is what will be the procedures are. So those that layman language, by the way, is been written by medical writer, which will be then going for the regulatories to check about. Because without that, you directly cannot submit it, directly cannot provide it to the patient, right? And you must be having, I would say, the approvals from the regulatory first. And then after there will be EC approvals as well, the site level approval. And then after it will goes to, because after that all the stakeholder and experts are reviewing it and then approving it. And after it will be going directly to the patient level, right? So I hope I have answered it, and if there is any more questions,
Yes. Definitely. Okay, so now I invite Professor Joshi.
So
sir.
now,
Yeah.
yes. So now we are going to invite our
I'd like
next
to thank
speaker.
everyone.
Yes, sir.
And good luck to
Yes,
Mr.
we are
Ranjit
thankful
and
to you, sir,
everybody.
for your awesome introduction about informed consent. Thank you so much for this. And now we are going to invite Dr. Hanumatachari Joshi, sir, Principal and Professor of Sharda Vilas College of Pharmacy, Mysore. So please keep your point of view on this, please.
First of all, thanks to Ajit, a wonderful team player and youth leader.
Thank you, sir.
Winner. And the speaker spoke very well. I have, however, I have two queries. It's not questions actually. One is, what is the implication of religious influence when you collect, the consent, sir?
Yes, Apur, sir. Hello. Hello.
As you know,
Apurva Soni sir has
1 second.
not online now.
Is it?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible, Apur.
So can you repeat that one? Actually, I just missed it. I was just about to log off, so I don't know.
I think you logged out from that device. Yes.
Mr. Apurva, during the taking the consent, especially let us take an example of our COVID trials only. There are some implication of the religious the influence during some kind of the clinical trials. Can you say something about the implications of religious influence on the such kind of
So, sir is asking, Mr. Apur, Joshi sir is asking, like, what are the implications? What are the influences of religious matters or religions on the informed consent while signing or the audio video consent form, audio video consenting?
So, as in religion, impact for the visits we are talking about.
Your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, it is clear now.
Okay, yeah. So for the religious part, as in if you are talking about the visits, first of all, the ICF, they won't be generally requiring for the disclosure of your particular region of religion, depends on whichever region you are from. And then secondly, if you're talking about the visits, because we all are having a different religion part in every country. We are practicing a lot of different religions. So whenever, sometimes there will be visit falling onto a particular day. Let's say there is a festival in, I would say, Maharashtra, and let's say, and that particular festival everybody's celebrating. So it is impossible for the patient to travel back to the site and do the dosing, getting dosed or giving the samples. So at that particular time, it is allowed that you can miss that visit and you can come next day. You can just inform the site formally that, yes, we are having a religious ceremony ongoing, and I won't be able to come for the dosing for this particular day. So if you will inform them priorly, so what they can do is they can either get you dosed before that particular date or after particular date, after discussing with the PI. So that can be adjustable, and it will be accommodated into the protocol, because before, even not fully only region part, but also there are some other conditions which have been taken into the account before designing the protocols and ICFs and the dosing regimens and everything. So everything, like protocol itself is take about 1 to 2 years for designing, because there will be a lot of efforts being put by the healthcare experts.
I have one more, the query, because many times we hear, especially during the new clinical trials, maybe a new molecule or a new vaccine, have some vulnerable groups and people. For example, we can take a small experience in Haryana.
Your voice was breaking. Can you repeat again? Voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Your voice was breaking in between.
Yeah. Okay. I was talking about the vulnerable people and groups.
Vulnerable groups.
Because this is one of the issue which is normally occurring during the consent process. Giving an example of Haryana. See, when a village was approached, the villager said, they will be talking to their community heads and then they will come back. So what can be the implication of such things, in the consent process?
See, here it's informed consent is what exactly why we are having the informed consent, to have the overall idea, the overall command into the patient's hand, whether they want to be a part or not. And they are always allowed to talk to their family. They are always allowed to talk to their region leader or someone. And then after, they will go to the site, go to them. Even if they want to bring to the site, bring them to the site, it is also fine. But they have to be sure that they want to be participate. There must not be any influence, not from that particular person, them who are telling them whether to go for it or not. The patient should be doing it voluntarily. They can discuss about the whole trial to their family member as well. Even though after signing the ICF, it's not only for the records of the site level. The site can also, site will be providing them the Xerox copy of that ICF for the future reference. If there is, let's say, something has happened to their patient, so that reference copy will be with the family. So they will be having it, and they will be always, have it in proof that yes, we are a participant of the trial. Let's say something has happened to the patient during the trial. Let's say some SAE has happened and they got paralyzed for the lifetime. So that it doesn't mean that they will be left like that. So that whole responsibility will be on the shoulder of the sponsor. So they have to, there will be a subject expert committee will be set down. They will be checking, they will go to their home, they will assess the situation, how many members are there, how can earn, what was his income. Based on then they will give lump sum amount of 50 lakh, 1 CR, whatever example, that how much a person should be compensated, and sponsor has to pay that amount within 30 days of the requested amount, because that is a regulatory requirement, right? So that way, patient is having all the command in the whole trial process.
Hello.
Thank you for the excellent answer, because this is the thing what we face during the COVID trial. Talk and wonderful information. Once again, congratulations to Sidhu, and thank you for inviting us and for making a part of this wonderful event.
Thank you. Most welcome for all the queries resolution, right?
So thank you. But I really felt like Joshi sir was putting in some other way that question. Even I wanted to put that first question in another way. Like when we go for the video consenting, does it affect affected by the religions? Like, some people, they don't want to expose to the camera, and they don't want to go for the video consenting, audio
It says,
consent.
yeah. So for that one, it's before taking any audio video consent, you will be also asked for the consent, because without that, nobody can take that consent, right? Yeah. So they will be taken the consent. If they are okay, they can have it. If they are not okay, they won't do it. They will do only audio consent. But then after that, audio consent will be stored, right? So that is not like a particularly must requirement for every patient, but whenever the patient wants it and they will be giving consent, then after it will be done, right?
So if they're not agreed, definitely they'll not be the part of the study.
Sure, definitely. No, I mean, no, not like that. Exactly. If they are not agree for audio video consent, but they are agree for giving the consent, written consent, that is fine. I mean, you cannot directly force them that you have to also give the audio video consent. That is not a part. It is, however, I would say, how can I say that? Yeah, if there is an illiterate person, and then after they are taking this consent, to make it error-free, because as I said, it will be archived. After 15 years, nobody knows what has happened that time. If something will be happening, they will be having, both the parties will be having the proof. It's not like that only patient, right? So they can give the consent whether they want to be a part of the audio video, or they will be just part of the written documentation, right?
There are challenges which can be definitely.
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
And that will be definitely, you can mitigate that challenges. You can directly, at the particular case to case, you can just talk to the PI. PI will definitely talk to the sponsor, and everything will be arranged for them, because ultimately we want patients' betterment for that. Yeah, they actually should be comfortable. Sure. So, is there any more?
Thank you so much.
I can have it. Sure.
Yes, thank you. I thank Purva sir and Hanumata sir for your awesome interaction about the informed consent form and letting us all know about the details of it.
Sure. So thank you so much for having me here. I would be delighted to talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I made a difference. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Thank you. Have a wonderful day and good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move towards our next session, which is about debate session. Let's start it. This debate session is about artificial intelligence in medical writing. So let me invite our guest, Dr. Kanav Khera, Professor Pharmacy Practice, Lovely Professional University from Punjab, and Dr. Samir Dhingra, Associate Professor and Head Department of Pharmacy Practice, Naipal, Hajipur, to have a debate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sir, so, okay. Yes, we can see you. I think we are getting delayed. No problem.
Hello, Dr. Ajit, my voice is audible?
Sir, once, yes, you are audible. You both are audible. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think we have the introduction part remaining. Yeah, okay. So, guys, before we go to this very exciting, session on the AI in medical writing. So I would like to, first introduce both of the, speakers, the debaters, and the moderator. So first, our Dr. Kanav Khera sir, he's one of my mentor as well. He's MPharm and PhD. And he's currently serving as a professor at the School of Pharmacy, Lovely Professional University, Punjab, and National Secretary for the Association of Community Pharmacists of India. He taught over a decade at the Department of Pharmacy Practice at Manipal College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Manipal. He has achieved Award of Excellence in Clinical Pharmacy 2019 and won the Best Faculty Awards and Faculty Choice of the Students multiple times. At my time as well, he was one of the best faculty, and his learnings, even we remember always, is my guru as well. and he received multiple grants at Manipal and at his other colleges as well. And he's expert in carrying out multidisciplinary research projects and teamwork. He published more than 20 national and international papers in reputed journals, and he's working enthusiastically on the COVID research currently. So welcome you, sir. And then next we have Dr. Sameer Dhingra, sir. So sir is currently serving as registrar and associate professor and head of Department of Pharmacy Practice at Naipur Hajipur. And he has worked at the University of West Indies, St. Augustine, Trinidad for 8 years. And he has more than 20 years of teaching and research experience. He has a good number of research publications in peer-reviewed journals and has also filed Indian patents. And professionally active member and known internationally for his work in the field of rational use of medicines, and received appreciations and awards from different organizations. Sir has served as the referee for various reputed and international and national journals. So he's the life member of various international and national bodies or organizations working in the field of health or health sciences. And to moderate this session, we have with us Ms. Sarabji Sidhuji. She is currently serving as Manager Clinical Trial Transparency at GSK Pharma. She has worked as Keynote at Principal Medical Writer before this new role. Sarab has expertise in different domains of clinical research, site management, monitoring and auditing, medical writing, and clinical trial transparency. She also shared her knowledge while taking sessions at different educational institutes in her free time. She has published a book with the Clinical Research and Medical Writing Career Guide. The book is already available on Amazon, and what we say for last 1.5 years, it has reached out a lot of Indian and international students for the career guidance. So with that, I'll hand over the mic to our today's moderator, Ms. Sarabji. Over to Sarabji, to you.
Hi, Dr. Ajit. Thank you so much for introducing, and thank you so much for inviting us to this wonderful conference. It's always pleasure to talk around, new talks and talking around what is new in the market, what is the trend, right? So not only to audience, but this also gives us an opportunity to brush up our knowledge. Like since the time you told me you have to speak on this topic, since morning I'm just researching what best we can share with the audience, right? So let me share my screen. It may take little time, please bear with me. So can you please confirm if you can see PPT?
Yeah, we can see you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So although this session is like an open discussion, but Dr. Ajit and I just discussed that this topic is new and very interesting. Why not to put a few slides and share basics with our audience, right? So that then they can enjoy the discussion as well. So now there is a lot of buzz around AI in the medical writing, right? Everyone is talking around this, especially when after the invention of ChatGPT, right? This year that brought a revolution kind in AI. So first I wanted to tell you, AI is always around us. It's not, it has been came just with the GPT. Just ChatGPT is like a bit advanced. You can say at a working at a deeper level. So that's why everyone is able to connect with it, because it is mimicking the human behavior. Now, specifically related to our subject, which is we are saying that how we can take a leverage of AI in a medical writing, right? So when we always talk about medical writing is a highly specialized field where you will be saying that you should be having a blend of art and science. You should having a flair to write, and simultaneously you should be having a good understanding of your medical terminology, your regulatory guidelines knowledge. So it should be combination of both. Now coming to how pharma is adapting to AI tools, right? So what pharmas they are doing is they are investing quite a lot in the projects so that they can use artificial intelligence. Now question comes in how we can use artificial tools for a medical writing. Basically, because when we are talking about medical writing documents, they are very complex. Say protocol, and we always say it's a teamwork, right? We talk about clinical study report that is having a lot of data, and stakes are also high because based on these documents, either regulators are going to accept or they are going to reject, right? So it is not like a one paper we are writing for some journal, they rejected, it's okay. No, there is time, money, and everything is involved, right? So one thing is AI tool pharma can use, they can automate the documents. Basically, they can set a coding in a way, it has to code in a way that they feed system information, they feed certain data. Simultaneously, they can make a checkpoints of the regulations, and AI will generate that document. Now, example I want to tell you here is that you always heard about safety narrative. Safety narrative is any SAE or AE when happens in a clinical trial, then you write a story on that. Basically, in a simpler language, I'll tell you, it is a story on that adverse event and serious adverse event. Then you can set all the, feed the system, all the record of that patient, all the lab values and everything. And then system will generate one uniform way of text, 2 through 3 pages of auto generative narrative. So this is not something that is coming now. Even 4 years back, I have worked on auto generative narratives. Like you are feeding system all the information. And, can you please put yourself on unmute? So, and system will generate you 2-3 pages of document, right? So that is the one of the project we have done with the help of IT professionals, Cognizant, with the Cognizant we have done that project, right? So then now you can ask me one very fair question is that if system can generate, if computer can generate that document, where is the need of a medical writer? Right, we are automating a document. Now system by generating, of course it will reduce the time, but human intervention was needed. Like, is the flow correct? Is everything system is capturing in a right way? Is the interpretation that it has given is absolutely correct or not? So when we were getting the system generated narratives, they always used to come us as a medical writers. We used to review them. We used to input them. Based on our inputs, IT professionals used to work, right? So that's the one example I'm telling you. Next is how we can use AI tool use, no? So like creating a text library. So you know that when we are writing a document in a regulatory framework, especially in a pharma, our language matter a lot. We have to focus a lot on a language. We should not be using a promotional words, XYZ, you know. So artificial intelligence can also help us to creating those libraries. Say an example how it can help us now. So, you know, we are all working on different therapeutic areas like respiratory and etc. Right? So it can categorize that all the outcome measures, what can be the objective for respiratory, what can be objective for a vaccine trial, what can be objective for oncology trial. So all those library will be there for me. For as a medical writer, I will enter say respiratory, phase 3. So similarly, system will generate the output. It will give me relevant outcome measures for phase 3. So then I have some basic to start. And from there I can pick up my work. So it will reduce my time. Otherwise, I will be going to ct.gov or I will be going to other, you know, resources to get this information. Where with the one click of that information, it is coming in front of me. So that is another option, right? So now how this system is now working, how this AI tools is working. So these are natural language processing or generative algorithms. So these are mathematical algorithms they generate. With that, this document is getting generators. So they refer to certain, they design coding in that way that it read a lot of stuff, machine reads a lot of stuff, and based on that, it predict, analyze, and generate. So if I want to condense it, is like what I understood is that based on my knowledge, of course, we are evolving here, right? It's an evolving field. So the moment you give it a command, even if you have a little tested ChatGPT till now, I'm sure you must have, because our audience is very interesting and very intelligent, right? You must have tested that. So it identifies, the moment you give it a command, it identifies and analyzes the structure of those words. Say I'm saying that clinical research associate, it will pick these words. Then it will check its grammar, right? Then they arrange these words in a meaningful way. So say if I'm giving a command, clinical research plus trends plus AI, it will pick these words and make sentences and predict. System will predict on how? Predict based on what information it is referring, right? It may be referring Google, it may be referring your Wikipedia, which is already available, right? That's how it is predicting the information and drawing the exact dictionary meaning of those words and making it to a readable sentence, interpreting to actual meanings or a structure, right? So example, if I tell AI, say, a very basic thing, can you please explain clinical trials in detail? It will give me a paragraph. What a feedback, feed to a system I have given clinical research. I said, explain it. Or maybe I have given long, very big paragraph, maybe 15 lines, 30 lines, and I fed that in a system. I'm giving a command to a system is concise it, give it summary to me. I don't have a time to read that. I don't have a time to read 30 pages, and I can take an advantage of a system to give me a summary. So that system can do it, right? So that is how artificial intelligence is helping us in a medical writing. Now, I also wanted to tell you there are a lot many AI tools are available. Lot. It's like a most happening field, I can say, as of now. There are open sources also. There are commercial also. Open is that like anyone can go and then can test that and can take advantage of that. So I have listed very few. I'll keep in mind, these are not all, they are very few, just I'm using it for an exemplary purposes. So like ChatGPT, like GPT is generative, pre-trained transformers. Its name is also like that. Pre-trained transformer. Pre-trained is that it is feeding information from some sources, right? And then it transforms that information, right? Then this is also okay. So that's interesting. Yeah. Then it mimic human behavior, because if you see ChatGPT is that it is AI. Of course, it is using AI. As I said, we already using. Not only that, it is also using machine learning. Second layer, third layer, it is going in a deeper level. Deeper level is how it is mimicking a human behavior. You are giving it a command, it is giving you answer. It is like you are talking to someone, right? Then there is another science note I have learned. It is more to use for scientific research papers or a medical writing, right? Even PubMed assistant is available, right? We all know PubMed and we rely on that so much for our research and day-to-day activities. Even today, if I wanted to get an authentic information, my first approach will let me find some good article over a PubMed, right? That's our approach. So they also launched assistant, and they you can search articles and abstract. It will basically speed up your work. Now there are commercial tools are available. Commercial is that you have to pay some price, then this Watson Health is there that analyze the literature, identify key insight. It not suppose there is a paper, lot many papers, and you're giving a system a command, it will give you like, okay, this research paper is saying this is the takeaway from this research paper. So just imagine in the older days, we read a lot, we go through abstract, then we go through conclusion, and if we find it interesting, then only we go through the whole paper. But now we have tools, right, to reduce our time. Then there is another quill bolt is you can paraphrase your information, or you can summarize. Auto writer is also there that drafts regulatory document. A regulatory document is that you need, of course, you have to take care of a scientific stuff, that it is correct and appropriate and everything. Additionally, in a regulatory writing, you have to take care of a regulatory guidance also. So you have two layers here, right? So these are basic tools, but here I wanted to give you a tip and kind of, good for you also take away from this conference, right? Keep an eye out there, do your own research, and just find what are the tools available. Interestingly, I also came to know that I was talking to one of my colleagues, and we were saying that ChatGPT response you can identify, and anyone can identify. If you will show me, I can identify, okay, this response is by machine. So then he told me that there is another tool available, that is humanization of AI. So you put that response of ChatGPT in humanization version, it will give you a text, rephrase that text, machine text, in the way that human writes, because we human write in a different way. So that was like very interesting, to know. So keep an eye open and do your research. You will be finding it very, very interesting, right? And now I just also wanted to give you a little more insight that AI is not limited to you can use in a writing. All right, there are other ways also that you can use AI. One is collaboration tool. This I think we are already doing in a pharma. We are using collaborative tools, not many collaborative tools. Those are basically based on a cloud. Like this is how your Google Drives work, right? You upload a document on a Google Drive. Maybe if you give an authorization to some person, they can also see and you can also see, right? This is how it works. Collaboration tools is like, now in the olden days, how we used to do is that I am completing my work, and if I need input from another person, say from Dr. Ajit also, I need inputs. First I will complete, then I will send it to him, then he will complete his part, right? But collaborative tool is that simultaneously me and Dr. Ajit can work on it. Even someone else also want to contribute. So in pharma, this is very great tool, collaboration tool, because say protocol, 10 or 15 people are working on a protocol. It's not a single person job. Maybe physician is there adding their perspective, regulatory person is checking it from a regulatory perspective. Maybe there is a patent attorney who's looking at the information from a company confidential purpose, right? Maybe there is another person who is looking at the information like, okay, how we are presenting a stat. So multiple people can work simultaneously. That is a collaborative tool. So that is only possible with the AI. So data visualization, another tools that we can take an advantage of, like infographic, charts, graphs, and everything, because that will help us to convey our complex information in very easily understandable way, right? Then patient-centric writing also. So I just before me, you had a session on ICF, right? So not ICF these days, as per European Union guideline, they are asking us to, write the documents in, you can say, layperson language. Person who for 5th or 6th standard, they can understand. Their AI tools can help us, because as a scientific person, if you ask me, I'm so trained in a science that most of the times these complex things are coming obvious to me. And for a scientific writer, it is very difficult to simplify that information, right? If now in these patient-centric document, you can't write placebo, you have to break it down. You can't write randomization, you have to break it down, right? You can't write diabetic, you have to explain it. So why not I can use a AI tool where AI must be having some library, layperson summary library. I can just click, it will come out, it will give me output, right? So these are the ways where we are using AI tools. So with this, I think we can move to our open discussion, I invite our experts, right? So Dr. Kanwar and Dr. Sameer, may I request you that to share your thoughts, like especially, if you can talk around how student, because you are so expert in the academics, that how student can build their skills now in AI so that they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, shall I continue, Dr. Karna?
Yes.
Yes,
Dr. Sameer. Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon.
Nice to
good
meet you.
afternoon. Yeah, thank you.
Good
Same
afternoon,
here.
Dr.
Good
Sir.
afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon to Dr. Ajit, okay, and other organizing team members for giving us an opportunity to, to speak on such a wonderful topic, that is artificial intelligence in medical writing. And I must congratulate Ms. Sarab, who is our, moderator, for giving a wonderful talk, very precise talk on this particular topic, artificial intelligence in medical writing. And one thing I could, understand from her speech, her content, that the natural intelligence will always lead over artificial intelligence. Since the human being has a natural intelligence, they can play with the emotions. So automatically, it is the human beings who have to make it, understand how we are going to use this artificial intelligence. And when it comes to the student community, as a lecturer, only thing I will say to our student community, no doubt artificial intelligence, it is going to play a big role in the market. But the only thing we need to understand, it is going to work as a tool. It is going to assist us. It cannot take away your jobs. It cannot take away your, bench work or your bench work related duties. The only thing is we need to collaborate with the artificial intelligence. And when it comes to the main challenges, when it comes to the main challenges of medical writing, I should say, staying up to date with medical knowledge, definitely it is a constant challenge for all the healthcare professionals, and students, definitely they are not exception to that. And this particular field, it is constantly evolving, new with new breakthroughs in research and development emerging regularly. And even in post-COVID scenario, so much new research is coming into public domain. Every single disease is now tied with a COVID. Okay, so how the COVID is going to impact hypertension, how the COVID is going to impact the diabetes, how the COVID is going to impact the other disease, organ system diseases. So definitely artificial intelligence, it has its own role in that. And in medical writing, definitely, this continuously monitoring and staying informed on the latest development and treatment requires a significant investment of time and energy. Whether somebody is working in academia or industry, definitely we all of, all scientific community, they understand there is a lot of need for significant investment of time and energy. Reason may be many, that may be the volume of information, because medical literature, it is vast and it is expanding at unprecedented rate, and making it as a challenging for healthcare professionals to know where to focus their attention. So volume is large when it comes to our medical writing. Then lost or duplicated work, that is another thing. Given the complex nature of medical writing, a lot of effort and time goes in creating high quality documents, but still glitches are there because the human beings are involved. Definitely where there is the involvement of human beings, chances of human errors will be there, and those documents can be lost or maybe duplicated, and they can cause significant delays in the writing process. Then when it comes to the nowadays, industry is moving very fast. Even I will not say industry, the people who are working in industry, even academia itself, it has become an industry. And there are the tight deadlines for every single thing, even for students also. If I'm giving any work to my student, I tell them, okay, you have to come back to me in next 24 hours. This much work I want you to do. Okay, next 72 hours, this is the deadline. Every fortnight, I want to see this much, development in your research work. So deadlines are always there from academia side, student side. I know that many of our good lecturers or the the professors, they always give that tight timeline schedule to the students, so that once the student pass out, whether he's doing a postgraduate degree or PhD program, once they enter into the industry, they should know what are the deadlines. And when it comes to the medical writing, this particular field is also bound to that, the tight deadlines. So medical writers, basically, they often require to work under intense pressure to meet project timelines, and which can result in work overload and burnout. And that is the place, I think, where again the artificial intelligence can be a helpful tool to the community, even for the student also later on, if they utilize those things. Then manual working with colleagues and consolidating feedback, again, their collaboration and feedback are essential aspects of medical writing. But in case of this particular thing, this is again, I will say that making revision, consolidating feedback, this can be a time consuming process. Okay. And at the same time, this may be challenging also. Then complication with objective revisions, then complexity of the documents. These are many things. In fact, then the regulatory changes. Many times, in the medical writing also, whatever document you write, they have to be subject to the the constant regulatory changes, and making it challenging for medical writers as well to keep their documents compliant. And this is the that means that the medical writing professional also need to be aware of the latest regulatory changes to ensure their documents comply with the guidelines and the standards. Then technological advancement, these are the all things, including even funding also. So these are the different components, I feel, where the medical writing professionals, they have to face in their day-to-day working. And medical writing is not only, I will say, whatever points I've discussed, only adhere to the industry. Even in academia also, if you are not publishing your work, whether, whatever research you are involved, then it doesn't make any, if your research is, if you're not producing any scholarly outcome from your research, if you're not indulged in good medical writing, then whatever degree students they are getting, it is of no use. Because tomorrow, if you'll go to industry, if you go to the interview panel, first thing they will ask you, okay, you spent 2 years course, what research work you have carried out, how you're going to utilize, whether have you produced any paper, any sort of review article or research article. Okay, then, okay, what is the community impact on that? Okay, so these are many things. And when it comes to the 2 years program for last 1 year, because the 1 year is a very limited time period. First year student, they go through the curriculum. Okay, they have to qualify the written exam, subject knowledge, and all those things. Okay, but in second year students, I think this is one of the area where our Madam Sarab, she has already mentioned so many, the artificial intelligence based tools she has mentioned in open and in, commercialized things. So many tools are available in different aspects. Those can be very, very helpful to the student in terms of organizing their references, in terms of organizing their citations, in terms of visualization. So all those things, definitely they have an impact on the the writing process, medical writing process, or even for extracting the literature. She has given a very good example, for example, PubMed assistant, that can be very, very helpful. Any research, whatever you go, already she has mentioned very clearly, when she's working in the industry, our moderator, and she stated very clearly, any things that strike to my mind, first thing I think, let me go to the PubMed, let me go and find out some good articles from the PubMed. So I think same approach students we have to use. Even in academia also, we are using the same approach. Most of, I think all the institutions, any research work, any related article, once you start working, if you want to go for the literature review, the first thing strikes to your mind, that is the PubMed. Okay, then after PubMed, let me go through the Google Scholar. Then maybe let me go through the, the indexing of those journal, Medline or other things. Those things come later on. But definitely artificial intelligence, it has its own role, and it is transforming the whole medical writing process. And many new things are coming, like visualization, chatbot, and all those things are coming. And these tools, definitely, they are going to impact the medical writing. They are going to assist the people who are working in the medical writing field. The only thing sometime I feel, in the classroom, once a student asked me this particular thing, sir, I think after the coming of this artificial intelligence, our job will go. I usually tell them, see, the artificial intelligence, whatever we are doing, the human beings have generated all those things. So we have to use these gadgets, these softwares, this technology as a tool. Okay, and these are going to assist us in organizing our work, organizing our references, organizing our citations, and all those things. They cannot replace your bench work. They cannot replace your innovation. They cannot replace your, the other things, your research related things. They are going to assist you in your research. So I think this much is, though I can speak more, but I think the time factor, the time constraint is there. So I feel I should stop it here itself myself. So I want to
Yes.
give a chance to my other colleague also.
Yeah,
Since I am a lecturer, I am used to speak, continuously. This 10-15 minutes may not be sufficient for me.
yes. But Dr. Sameer, one thing I'll really say that one point that you made is that it is not going to replace you, because you rightly said that there are, downside, or you can say threats of AI as well, because sometimes it give you misinformation. Just understand how it is working. It is working based on what information is fed to a system. But since information is already available, now it's you that you have to verify, is it correct or not. So as a student, you should learn how to use AI. You should not get afraid of it. Just be smart to use it. Right. So with this, I'll request Kanvu sir to share his thoughts. So.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think Dr. Saurabh and Dr. Sameer has made my debate easy, like covering most of the points. As you are rightly saying that we have to live with this technology. So we cannot actually ignore this now. So artificial intelligence is coming very fast. So what I think and believe is like how the last 15 years, how the mobiles technology and internet has taken over. I think artificial intelligence, I think the next 5 years, they will be taking over every part of the research, what we can think of. Dr. Sarah, my voice is audible?
Yes,
yes,
sir, you're audible. You're audible perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I think the next 5 years, we will be seeing a lot of new concepts coming in artificial intelligence. So like everyone is now getting a very big craze for ChatGPT. Even I, as always exploring new things. So I just tried and tested ChatGPT, and I was surprised by its potential, like what all things they can do, like from designing a research protocol or even writing a small review or even a systematic review, even with references. So like that, these tools will become more smart day by day. And that's where the challenges and opportunity, because if there is challenge, there is opportunity also available. Because students should not feel a threat out of it, because they have to understand that they have to become more smart if they have to beat the technology. And I think when we were students and when we were studying in our college days, adaptation to the technologies should come as early as possible. Otherwise, you will not find yourself fit for the industry or maybe for a large part. So I think the students are smart enough. And when it comes to adaptation of this technology among students, I think we are already seeing, especially the adaptation among students. They are trying and testing, and we are making them aware. So my personal interest is in now I am exploring biomedical ethics, so ethical issues in artificial intelligence. So that's where the challenge lies. So when you talk about, because ultimately this ChatGPT is a software and it is being coded, and also it is being regulated by protocols. And these protocols definitely are being designed by individuals like us, which is going to make, especially when we talk about in our research, as buyers. So when the technology is in hands of few people, and global acceptance of buyers and regulations when it comes to ethics are different. And as these technologies will be exploring and going at each and every part of the world, so the countries and the companies will find it difficult to find these standards. So I think the global regulatory bodies, I think they will come forward and they will come up with the ethical guidelines regulating. As you can see in the last few months, the topmost journals in the world had started discussing about the authorships of AI tools in the publications, whether to give them, whether to use it or not, first of all, in the publications. And in case if they are using, the disclosures is becoming mandatory now. So I was going through some literatures like Nature has given an advisory in case if any researcher is using AI in their publication, so they have to give a disclosure. So these type of ethical challenges will be coming up forward very fast. And definitely when we talk about plagiarism, that will be another challenge now. So how beautifully the AI tools will, because today maybe 1 or 2 person is using AI, but what if when majority of the researchers start using AI, so plagiarism will become a lot of big challenge, because definitely it works, as Dr. Sarab was telling, it completely works on the keywords. And if the keywords are matching, so the results of the chat GPT or the AI tools, what they are giving to us, it may be uniform. So because people all over the world may not be like aware about the plagiarism issue. So I think the AI tools which we are using for medical writing will be a big headache for the reviewers out there when it comes to plagiarisms and bias issue. So I think we are in very early stage of involving artificial intelligence in our, you can say, clinical decision making, because as we know that in clinical trials, it's one of the very important part of research for the new drug discovery process. And when the AI is going to impact it, definitely there are positives. And I'm looking very positive to these technologies as an individual. But definitely on the other side, we have to look on the negative part also. And also there is always a room for improvement. I think the technologies, and I was very much surprised when I was going through, like last week, I was having a like seminar. I was one of the invited speaker. So I was exploring the ethical guidelines, and proud to say that Government of India, ICMR, has already come up with a ethical guidelines now of using artificial intelligence in biomedical research. And this document is available on the website. So we are working on it. My team is working on it. So we are exploring what are the ethical challenges of involving AI in our biomedical research. So definitely reviewing process will be becoming more challenging to identify the use of AI. And also what I believe as an individual, AI will be becoming more focused towards there will be like, if I'm not wrong or projecting not wrongly, one will be the AI tools which will be for general public, whereas the bigger companies will be coming out with AI tools specifically for carrying out some specific jobs. So that's where the whole game will change. For example, if an AI tool will be actually designed only for doing systematic reviews, and I think there are few tools available in some part of the world which actually can do systematic reviews. So these tools will be becoming more smart to be used in the technology. So, and also when it comes to adaptation of, because when we talk about Indian education system, and I think Government of India has come out with the new education policy, starting from the grassroots levels at the school. So I think the regulators, especially which are dealing with higher educations, whether it is Pharmacy Council of India or any other health educations or any other field. So I think the regulators should take a call of involving artificial intelligence in the curriculum and its impact. So the curriculum, I think there is a very right time to come up with the revisions in the curriculum, starting from our school to the higher educations and even the upper, even at the industrial, because I think the training is more important, because we cannot ignore it and we have to live with it. So I think the training should start from the school level. And I think the colleges, top colleges in the country should adapt to these technologies. And as a part of curriculum, we already had, even at my college, at School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, lovely professional university, we had already started applying these tools for the research purposes, and we had started training our students. So I think that is what would be a great help for the future researchers. So that's all from my side. Dr. Sarab, over to you.
Okay, if Sarabji allows, I would like to say something and add on something to this.
Yes, yes, sure. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'll share on screen. I just got it from the Siddesh, Dr. Siddesh. Sir, so I think Samir sir and all of you might be recognizing this screenshot.
Yes, exactly. AI. Yes, I recognize it. Yes.
So this is the screenshot from the Turnitin. Turnitin is one of the best. Turnitin is one of the best software for the plagiarism checker, and now they have added AI.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about. Plagiarism is going to be a big challenge, because today we are only maybe handful of people are using AI. But what if because what I believe is it is also going to impact the skill sets of an individual. Because when we get addicted to a technology, our own creative thinking goes down. And slowly, definitely, the creative thinking and critical analysis of our literature, I think that is the core heart of every researcher, the critical analysis of literature. So the ability to do that, I think, will go down slowly because of artificial intelligence. Because humans always look for shortcuts.
And that
But
is true.
on the other
A
side,
very good
definitely,
example I can give here, calculator.
yes,
When the
yes,
calculator
exactly.
was not there, everything we used to do manually. But after coming of calculator, many of us, the young generation, they forgot how to do the calculation.
How to do
For
the
every single
calculation.
calculation, they go for calculator. Same
Perfect.
thing is for
Absolutely, sir.
mobile. When the mobiles were not there, every
Yes,
phone number we
exactly.
used to remember, this is my
Yes, on
uncle number, this is
fingertips.
my, and
Yes.
now after coming mobile, even the husband doesn't remember the wife, phone number.
Yes.
True, sir.
So I think the days are very challenging ahead for the newer generation. And I think it's a very big responsibility on our present generation to train our young generations and give them positives about the technology, because it's there to stay. And I think I'm just telling 5 years. 5 years is, I think, still on the upper side. I think next 2 years, we will see a huge game changer for the whole
Yeah.
industry.
That's true.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you said it rightly. Thanks, Dr. Ajit, for sharing this.
So it has written the caution as well. Percentage may not indicate academic misconduct. That means it is academic misconduct actually. Academic
Yeah.
misconduct.
Yeah, exactly. But see, there are I say journals, they showed that you can't mention ChatGPT as a co-author.
Absolutely.
Right? So there are reasons why they are saying that. I always more try to understand why, why they are saying this, because this AI is giving a misinformation. It is not 100% correct. It is a bias sometimes, because you just understand it is answering you based on what information it has, right? So
Yes.
and that is the reason. And in pharma, what we used to do, definitely we have to. In pharma, we are already using AI tools, and we have to evolve over there. So what they do is they customize those tools according to their needs. So they authenticate it. As sir said, there are bioethic issues and all that. They seal it from that point also. So they take care of everything, but they customize tool, they make it use, they bring it like a big project,
Yes.
right? Like that. So we have to, as a audience or as a student, as a writer, we have to learn how to use it, right? It's like a computer. The moment the computers came in our life, like how they have changed our life. Computer has not replaced us, right? So that's there. And Dr. Ajit, you were discussing that we are also going to have a
Yes.
dedicated
So guys,
webinar.
yes. Yes. Over to you, Sarabji. You please announce that.
So hi everyone, I take a pride to announce that we are going to have one dedicated session on artificial intelligence in a research, not only medical writing, in a research, because we are also inviting another expert who know the Python language. I don't know the Python language, so I'm sorry, my limitation there, right? So we are inviting another expert who knows the Python language, so they can tell you how you can take advantage of AI to analyze, interpret the data. And there we will talk in depth also, like how this is working, how you can use it. Like as a student, you want to use AI to write your essay. I tell you, you can use it smartly, right? That is what we will let you know, that how we will share few examples also with you simultaneously. We will also share with you the downsides of that. I think that will be going to be an interesting session. We are working on that. We are, doing a lot of research. We are bringing the stuff so that we can share in a best possible way with our audience. So that may be, I think we are planning in the first week of May, right, Dr. Ajit?
That session is on 6th May. That session is on 6th May, Saturday evening. We will
2
announce
hours.
the things. 2 hours masterclass. 2 hours masterclass in research.
Yes, AI in a research, how you can take advantage to use your research paper, and how you can use AI in your day-to-day life.
Absolutely.
Right.
And Dr. Sarab, this is just a screen I had shared with all of you. So this is the guideline which I was talking about, ethical applications of artificial intelligence in biomedical research. So in my institute, I'm exploring, because I'm also heading my biomedical ethics committee over here. So as a part of committee member, so I am I jumped onto this guidelines and started exploring all the amendments which we are going to make in our ethics committee. So that is what I think the governments from their side, they had understood that it is coming very fast. And I think it's a very big initiative. So it's coming fast. So I think my next talk, wherever I will be giving, I think this is my hottest topic, which I've been working on. And
Yes, sir.
actually, I'm
Yeah.
getting ready. So in next
Yes,
1 week,
yes.
I'm getting ready with my presentation on the same.
Absolutely.
So it's always very interesting to explore new things and new challenges.
Yeah.
Sir, I also wanted to tell you big pharmas, like say top pharmas like Pfizer,
Yes.
say GSK, they have one department, dedicated departments who take care of ethics only.
Yes.
So
Yes.
our governments are waking up now. So they are already working on these things because people were anticipating. It was there, right? People were anticipating that it is going to come very soon in our life. Let's prepare for it.
Yes.
So that's where we.
And
You
I
know, when it comes to the government of India, they're taking it very seriously, artificial
Yes.
intelligence in post-COVID scenario, and even for in G20 during
Yes.
this is one of the hot topic, artificial intelligence. So
Yes.
government, particularly that too, they're focusing on healthcare sector. And
Yes.
after seeing these guidelines, I really appreciate that government we never expected that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare so quickly they will put up all those things on their website. It's really surprising, and I'm very happy at least those guidelines are available on ICMR website.
And Dr. Samir, it is quite detailed guidelines because I'm already going through it and analyzing point by point. It's a very detailed and very descriptive. Definitely, there will be new versions which may be coming up, what I feel. But I think by looking at the current scenario, it's very good.
And one more thing, Kanav, I think, since you're also working in a lovely university, it's a private sector university, but definitely the curriculum is in our hand. We can incorporate these things in our curriculum. Once our student, they pass out from the educational institute, they move to the industry, they should be familiar with those things, no?
Yes,
then I think the person like Sarab, it would be easy for taking our students. Okay, these students are familiar with these guidelines. Let them consider.
Definitely. Because I think the students are designing their CVs by using now artificial intelligence.
Absolutely.
So that is just, I'm giving one example how students are smart nowadays. And
just one joke, Sarah, do you have any particular software to identify this thing? How you can catch those CVs if somebody has taken the help of artificial intelligence at the time of interview?
No, not yet. Maybe HR will come up with something. So I can also tell you one of my friend because in a medical writing, what happens as a screening test, they give you a writing test. You have to clear that test. So these newcomers, they are very smart. He used artificial intelligence to clear that test. Now, how I tell you, he first used these ChatGPT. Now he know that ChatGPT anyone can call. So then he used another humanization version, because that humanization version, what will do that, it will create a response from a human perspective. There will be some error also. There will be some jumbling also. He already done that.
So I think so I think the screening criteria is for recruiting of medical writing experts also in future.
No, but there is one point, sir, sorry to cut you. There is one point, that person is very intelligent, super intelligent, So he was just little lazy to write,
My opening statement was that natural intelligence will, always take over artificial intelligence. It's a human mind,
He was smart enough how to use that. You have to be smart enough how to use that. Ultimately, when he presented his test, then interviewers are going to ask him from that test only. So he was smart enough, right? But this is an interesting example. I am always, intrigued to know these things, like how people are doing, how they are taking advantage of it, right? So, other day I was also searching the Google, like, is there any institute who is offering a course on AI? Let me take that.
So that's what I think, the backbenchers, like those who always want to do things differently. So I think they are the ones which are going to explore this thing the first. And I think there are students which are smart and they are very sharp brains are there. So I think let's the time will tell like how it is adapting in the society. So looking forward.
Yes, for us, so it's a learning opportunity. We are also learning along the
Learning,
way.
I think that's true.
For the new yes, learning, yes. Yes.
So, Dr. Ajit, do
So,
we
Abji, we
have
can
time?
invite if there are any questions or comments from the audience also, because this is a wonderful topic and audience might be, having something to add on. If someone,
Yes. Yes. Please.
let's take 1 or 2 minutes from the audience as well.
Yes.
Not
So, if there is
at
any
least
question,
2-3 minutes we can give to audience as well. Yes.
correct.
Someone from audience, if want to add something or have any questions. I think someone was asking. Pritam sir was asking. Yes, please.
Can I see in the chat box? No, it is
No.
not there.
He's speaking now.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Yes, sir, please. I think he's
You're
on
not
mute.
audible.
Yeah, he's on mute.
No, not on mute, but I think he's not. His earphone is not connected well. Maybe. Now you
Yes,
are.
yes, yes.
Yeah. So AI is a hot topic of the market now.
Yeah.
So first is comes to AI, it is artificial intelligence, which is artificially made. It is not from natural. It will not sway away the natural talent as such. However, it might keep a reduction and might take over those repetitive tasks which we normally do in a day-to-day life. Like Sarab ma'am has told that systemic review or the initial review of literature, those things can be taken over by AI, and which will be helpful for a researcher like us to focus on more important work. I'll give you because I'm a back from PV, so there are a lot of confusion where it comes to. But when it comes to narrative writing of case processing, their AI cannot take over because each and every narrative has its own specification. However, in terms of AI or automation, they have lot of taken over in terms of acknowledgement sending, or those things have been taken over, and it is around 2-3 years back the percentage was around 70% part of automation of been automated or artificially regulated. So this is the idea. The repetitive task which is taking a lot of time and which can be done by a machine, that can be go over to artificial intelligence. However, it's my total honest feeling that everything cannot be taken by artificial intelligence in terms of medical field. Each and every aspect do have their own essence. And I must say because I have done a little bit of case processing. So in artificial intelligence or automation, they will have specific areas from where the data will be taken care or data will be identified by the system. However, when important data is not there in the specified area, the system cannot identify that, which might lead to penalty level, which I have seen that we have encountered, wherein we have missed a very high level event which needs to be coded. So human intervention will definitely be there in terms of research. If in terms of research, human intervention will definitely be there, but some repetitive tasks which might not need that much of importance, because being a research person, a lot of literature articles, reading that article, if that reading, let's say for example, if I put that article in a AI box and they can give a response or a synopsis of the article, it is helpful for me. I need to go to 10 pages of the article to read and understand what I need. But there are tools we do that. I don't remember the exact name of the tool, but there are tools we do that. This will help us to reduce the reading time and focus on our more work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Over to Sarabji to
So,
close the session.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You want to
Hello.
mention something?
Yes, I will just tell one line for Mr. Pritham. I think he's very right. So that's what I was telling, because what I believe is like artificial intelligence is not going to be the alone, because there will be multiple technologies which will be coming all together. And that's what makes artificial intelligence more smarter. So as he was telling, like data extraction. So I think in the coming years, the companies will be designing the extraction tools in such a manner which artificial intelligence can read and understand in a better versions. So I think the present data collection and extraction, how we are doing, I think that itself is going to change in future by looking at adapting to AI technologies. So there will be interlinking of 2 or more technologies at same given time. So that is what it will be making AI more smarter in the coming years.
Even to add on to Dr. Karnam, emotional intelligence will also become a part of this, later on. They're going to connect it through the other things,
Yes,
neuronal
yes,
circuit
yes,
and
yes.
other things, and it is going to become
Definitely.
more smarter, very,
Yes, exactly. Perfectly right, Dr. Samir.
Yes.
Thank you.
So with this, thank you, Preetamji. So it's always good to hear from you. You bring a different and new perspective. Thank you so much. And I thank our guest also, Dr. Kanwar sir, and then Dr. Samir as well. Thank you for bringing a new perspective, and thank you so much for introducing us to something new. The guidelines are new that I learned, right? My next action is I'm going to explore them.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
One of the best thing is that I didn't feel like this is a session. I just felt like I'm talking to you all in my drawing room. It felt like that. So it is so good, informative, and filled with energy. So
I think Dr. Sir, yes, so I think Dr. Sarab, Dr. Samir, Dr. Rajit, and I think we can make a team and we can actually go
Absolutely,
for
sir.
extensive
yeah, definitely we can go
reading
for it.
of this
Same thing I
guideline.
was about to speak.
Yes,
Definitely
exactly.
we
So
can
we can do a critical analysis of this guideline, how it is going to
Yes.
impact. That is what
Exactly.
already I'm doing.
Exactly.
And I think together we can make a very good team. And I think
yes.
it will help all of us like exploring this further.
Absolutely, sir.
With the interest of time, we can close this session. Otherwise, I think we have potential to speak for a day.
Yes, absolutely. So, guys, yes, thank you very much, everyone, for putting up the views. And now I think it's a lunch time. See you after lunch, because now we have only 20 minutes for the lunch. So everyone, let's have lunch and let's gather again at 1:45 for the next session.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. It's my
Thank you.
pleasure.
Okay,
so
thank
much.
you. Thank you.
I
so
can
much.
see Rajsekhar sir here. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. I'm seeing him since morning. Namaste, sir. Yes. So thank you, everyone. Let's see you after lunch at 1:45. Thank you.
Sure. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello.
हेलो
हाँ सिद्धेश
हाँ सर
डॉक्टर का नाम है
अजीत अजीत हाँ सर अभी बस 5 मिनट स्टार्ट करेंगे 5 मिनट में क्योंकि अभी थोड़ा लंच के लिए
ओके
काफी लेट हुआ है तो
श्योर
55 पे स्टार्ट करेंगे सर
ओके ओके
5 more minutes sir please give me 5 minutes yes Yes, let's start. Dr. Sakina, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yes, please, let's start. I think our
Yes.
sirs are also here.
Yes, I welcome everyone after lunch break. Let's start our session. Our first session moving towards ICH role in globalization of clinical research. For this session, I'm going to invite Dr. Kanav Khera. Dr. Kanav Khera, Professor Pharmacy Practice, Lovely Professional University, Punjab. M.Pharm, PhD, MBA in Healthcare. So I'm handovering mic to Dr. Kanav Khera sir to please take lead.
Okay, yes, sir. So before you take the session, I would like to, thank Jamal Beg sir and Professor Gear sir, who is joining from, one is joining from Sanofi and one is joining from Kashmir University. So I'm very much privileged to have you both here. Both will be, chairing the session. Professor Isaac M. Gear sir is Professor of Pharmacology, Department of Pharmaceutical Science, and he's Director of Center for Career Planning and Counseling, University of Kashmir. And Dr. Jamal Beg sir is right now working as Director, Pharmacovigilance at Sanofi, India. So Jamal sir was not available in the morning session due to some emergencies and due to some work. So I was just talking, and he was like, "Okay, I will be there at 1:45." And I requested him that the session is, taken by Kanav sir, and Kanav sir is his junior, and so I told him like he will be very happy if you join now. So, sir, Kanav sir, Jamal sir is here, and he will be, chairing our session as well. Kanav sir, can you hear us?
Yes, Ajit, Dr. Ajit. Good afternoon, Dr. Jamal. It's very nice to see you, sir.
Sir, your video is not moving. Yes, now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Khanna. Good afternoon, Dr. Ajit, for inviting me. And good afternoon, Dr. Shak. So it's indeed, morning. Yeah, I missed that session. I really, I apologize. I think there must be still audience who have waited for me. So I'm really, sorry and apologize for that. But nonetheless, I think I was going through these sessions. There are a lot of learning opportunities for diving. And as you rightly said, Dr. Khanna, earlier he was in Manipal, and now he is in Punjab. And for the audience, who do not, so Manipal is one place where, clinical research, pharmacovigilance, you get a lot of exposure. So I'm very sure that Dr. Khanna in his presentation will do a lot of justice and will throw light on those aspects which may not be, available very freely because of the experience and exposure he must have received in Manipal. Because Manipal in itself is a center of excellence for clinical research. So he must have really gained some first-hand information. So I'm looking forward for that. So welcome.
Please, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, definitely, Dr. Jamal, sir. I will try my level best to fulfill.
And just for the just to preset, before you take over for the audience, since I have been given the opportunity to chair. So ICH is International Conference on Harmonization. So which of course Dr. Khanna will take in detail. And one of the, from industry perspective, I can tell you how a Sanofi or a Merck or any company, Sun Pharma, all those big pharma companies, how is it relevant for them? And very quickly, in one word, I can tell you, International Conference on Harmonization, when you conduct clinical trial based on the principles of ICH, and when you fulfill the requirements of ICH. So it is as good as a regulatory requirement. So first thing, you should be very clear that it is as good as a regulatory requirement. You have to follow ICH. And if you followed ICH, then your data is accepted by at least 5 major countries, and even India also
gives a lot of weightage. So India is not the permanent member of ICH. India is still an observer in ICH. But very soon, I think India will also become a permanent member of ICH. Then the data generated in ICH countries is acceptable uniformly. So that saves a lot of effort for pharma companies who have to do multi-centric trials in various, various countries. They have to do maybe 10 countries, 12 countries, 15 countries, and in thousands of patients. So in that background, ICH principles are very useful from research and development. So with that, over to you, Dr. Khanna, for your presentation. You can take in detail.
Hello. Dr. Rajit, can you please give me the rights for presentation?
1 second, sir. Yes. These are there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And my voice is audible, right? It's not.
Yes, your voice is
audible,
perfectly fine.
Okay, fine. So thank you, Dr. Jamal, sir, for giving a bird's eye view about ICH. And I think it was Manipal where I think we all started our journey of learning, especially clinical research. And as rightly told, clinical research is a very, very important part of all the researchers because ICH forms the main pillar of, you can say, that is the beginning point actually. So all the young researchers, actually, this is a must to be known guidelines. So as I always tell, like, whatever we do today, there is a past to that. So history also becomes very important. And it's a very big learning for all of us to learn from our past. So today I will be talking about a little bit about history, and I will not be boring you much on the history, but definitely I will be going towards the core ICH training. So as we know that humans, because just now we had finished artificial intelligence and its impact on medical writing with Dr. Sarab and Dr. Sami. So we were discussing about the role of AI. So I think humans are very curious and always we want to learn new things. And that is where the clinical trials comes into the picture because we want to plan our things in a properly manner. And always remember, like properly and executing clinical trial is a very powerful experimental technique for assessing the effectiveness of the interventions which are there. So for all the young researchers, I think, which are new, I think those who are experienced, they will be already knowing it. So it's a well-planned systematic study of new drugs in humans to generate data. And always remember that data is being generated continuously. Even after the clinical trials, the data is being generated and analyzed. So any research, especially on new drugs, which is required for safety and efficacy, will be a part of clinical trial. So to begin with some of the basics about the foundation of the ICH guidelines, that why exactly there was a need of ICH and what made all these things very important. So if you remember this 1947, the Nuremberg Code history, in which the Nazis physicians were being tried in the court of law because of a lot of unethical practices which they were carrying out. So over here you can see the humans were used as guinea pigs in those days in the time of war, which the consent was not taken and all unethical clinical trials were being conducted and inhuman experimentations. And some of the examples of inhuman experimentation are like freezing experiments in which a person is being dipped in ice cold water and hypothermia is being recorded. And these are some of the other examples like malaria experiment in which thousands and thousands of patients were involved. And the worst part, many of the patients will die or have they will get disabilities at the end of their experiments. So these were all the unethical practices. And these are some of the landmark books. If you are interested in the history, you can read these books, which can explain you in much more detail. And there are some documentaries which has already been there in YouTube, which had during the wartime, even some scientific experiments has been out unethically. And to name a few, like Turkish syphilis is one among them, which actually was planned for 6 months in a place named Turkiski. And it was planned only for 6 months on Black Negro men. And as you know, they were the ethnic minority groups in US. And the patients which were in this, they were never told about the actual disease. So they were never told that the person is having syphilis. They were told that they were having black blood.
So the wrong information and incomplete informations were given, and most of these patients were not given consent for the study. And the actual study, which was meant only for 6 months, went up to 40 years unnoticed. So that's where a lot of challenges comes. So around 600 people were involved, and most of them were poor, illiterate, black men. So they were actually exploited during these studies. And even though the penicillin became drug of choice, during the research which was ongoing, so the patients were never given an opportunity to get penicillin to cure themselves. So the rights to the patients, the rights, well-being, and safety of the patients were compromised, which forms the basics of today's clinical research. So these are some of the principles which were violated, like principle of beneficence and respect of autonomy, truth-telling, justice. So all these principles were violated, and the top newspapers highlighted all these unethical practices in early 1972. And the governments all over the world took a consideration on that practice. And finally, the Belmont report came into existence, which talks for the very first time in 1979 about principle of respect, principle of beneficence, and principle of justice for the very first time. And it was a documentary evidence in place. But still, even though, and I think this heading I always show in my presentation, this is like last year in India when we were talking about like contaminated cough syrups from India linked with 70 deaths. It happened before. So I think if you go back 100 years, roughly, so these were like the top headlines. And I think this is still under investigation, and Government of India is taking it very seriously, and they are investigating this event. And this was the company which was involved. And the core component which was involved was diethyl glycol. So the question is whether this is happening for the first time. No, it's not. It has happened in the past. If you go back in 1937, that is almost around 80, 90 years back, this tragedy has happened. So in those days, sulfanilamide was a very new drug, and it is like a wonderful powder formulation was available for curing of wound infections. But the problem was it was not available in syrup formulation, so it cannot be given to the children. Hello, Dr. Ajit, voice is audible? Sorry, I think it got disconnected.
Yeah, it is audible.
Yes, it's audible. Okay. So I think, let me, so this tragedy which I was talking about, this particular syrup which was banned in the world and which has caused a lot of, you can say, the syrup which was, so diethyl glycol was the component which was responsible for this particular deaths among around 100 children. So in 1937, a similar event has happened in the past with respect to sulfanilamide. So sulfanilamide powder in 1937, Harold Watkin actually prepared a syrup formulation out of it. And also it was contaminated with diethyl glycol. So it was as it added a flavor of raspberry. So the taste of raspberry became taste of death among the patients because it was causing kidney failure among the patient group. And because of this event, the Food and Drug Cosmetic Act of US came into picture, and they made it mandatory to perform animal testing on their products, on new drugs, before they submit to the FDA. So, and also thalidomide disaster, every one of us knows that's from where the origin of the drug safety came into picture, the pharmacovigilance, what we know today, the drug safety and efficacy evaluations. It all started with thalidomide tragedy, which leads to phocomelia, joint abnormality among the kids of the newborns. So, and this drug was withdrawn from the market. And because of this particular event, the Harris Amendment came into the picture, in which the efficacy and safety evaluation of the drug was made mandatory before the approval process. And finally, as we know, for any clinical trial which is involved, the ICH, the Declaration of Helsinki, which was formulated by World Medical Organization, World Medical Association, and they come up with regular updates. And they talk about the safeguarding of the research subjects, informed consent, minimizing risk, and adhering to approved protocols. So this was like the historical timelines which are in place, and the core principles which are given, like beneficence, do good, do no harm, fairness among the trials groups, and autonomy controlled by the individuals are the key pillars of any ethical conduct. So ICH also is being formed on these principles. And these are some of the other And I think these are the various principles which you can see on your screen, like principle of essentiality, voluntariness, principle of non-exploration, principle of social responsibility, privacy and confidentiality, risk minimization, and many other. These are all the founding principles of any clinical trial. So, and these are some of the regulatory bodies all over the world which governs clinical trials and ethical practices all over the world, starting from OHRP in US to CAREB in Canada, and then NHS in UK, then in Europe we have UREC, and in Australia. So these are all the different regulatory body. And in India, we have ICMR and CDSCO in place, which deals with ethical conducts. So now coming to the topic for today, so that is International Council for Harmonization, Good Clinical Practice. So this is the official website for all the young researchers, those who are not aware about ICH. So there are basically 4 pillars of ICH, which is divided among Q, S, E, and M. So Q refers to as quality guidelines, S refers to as safety guidelines, E refers to as efficacy, and M stands for multidisciplinary guidelines in place. So over here, you have the website of ICH, which you can actually Google it out. It's very easy to reach this guideline. And they have all the information in place. So as you know, ICH is a joint initiative involving both the regulators and as equal partners in scientific and technical discussion of testing procedures which are required to ensure access for safety and efficacy of quality use of medication. That's very, very important. And this is some historical timeline exactly when the ICH came into picture, ICH GCP. So you can see US FDA INDA started in around 1962, then all the way GCP in US started in 1978. And the ICH GCP was formulated in 1996, long back. So good clinical practice, how we defined it, it is actually the standard of design, conduct, performance, monitoring, auditing, recording, analyzing, and reporting of clinical trials that provide assurance that the data and the reported results are credible and accurate enough, and the right and integrity and confidentiality of the trial subjects are protected all the time during the research. So this is the development pipeline of ICH, if you see over here. So the first conference happens in 1919 and 3 regions participated in this, and various representatives for industry, academia, and ministries were a part of that. And that's where the ICH GCP was formulated. So it's very important to know for who it was and who, why, and how it was formed. So the regulatory bodies and research-based industries of Europe, Japan, US, WHO, Canada, they were the main observer for this particular guidelines formation. And the most important that many of you researchers will be asking that why exactly there was a need of ICH? Because before ICH, if, for example, if in US, any manufacturer is there who wants to sell his product or get it tested in another part of the world, so he has to follow the different guidelines. So in order to do that, there are a lot of time which was consumed and a lot of resources which were consumed. And it was a very time-consuming process. A lot of resources were duplicated, and the critical time was lost in getting the approvals. And similarly, if they want to sell to any other country, they have to follow the local regulations over there. So what was happening was the US, Europe, Japan, Canada, they were actually the countries which was conducting around 80 to 90% of the global clinical trials in those days.
So what they thought, like, okay, let's come together and form a central regulations which prevents the duplication of the research work. So that's all it meant to picture to the development of the standard guidelines. So to provide a uniform standard for Europe, Japan, and US, facilitate acceptance of clinical trial data by regulatory authorities in the region. So no acceptance of, because previously no acceptance on clinical data was there, variation was there, cost was escalating, time was increased, and as I already told, it covers around 85% of the region. So that's the advantage. That's why they all came together. So as I already told, these are the 4 pillars of ICH, that is quality, safety, efficacy, and multidisciplinary. So for clinical trials, we deal with mainly the efficacy part, that is the E-guidelines. So efficacy guidelines, these are around 20 in number. So in this screen, only 17 were accommodated. But good clinical practice deals with E6 guidelines, but there are many other guidelines are being given ICH, which is with clinical research. So this is the actual PDF version of ICH, which is being divided. The good clinical practice is being divided among, in the beginning, you have a lot of good terminologies. Then you have the basic principle of ICH. That is what my focus in the next few slides will be there. Then also ICH gives you about the IRB-IC, the Regulatory Ethics Committee. So in India, we have these regulations by ICMR. So ICMR directs like what should be the structure framework for ethics committee should be there. Then also the guidelines talks about various roles and responsibility of various stakeholders in clinical trials, like sponsor, investigator, informed consent procedure, and many other things. And then finally, this will be talking about protocol design. So this was an overview of your ICH guideline, but I will be talking more on the basic principles, that is the core of this guideline, because every researcher, whoever is doing clinical trial in any part of the world, I think these are the foundation stone for clinical trials. So as we can see over here, the clinical trials, the most important, before you start trials, every investigator out there has to give an undertaking. And that undertaking is of Declaration of Helsinki, that the clinical trial should be conducted in accordance with ethical principles laid down from the origin of Declaration of Helsinki. And they are consistent with GCP and other applicable regulatory guidelines. So this is the most important. So every researcher, there is an undertaking form in the clinical trial documents, which has to be signed by the investigator. And also very important, before a trial, that is the second principle, before a trial is initiated, the foreseeable risk and inconvenience should be weighed against the anticipated benefit. So the benefit and the risk ratio is very, very important. So what we is that benefit always outweigh the risk. So the benefit should always be more in when you are planning to conduct a clinical trial. But definitely there can be some exceptions to that. For example, when the disease is not having any cure for it, like in cancer, and where the molecules are little toxic in nature, but because we don't have any other alternative, so in those cases, the risk can be a little bit higher. But in most of the cases, the benefit should outweigh the risk. That's very, very important. So for any clinical trial, like as we had seen in the Nuremberg Code, where the risk was very high, like in malaria experiment, freezing experiment, because it can even lead to the death of the patient. So that type of risk are not there. It cannot be justified. In taking the benefit and the risk in place. So risk should be always kept on the lower side. And always remember these 3 golden words. I think when I was studying in Manipal, I think when I started studying clinical research, I think these are the 3 golden words I still remember and I do practice in any of my conducts research, whichever I do. That is, a patient's right, safety, and well-being is the most important part of any clinical research, or even any research which involves human. These are the 3 things which has to be kept in place. So consideration and should prevail over the science and society. So take it forward, because research is one thing, but when it comes a priority, even above research,
So that is the most important point which we have always remember. And also the availability of non-clinical and clinical information of an investigational product, very important. So you remember the Turkish syphilis study in which the trial started for 6 months, went up to 40 years, and in between you have penicillin, which was the drug of choice, but the drug of choice which was not made available to the public. So this point tells you that in case if any safety information, or you can say therapies are available in that same domain, so those type of information has to be updated, and it has to be brought to the notice of the regulators and ethics committee. And also the patient should be given an opportunity to understand those new opportunities and the new risks in case if it is, so that the patient can reconsider his participation in the clinical trial. So nothing should be hidden from the patient, and it should always be up to date when it is being provided to the patient. So that's very, very important to remember. And the fifth point of basic principles tells you about the clinical trial should be scientifically sound enough and should describe a clear, detailed protocol. So protocol writing is very, very important, and it should be a well-structured, well-planned, and thoroughly reviewed and analyzed protocol should be there. And a lot of hard work actually goes in place while preparing a protocol, because that is the heart of the research study. Because if we make mistake in designing our protocol, the whole research study can go in a different direction. So designing a protocol, definitely you require experts, and it should be scientifically sound enough, and it should meet the international standards when you are preparing your research protocols. So that's very, very important. And the sixth principles tells you about, that is the compliance with the protocol that has received prior IRB approvals. This is very important, because whatever the protocols you are making, it should get approved by your local regulatory bodies, that is Institutional Ethics Committee or Institutional Review Board. So internationally, this committee will be formed, and they are having a panel of experts. Like if you go ahead with IRB, IC of ICH, there should be minimum 5 members in place. Whereas if you consider ICMR guidelines, there should be minimum 7 experts should be present, and which forms this committee. So, and they will be from scientific backgrounds, non-scientific, layman's, even a lawyer. And also it also looks at the equal representation from both male and female. So this committee is very important, and they have all the rights to review your research, amend your results, or even cancel and disapprove your research at any point of the trial. So they are like a monitoring body. So in India, if you ask me, what are the different process of getting your research study approved? So very first is you have to prepare your research protocols, and it has to be submitted to IRB IC. So once the IRB IC gives you an approval, so in India, the next step is you have to submit your research proposals to CTRI, that is Clinical Trial Registry of India, with your approval of your local IRB IC document. You have to upload for CTRI approval. So once the CTRI gives you approval, there will be a CTRI number will be there. And that is the time when you can actually start your respective clinical trials. So before getting your CTRI number, you cannot even start your research. So getting your IRB IC certificate and CTRI numbers are very, very important. And nowadays it is becoming mandatory for any prospective clinical trial which a researcher is conducting, whether at graduate level or, because in the new clinical trial regulation, which I think maybe some of you are aware of it, Government of India has launched 2019 clinical trial regulation, in which they had divided the research in 2 parts. It clearly tells about academic clinical trial research and also the commercial clinical trials. So academic clinical trial also requires IRB, IC and CTRI approvals. So that's very, very important to remember. Then the next point is about medical care given to the trial subjects, and medical decisions made on behalf of the subject should be one of the biggest responsibility of the investigator and the qualified physician when appropriate, or by a qualified dentist. So this is very, very important, because investigator is the one which a patient is trusting on. And so all the decision in case has to be taken, whether the patient is continuing in the trial, or if in case the risk has increased,
for a patient and there is a threat to the patient life, so the investigator can take a call of withdrawal of the subject from the clinical trial. So that's very, very important to remember. And each individual involving in conduct of clinical trial should be qualified by education, training, and experience. And you will be like wondering like why it is important. Because when you're submitting your research protocols to ethics committee, so you have to submit actually the latest CV or curriculum vitae of the researcher who all are involved in the research, so that the ethics committee can understand whether you have the required expertise with you for smooth conduct of your clinical trials. That's very, very important. Because if you don't have experts with you, you don't have the right team with you, definitely you will not be able to conduct the clinical trial. So that's why this is very, very important. And all the latest CV has to be submitted during your submissions. The ninth principle of ICH GCP, which talks about is the freely given informed consent. And believe me or not, this is the most important part of any research. And this is where the most of the researchers, especially at the academic level, do mistakes, because many times the consent is taken like very casually. And many of the researchers don't take the consent properly. But when you talk about clinical trials, because the patient safety is important, because in the past also, if anybody remember, I will be showing you some of the glimpse of what happened in year 2013 in India, because the patient consents was not taken properly. Even there was a time when Supreme Court of India has actually banned the clinical trials from any approval further in year 2013 because of the misconduct related with consent of the patients, because many of the poor patients were being treated as guinea pig. I will be showing you the glimpse in my coming slides about those episodes. So it will give you a very good background flash, what happened in the past. So consent is very important. And not only that, in case the consent you are taking in the beginning of the research study, and as I already told you, in case if the newer safety and risk data are available, that has to be communicated to the patient. And if required, a reconsent will be taken. And always remember, the consent is always taken in a layman language, so which a patient can understand. Okay. And nowadays, because of a lot of misconduct happening in consent, now the government emphasized that the consent should be taken in an audiovisual manner. So you should record when the consent is being taken, and you are actually explaining the patient about their rights towards the clinical trial, and whether the opportunity has been given to the patient for asking the questions to the researchers out there. And the 10th principle, which we deal with, is that all clinical trial information should be recorded, handled, and stored so that in a way that allow accurate reporting, okay, and verification of the data. That's very, very important. Handling of data is very, very important, and especially when we are talking about digitalization and in the world of AI. And as you know, the data leak also is becoming very, very important. So all these data should follow the international standards of data storage, data, you can say, all the data's minings, everything, retentions, confidentiality, when clinical trial information, which is there in place. And as I was telling you about the confidentiality,
if you allow, Dr. Kalam, if you allow, maybe just may I add one word or something from industry perspective here?
Yes, 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 okay, definitely, Dr.
Sorry
yes,
for,
yes, Dr.
so very excellent presentation you are making, but two things which I felt from industry perspective, maybe may I share with the audience. One, very nicely you said, NDCT 2019 very clearly demarcates the clinical trial obligations of academic research and of for the industries. So there is a clear distinction. But however clear the government tries to make the law, challenges always remain. So I'll give you one example. There is something called as investigator initiated studies, ISS.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
So these are done by the institutes. These are done by clinicians, but they are funded by the industry many times. So it's such a gray area, where you just can't, take a decision whether this will come So we went to DCGI and DCGI clarified if you are not using it, and it is there in NDCT 19 also. If you are not using it for promotional purposes,
Yes,
then it will come
exactly.
under academic. If you are funding, if you are a pharma company, you are
Yes.
funding a ISS or the investigator
Yes.
initiated study, then it will come and it will follow all the rules of a clinical trial and of the industry. The second point,
Yes.
all the industry protocols, which you rightly said, the protocols are so important and they have to have the scientific, there should be a lot of science behind that protocol. So for industry to conduct a clinical trial, there is a apex body called as SEC, Subject Expert Committee, which is constituted by CDSCO, the DCGI office,
Yes.
and they review each and every protocol. So again, it's a challenge when you work in industry, because especially the multinational companies, they have global sites. So the protocol cannot deviate. You know what is running in US, what is running in Japan, what is running. All your ICH countries should run in India, but sometimes our SEC members have a very different, expectation. So again, that is a challenge for industry, how to meet the expectation of the SEC, that is the Subject Expert Committee, which reviews the protocol, and also to align with other ICH members. So that's the reason, there are so many people required in industry. And here you were telling about the data. So now there is so much of, data privacy is very important in clinical trial. So that is, India is also bringing, if you are aware, there is a bill by the government. Earlier it was there, then there was comments from the industry. The bill was then sent to select committee and all the privileged committee of the parliament. And now again, it will be reintroduced. So when you collect data for clinical trial, patient data privacy is of utmost important. And you have GDPR in Europe, and especially the European regulators, not that much the US or other Japanese, but European regulators are absolutely non-compromising on patient privacy, data privacy.
Yes, exactly.
So that has to be fiercely protected in clinical trial. And now India is also coming up with very strict regulations on that. So that was a little bit I wanted to add from Dr. Kalam. Otherwise, excellent presentation you are making. Thank you.
Yes, I think, thank you for your inputs, Dr. Jamal. And I think that add values to the knowledge which you have. So
yeah, so data privacy, I would like to say something against it, for it rather, if you permit.
Yes, exactly. If you allow me, can I finish?
Yeah, please go
I'm
ahead.
just about to finish. Yes.
Please go ahead.
And I think during our discussion, we can have more points. I think
yes, Dr. Khanna, please go ahead.
Especially in India, like maybe in the last few months, we had seen that there are a lot of data breach which has happened at many of the big health institutes in India, not only in India, but I think globally, the data leaks are happening because of unethical hackings and all those things. So that's where the backing of your health data is very, very important, and privacies and health issues. I think in the coming days, the regulatory bodies are taking already a note of it, and they are becoming more strict year by year. And very important, like whatever the molecules we are supplying, that is our 12th principle, tells about that all the molecules which are being supplied for the clinical trials, whether it is the drugs or tablet formulation or IV, they should follow the standards like followed in good manufacturing practices. So they should also meet the quality of the industry in place. And finally, the clinical trials should have the quality of every aspect in place, and also the newer guidelines which are coming up. So this is IRB. I will see. I'm not going in detail, but just for the young researchers, because as the word global is attached to my presentation, so the global aspects, I will just give you a glimpse of the industry, how this clinical research industry, because we started with ICH, and especially when we see the COVID, and I think every person on earth was waiting for the vaccinations, and I think everyone was hearing a lot of interest has generated in research, especially in pharma industry. post-COVID scenario, because, and also people had started understanding that it's not easy to get these drugs out in the market. Otherwise, many of the people will not be thinking, okay, some companies manufacturing and they will get in the market, but they were not knowing that there is a huge process and a lot of people works in this industry to get your molecules on your shelves in case if you require it. And a lot of safeties are being in place. So this is the how the industries are working. I had taken up some reports from my database. So it is going to go for $60 billion industry. And this is how the US market is projected to grow by year 2028. And these are the various phases of clinical trials. And it's already $1 billion industry. And Indian industry is growing at around 8.75% in the last few years. And the phase 3 will be dominating. And there are many bigger players in the industry, starting with Sanofi itself, IQVIA, and many other global players are playing a very important role. And this is the growth rate and project rate of Indian clinical industry. So I think as India, we are doing a lot better and we had learned. And I think the 2019 guideline is a game changer for India. So this is
Dr. Kanau, am I audible?
size, just to make sure that we are reaching billions and growth is very good in this industry. So that's all for my presentation. And just quickly,
The audio is not coming, Dr. Kanau. You are not audible. Are you there?
I think Kanav sir, your audio is gone. Hello, sir, you are not audible.
I think he has got disconnected.
Yes, his screen is still visible.
Yes, Dr. Kanau, please unmute yourself.
I think it got disconnected. So, okay. So I think this is what happened in 2018. And I think the hot approvals in India due to unethical conducts, sometime because due to lack of monitoring, these things were actually very common in early days in 2012, in 2010, 12. I think when Dr. Jamal and we were graduating, getting our masters, during those days, we used to hear a lot about unethical conducts. And finally, this is the guidelines, the new clinical trial rule, which is, I think, a game changer in the Indian clinical industry. And that, I think, is a very good step towards making India one among the top leaders in the world for conduct of clinical trials. So thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kanau, for that very insightful, very informative, and very interesting presentation. Of course, you dwelt on various aspects of the ICH guidelines, starting from its history, its evolution, its origin, going back to the era of Nazis. And then gradually you switched over to the principles of 13 core principles of these ICH GCP guidelines, the ethical standards that need to be maintained, the issues related to safety, efficacy, quality of drugs. Then you threw some light upon the clinical trials, how they are conducted, and what are the other guidelines and precautions that need to be followed. Very, very thanks to you for that very elaborate and very insightful and very comprehensive presentation. But before throwing it open for question answer session to the audience, there was one of the participants, Mr. Preetham, wanted to ask some question or make a comment. Exactly. But before we throw it open to the audience for making their comments or questions, since the actual topic of the presentation, which was circulated and which was announced by the host prior to your presentation, was the role of ICH in globalization of clinical research. So here I would like to briefly make a comment on the globalization of clinical research for the interest of the audience, because they might have been very keen to know about it. Since all of you know that industrially sponsored clinical research was traditionally carried out in relatively wealthy locations like North America, Western Europe, and Oceania. However, over the past 1 or 2 decades, a very positive shift has been seen in clinical trials sponsored by the biopharma industry to those emerging regions, low and middle income countries like Eastern Europe, Latin America, and Asian countries. And that is what has globalized it. And the number of trial sites outside the US has witnessed 10 to 20% increase in the last 20 years. And because of this, the countries in emerging regions like Eastern Europe, Latin America, Asia, Middle East, and Africa comprise 17% of the actively recruiting sites as of today. So this trend of globalization has been emerging both in the form of multicentric trials involving various countries to get larger number of patients within a short duration. And also a large number of developing countries are gradually getting into clinical research over years, as well as there is a rise in the number of clinical research organizations. But at the same time, it is leading to some kind of apprehensions by many, in the sense that the clinical research is getting more localized in low and middle income countries. So while it has its own advantages, there were several reasons why we needed to go for globalization. For example, the reasons related to reduced operational cost, more establishment of contract research organizations, growth of market size, research capacity, and guidelines follow these compliance to guidelines of clinical practice and research. But at the same time, there are many concerns, many challenges, and many issues, criticism regarding this, in the sense that it is being said that it is getting more and more localized to low and middle income countries. Of course, there were reasons like these well-developed countries, there were more bureaucratic hurdles, and these clinical trials were very costly, and the regulatory environment was supposed to be very stringent. But these are some of the issues which the audience would may explore on their own and search, because these are very contemporary, important, and vital, important issues, like how the scenario, how the picture of this clinical research is changing. And over the last 2 decades, we have witnessed a drastic change from the sites moving out of US and other countries like Japan and Europe to the low and middle income countries. So with this brief comment, I would now invite any questions or comments from the audience. Mr. Preetham A. Sinha wanted to give any comment. Yes, please go ahead.
So Dr. Shah, just to your point before Preetham, sorry, because you made that very important comment, so I could not stop myself. See, now this Russia-Ukraine war, this also now, because of this war, at least even till Poland is getting impacted, countries. So we are in India getting a lot of explorations, whether you can do clinical trial. So all the, big pharma companies, the global, folks sitting, say, in a Paris or in US, they ask the India subsidiaries that can you take maybe 100 patients, 200 patients, because of the geopolitical situation. So that's how, it impacts many times, situation. Currently, because now the companies are not going to Russia. Earlier, Russia was Ukraine, Poland, all these Eastern European countries were, they were participants in phase 3 clinical trials. So many times, even these things make changes, and we are positively impacted by the way in clinical research.
Right, absolutely right.
Though we are not in favor of any war or anything, yes, but still business consequences are positive for us.
Yes, Mr. Preetham, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Kanav, and thank you, everybody here, eminent guidance and all. Data privacy is a talk of the town, as everybody knows. Yeah, it's correctly mentioned. EU has a very stringent regulation on data privacy, wherein US, there is a very strict area wherein California has a data privacy laws. However, whole US doesn't have any laws. Even if Japan has laws, so that is the data privacy. Data privacy is not new. In our clinical trials, what we do, we number the patients, right? There is a number we provide to the patient. So that is known as data anonymization. which we normally use from the very earliest stage, right? So that is a part of data privacy as well. So data privacy is not new. Confidentiality is now, it is taking space of lot of things. We have lot of information in regards to data privacy, because European Union dominant the most, as it has more stringent rules. Yeah, India is also there. India data privacy bill is coming into picture. It is under review currently. So data privacy is still coming. Although digital data protection has come up in November 2022 last year, in terms of data privacy. So that is thing. So that is all about data privacy. We do data privacy, but now we are knowing that whatever we have done till date, there is a name to it. There is a name to it, and we do follow that. But we do a little bit of changes, and a lot of information has come up in the market regarding data privacy, which is going on and which is still under process. And world is still learning on data privacy. So that's my put in data privacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Is there any other question?
So the audience can search something called as GDPR if they want to learn more about it. Just GDPR.
Yes, that is the
GDPR, and you can learn more. You can, there's no time to talk in detail about it. But
thank you so much.
Yes, I will just add one.
Yes, please. Yes, Dr. Khanna, please go ahead.
Yes. So I think in the coming days, the government of India is also giving a lot of push for electronic recording and rely on manual data entries at their hospital levels or even in the pharmacy level.
Your voice is breaking, Dr. Khanna.
So your voice is not clear. Sir, your voice is not clear.
Data changes.
Is it audible now?
no, Dr. Khanna, it is not audible.
Sir, now it was a bit audible. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the government of India is taking a big initiative in digital health records among the patients. I think it will be a game changer in the coming days.
Yes.
Right. Any other question from the audience? Is there any other question from the audience? Well, I think there is no other question, and we are also touching our time limit. Dr. Ajit, am I right? So
yes, sir.
At this point of time, I think it will be appropriate to conclude the session. Overall, it has been a very exhilarating, very informative and interesting session, as I said earlier. And I'm sure the audience might have relished and enjoyed this deliberation on ICH. And of course, this was just the beginning, the basics of it. And there is a lot more which can be studied by the audience, by the participants on their own. A whole lot of things are there related to the bioethical issues, as well as the ICH, the international guidelines and all. So how, as Dr. Jamal Beg has a very vast experience and knowledge about these issues, and he knows he could throw some more light on some other occasion, probably about the European laws and the American laws and laws in other parts of the world. So this is a very vast topic, which would not have been possible to fully complete within this short span of 45 minutes. But whatever we have done and covered, I think that is very good enough and will serve as a starter for the audience. So over to you, Dr. Jamal Beg Sahab, for final conclusion of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Isaac, and thank you, Dr. Khanna, for such a lovely presentation. It was very refreshing, and I must say I was very keenly looking into your presentation. It was sort of a refresher training for me. So that's in shortest word I can say for the presentation. It served as a refresher for me. Because sometimes you get involved in your day-to-day work and you just forget. So when you took that sulfanilamide and all, I was just reminded of,
yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
I was just
exactly.
reminded of the history and the, Nuremberg Code. We just forget this in our day-to-day life,
Yes,
But
exactly.
it was an excellent presentation, Dr. Kanav. Thank you so much.
We'll
Thanks to
soon.
all the participants as well as to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Isaac sir, you rightly said that we cannot cover the entire topic what Jamal sir is discussing here. We will call him shortly for the expert talk.
Yes.
Very soon.
Sure. I'll be very
Seriously on the
happy,
topic.
Dr. Ajit, too. I always, love to share my experiences.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Sakina.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kanav Khera sir, for this wonderful presentation. And I thank Dr. Ishaq sir and Dr. Jamal sir for this amazing discussion, which is very interesting. Every bit is interesting. Thank you so much for this amazing discussion. So let's move towards another session. So I'm going to invite for our next session, role of pharmacovigilance in safety. I'm handovering mic to Mr. Ashish Kumar Verma, Pharmacovigilance Expert, Climate Research Solutions, India.
Please share the introductory remarks. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
So I guess my screen is visible to you.
You are on mute, Dr. Sakina. You are on mute.
Okay. Yes. Let me introduce Mr. Ashish Kumar Verma sir, currently serving as Deputy Manager at reputed CRO in NCR. Also, I'm mentoring pharmacovigilance and medical writing participants at Climate Research Solutions. Working experience is more than a decade. Has a great experience with cognizant technology solutions. Has worked in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ghaziabad. He has done his bachelor's in pharmacy in 2009 and master's in 2011 from Uttar Pradesh Technical University. Sir, I welcome you heartily and handovering mic to you to please speak up and enlighten us. Thank you.
And okay, so we have with us Dr. P. Rajsekhar sir to chair this session along with Dr. Manasa Deepa. So Dr. P. Rajsekhar sir is principal at St. Peter's Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sanamkonda, Telangana State, and Dr. Manasa Deepa is professor and HOD of pharmacy practice at East West College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. I'm so sorry, I'm not pharmacy practice, different. East West College of Pharmacy, Bangalore. So I welcome both of you, sir and madam, to this session. And now I will, hand over the session to Mr. Ashish. Ashish sir, over to you. And yes, thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Yeah. Ashish sir, please share your screen. Yeah.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ashish sir, you are audible, but a little bit low voice, so you can be a little louder. Yeah.
So hi, good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ajit.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Ashish. Your voice is in very low volume, probably.
Yeah. Is it okay
Yes,
now?
this is fine. This is fine. Fantastic.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
go.
So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ajit to giving me this opportunity to talk about the role of pharmacovigilance in safety. So now I would start with what is pharmacovigilance? First, we need to understand that what is pharmacovigilance. So pharmacovigilance is like what is the definition for pharmacovigilance? Pharmacovigilance is mainly derived from two different words, that is pharmacocon and next is the
vigilare. So pharmacocon is in Greek means drug, and vigilare in Latin means to keep watch. So that's how these two words combine and make it as a pharmacovigilance. That means we have to be more vigilant about the safe drug. So what WHO described regarding the pharmacovigilance is that WHO defines pharmacovigilance as a science and activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effect or any other medicine-related issues or problem. So WHO also given their definition for pharmacovigilance that they consist of 4 words, that is this assessment, understanding, detection, and prevention. For what? For any kind of adverse event that has been happened through drug. That consists the word pharmacovigilance. So, like before we go through the pharmacovigilance, there should be some history, like Dr. Kanav concluded in his presentation as well regarding the thalidomide tragedy. So, from where this PV or what we called as a pharmacovigilance comes in the picturization. Before 1960s, when we are taking thalidomide, thalidomide is a drug. Nowadays, it is considering as a immunobooster or immunomodulator. But at that time, like earlier 1960s, it is like for morning sickness. Pregnant ladies were taking it for morning sickness, and like we are talking about clinical trials, so there is no adverse event or anything associated, any problem associated with the thalidomide during this clinical trial of these drugs. But what happened when this drug was consumed by the pregnant ladies, there was some fused limb babies were born in 1959 was the first report when a patient, a newly born child, was with phocomelia. And after 1961, we have like 13 reports with patient having birth defect. And after that, we have thousands of reports where a patient reported phocomelia, like newly born child's having fused lymph. So that kind of, and like what I told previous to that, in during clinical trial, there was no sign, nothing was there regarding any harm associated with that drug. So that's how this pharmacovigilance comes in the origin. So that was a brief history, like how that PV comes in the picture. So why the need of pharmacovigilance? The need of pharmacovigilance, because as we are talking about clinical trials since morning, Dr. Kanav told so many things about the clinical trial, about the ICH-GCP, but there are still some limitations are there which is associated with the clinical trials. And what are those? Like they serve very narrow population, they serve very specific age and specific gender. When a study is going through, it is targeting to a certain specific population, and it is not covering the general public as a whole. And it is also monitoring about any specific disease, like any diabetic studies there, or any cancer carcinogenic studies are going through at one time. On a clinical trial is the motto of clinical trial is to serve any specific problem or any specific disease at a single time. So, and the duration of clinical trial is not longer than a few months or you can say few months or few years. Like so many clinical trials are there which takes lot years as well, but they have certain limitation that they have to serve for the they have to serve like for 10 years only. After that, what? Okay, so same way we have like medicine which we consume is for our safety. So but we have observed so many adverse events, so many tragedies of deaths in US and UK in the our past. That's why also there is a need of a system that can monitor the safety and that can assure the safety of a drug. That's how there is a need of that system that is called as pharmacovigilance. And so there are some other points where why we need the pharmacovigilance is like that, to protect the patient from the unnecessary harmful of the ADR that can be preventable, promoting the rational use of the medicine and adherence. It can unlike the laces in the best practices like lack of effects. We do not know what is lack of effect, what is counterfeiting, what is quality problems, dependence, abuse, medication error. Like general public or common people do not know about these medical terms or what is the issue associated with the drugs. So these are so many issues which is associated with drug. When we are consuming any drug, they might be have lack of efficacy, they may cause some medication error, they may make habit of abuse or dependence. So that kind of thing is always associated with any kind of drug. So assurance is important. That's why this need of PV is also there. So what this picture shows about? This picture shows about PV is an umbrella for the general public. Here, what is the limitation in the clinical trial? That limitation can be overcome during the PV. Like it covers every population. It is not limited to any specific gender, any specific age limit, or any specific population. It can serve to black as well. It can serve to white as well. So, but how this PV serves to this general public? But now here is an irony that general public is unaware about the PV fact in the PV industry when we are working, but we have to convey that PV is pharmacovigilance, that is associated with the safety of drug. That is the irony actually. But how this PV assure that general public is protecting by this PV, and PV is serving as an umbrella for them? Because whatever the medicine they are consuming, PV is assuring whether the drug they are consuming is safe for them or not, whether it is effective, whether it is efficacious, whatever the efficacy is required for that drug associated is providing that efficacy or that potency to that drug or not. So that's how PV is assuring us that the drug which is consumed by general public is safe for their use. But we can have like when we have so many people and we are consuming same drug, why there are different effects on the drug due to those people? Because we have different genetic material inside us. We have different pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamic, pharmacogenomic, pharmacogenetics. So what are pharmacogenomic and what are pharmacogenetics? It is nothing, the genetic material, how it react with the drug, and when it is at single level, it is called genetics, and when it combines and it is as a whole, it falls as a genomics. So the effect of drug over your genetic material is called pharmacogenomics, and the study is called. So what we do during this thing, we just see whatever the variation coming when a drug is taken by any person, how human genome varies for same drugs. Like if I am taking paracetamol, might be possible the effect of paracetamol to me is different, and for some other one, for some other XYZ, it is different. So that's how what comes in picture, that human genome variation comes in the picture. That is the main cause for any ADR is happening. Okay, when the genome is different, then the drug which we are consuming is playing different role to their to what you can say to the target. If they are like paracetamol, when we are talking about paracetamol, it is NSAID. If I don't have that genome where paracetamol need to be worked, so I will not get the full effect of that paracetamol. And if the genetic material is present in someone else, like whatever the gene is required to consume that drug, absorb that drug, and reach out to the blood cells, then that person have been more effective for that paracetamol. So that's how PV comes in the picture, that we need to check all the variations. We need to check all the efficacy and effective use of the drug. For that, PV comes in the picture, where we do the detection of any kind of new or associated ADR, assessment of that ADR, understanding. In what do you mean by understanding? Whether it is previously reported or not reported, it is anything new or it is already there in the market. Prevention, prevention, how we can prevent that, whether we need to change the dosing, whether we need to change the labels of the warning which we are giving with the drugs. That's how PV comes in picture to monitor that adverse drug reactions. What is next? So that when we comes to the adverse drug reaction, that's how spontaneous reporting come in the picture. What is spontaneous reporting? Spontaneous reporting is nothing but we need to gather all kind of ADRs from the market for the product which are marketed, or from some any other channels. But anyhow, we need to gather all that safety data. That's called a spontaneous reporting. But what this spontaneous reporting do? Spontaneous reporting is, first we do when we are talking about so many data privacy. So all those data which we are talking since morning can be gathered through this spontaneous monitoring, this spontaneous reporting, and the mining of spontaneous, the data mining, like when we have a bulk of data, we can mine the particular data which we required. Like if we need to know why pioglitazole was banned, it was banned from the market because of the bladder cancer was happening. That is a risk associated with the pioglitazole. From where we get that evident report? From this process only. And for running these data minings, or for running these spontaneous mining of reports, we have certain national surveillance systems, like for us also, we have so many regulatory bodies, we have so many programs running in India that is looking in the safety and efficacy of the drugs. So like these data is generated from the different research, and from also from the pre-marketing things and from the post-marketing thing. We need to know what is the information we are gathering, and whether that information is authentic for human safety or not. That is the key. Actually. That is the key of the PV, what PV is serving. PV is taking all the information for the ADR, and then they are checking whether that ADR is right or it is fake, if anything is authentic or not. That's how PV is playing a vital role to serving the general public, because general public don't know what is the risk associated with what drug. When you are prescribing any drug for fever, they are just taking, and even they don't know what is the difference between ADR and side effects. So that's how PV is very important, and role of PV is very important. So what the adverse report, when we are gathering adverse report from the different practitioners, different healthcare professionals, what it does, what is the importance of this reports, what is the importance of this data? This data is used for the treatment, like here I mentioned, it used for the different kind of treatment to avoid side effects. When we come to know that this drug is associated with, like when we are taking any drug for our stomach pain, but might be possible it is very carcinogenic. So like risk is very high. What we are called as risk benefit ratio. We need to evaluate that PV does that. If risk is 90% and the benefit is 10%, then there will be a warning to the regulatory authorities. They need to check the safety parameter again for that drug, and they take the regulatory actions on those kind of drugs. So to avoid some illness, if there is some associated illness with any drug, that can be you can absoluted during the this PV thing. And who all are the responsible for giving these data or giving these data generation? Who can help us? Like drug manufacturer industries, like so many healthcare professionals, like drug regulator, clinicians, or other healthcare professionals are playing very vital role in this PV industries, because they are the partner. They are the partner who are serving and who are giving all the information related to patient, because we don't know whether patient is what he or she is saying is correct or not, but they are the person who can assess the thing, because they have that medical technical competency, they have that medical judgment. On that basis they can judge whether the ADR is right or it is fake. So that's how what we are doing with that data. we check the side effects, and if there is something labeled, if there is something alarming for the any regulatory authority, then they publish some safety announcements to us. So this is an overview how a PV industry works, how a PV setup is there. Like it starts with the ADR suspension, and then what happens when we get some ADR, we need to report it. Then we analyze those ADRs, whether it is correct or it may be not an ADR, but the patient situation is that because of that it happens to him only, or it is limited to the certain population. So we need to analyze that kind of thing during the ADR analysis, and after that we need to share the findings, like what the regulatory authorities does. They announce some safety warning or something, if anything alarming, they need to do, like any labeled warning need to be changed, any kind of drug alert they need to publish, they can publish that kind of things as well. So this is a report of this is a journey of a report, like how an ADR travels from initial phase to till regulatory authorities. Like a reporter reports that, then a qualified person, that we called as in our language is QPPV, that is a qualified person for the pharmacovigilance activities. They assess those reports, whether it is okay or it is any fake reports. Then we enter in those reports in our system, that is called as database, and through data entry, and then we commit those reports to the regulatory agencies. That's how regulatory agencies also have an eye on the general public, what they are consuming, which drug they are consuming. It is not at individual level, but as a bulk, they are getting all the information. They are getting ICSRs on regular interval. They are getting PSQRs, that we called as aggregate reporting. After every they have certain frequencies set for those things, so they are getting those things on regular interval of time. So these are the many partners which are associated with the pharmacovigilance activities, like healthcare professionals are there, MH are there, like marketing authorization holders are there, so many patients, their narratives, their relatives, nurses, pharmacists, and many others are there, which maybe I missed someone, like doctors are there. So these are the partners for pharmacovigilance activities. They play a very vital role, because when we need to collect any data, these are the person, these are the ground level worker who give us the data, from where we generate the data, and we can conclude something very strongly. So this is nothing but this is an advanced setup of a PV industry, how PV works. Like for pharmacovigilance activity, what we required preclinical and post-marketing surveillance kind of thing, from where we get ICSR and aggregate reports generated. And what we does these reports, we give these reports to the regulatory authorities, and they play their role while publishing something. And what are these are nothing but like social media. We can get reports from social media as well. We have certain apps now in market, so like several channels are there through which we can report our ADRs and other IT sources. What other IT industries do, so many time when pharma organization don't have time, they outsource their PV thing or their thing to certain vendor companies. That's how outsourcing comes in the picture. So I have tried to cover that outsourcing as well. So this is how outsourcing companies works in PV, and what is the advantage when a outsourcing company comes in the picture for any pharmacovigilance as an pharmacovigilance activities. So when we outsource something to any pharmacovigilance, not purely pharmacovigilance, but they have that capacity that they can do each and everything. So what they bring for us, they will bring organizational agility, because for us, we are nothing. We don't have to bother anything. We have to just give all the setups to the vendor organization. They will take all the pain for us. They have certain scientific, like might be possible I am the small organization and I don't have that capacity to bring the pharmacovigilance talent or pharmacovigilance pool for me. But if I just outsource the things that they have that scientific and domain expertise of PV, and they have better quality, improved quality than any other organization that they do not have the uh, scientific and domain expertise. So, and also it is cost optimization, because they have already everything every setups are there with them, so they have some cost optimization with those things as well. And as we does all the thing with the scientific domain expertise, everything, so the effective and risk mitigation will be the towards the effectiveness towards the higher side, and risks will be the lower side. So that's how outsourcing organization comes in the picture for the PV industries. So as I told you, there are so many various mediums. So these are certain mediums where through which we Indian population can report their ADRs. Like they have MSME forms, they have mobile apps, they have certain toll-free numbers through which we can report our ADR to the Indian government only. So what is the aim of pharmacovigilance? The aim of pharmacovigilance is patient care. How to improve the patient care and safety in relation to the medicines and all the paramedical interventions, and public health, to improve the public health and safety in the rationale of the use of the medicines. If what we are consuming is safe, if it is assured by pharmacovigilance, then that's how public health can be improved. So what I told about risk benefit assessment, so to contribute to the risk of benefit, harms, effectiveness, or risk of the medicines. So what I told, that if any drug is associated with the 90% of harmful effects and 10% of the only benefits, then it is no use for us. It is like nothing. We are just wasting our time or our resources over that. We need to maximize the what benefit of any drug instead of the risk. So that's how risk benefit assessment can be done through the PV as well. So last is the communication. Whatever the what I told, that whatever the thing which we are getting from the PV need to be communicated, so that all the public, everyone can be aware about that certain drug having, like what I told, example of pioglitazole. Pioglitazole is a drug which was banned during the 2016 or 2015 because of the risk associated for the bladder cancer. So that kind of warning was published during that time by the Indian government, that from the regulatory authority, that is called CDSCO. But later, when we do not have that evident reports, because we have only one report at that time, but further we do not have any reports for the bladder cancer. So what happened, a labeled warning would be given on the pioglitazole, and the ban was revoked from the market, and all the batches again pushed to the market at that time. So that's how communication plays an important role. So some other aim of or role of pharmacovigilance is like early detection of adverse drug reaction and interaction. What I told, identification of risk and factors possible for mechanism underlining the adverse reactions, estimation of the quantitative aspects of the benefit, risk, and dissemination of the information needed to improve the drug prescribing and regulation, to promote the safeguard use of the medicines, taking care of the public health in a proactive manner, to promote the education and clinical trainings. So if PV is there, that's how the we can protect the safety and efficacy of the general public, and we also assuring that whatever the consuming is the safe for their use. I guess that's all from my side. So yes, so over to the panelists like Dr. Raj and Mansa. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashish Verma. Really, it's a wonderful job, and really, thank you once again for helping us to brush up our PV knowledge once again over here. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ajit to giving this wonderful opportunity to be
share this platform. Before throwing the questions or say open this house for the questionnaire, from my side, a question was how about the artificial intelligence in the pharmacovigilance study? So do you have, can you able to add up much more about the artificial intelligence in PV related studies?
So yes, Dr. Mansa, like in PV industry, artificial intelligence plays a vital role. What I guess in previous sessions, Preetham is saying that for all repetitive work, like for when we have to do any monotonous work, for like data entry is there where we do not require brain. It can be done through artificial intelligence. We need to learn. We need to give certain set of instruction to the machines that you need to process this kind of data. Whenever we are getting these from, like, there are certain set of sources like XMLs are there, certain R2 format is there, certain R3 formats are there. So we need to train our machine, our database. So we are working on that. Like we are in the collaboration of so many organizations which are in the market, and we are delivering the database things. So we are in collaboration of those companies, and we are working on that. Like someone is saying about the NLP thing. NLP is nothing, natural language processing. When we are getting each and every information in written format, like if any paragraph is there, we need to just certain email was thing is there. We need to send those information over those email, and we get all the information in the inbound form. So that's how AI is playing a vital role in PV industries as well. But when we are talking about medical judgment, we need to look into again, because when we are talking about causality assessment in PV, it is like it cannot be done by artificial intelligence. We require medical judgment. Like abdominal pain, when you are talking about abdominal pain, might be possible it is due to diarrhea, might be possible it is because of abdominal discomfort. So that kind of thing AI cannot assess, because as everything everybody is saying, it is artificial intelligence, and that's how human brain is required. What we say, intervention of manual thing is required. Human brain is required for that medical judgment. So for that, what we have said, we have certain steps through which AI is working. And till, like, for what we are doing, like everyone is saying that PV is like data entry, QC and MR thing. So till QC we can do AI, and after that we have a manual thing where we required medical judgment at MR level. So there would be a possibility that we do not automate that step in PV, and where we require medical judgment, and afterwards that report can be committed to the regulatory agencies. That's how AI can play a vital role in PV as well. And not only this, when we are getting the data, what I told, that we are getting bulk of data in the form of raw data, those things can be processed through NLP, that is natural language processing. That is very vital tool, where it is nowadays not limited to the English, it is going to the regional languages as well, like Oriya, Hindi, so many languages. They are processing those languages as well. You need to write whatever you want to write. Like if you feel anything happened with the drug, you can, if you do not know Hindi or you do not know English, you can write it to your regional language, and that software itself can do the conversion, do the translation for you. And that's how the medic or the people who are backend in the regulatory authorities, they come to know whatever the problem you are getting. So that's how AI is playing a vital role in PV as well. As far as it is automating the thing, and it is also giving some relaxation to the public as well.
All right. Thank you so much for an elaborate discussion about this. Now the house is open for the question. If any questions, and you can unmute yourself and can raise the question to our speaker. It's open to the audience. Any questions?
Sir as well.
Yeah. Dr. Rajshekhar sir, you can unmute yourself and can rise. You can speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit, for giving me this opportunity. We are friends for a while, but I always admire you for having such kind of events happening, making them happen most regularly. And thank you, Manasa ma'am, for co-chairing the session. And, I just have one query, sir. So, out of my own interest, I'm asking this question. So, if a student have to go through that pharmacovigilance kind of career, so what you should be expecting from a student, like what they really need to know, at least at a preliminary level, because you'll be training them in the institutes, but initially what kind of knowledge they should be possessing so that they can fit in that puzzle, sir?
Yes, Dr. Raj, very valid question. So to answering this question, yes, for nowadays, if a person is B.Pharm graduate or M.Pharm graduate, they can pitch into the PV industry. So at fresher level, they require basic pharmacology knowledge. Nowadays, PV industry is taking only the people who are, if they are in masters, so they should be like pharmacology, and if they are B.Pharm graduate, they can serve as a fresher. So the basic knowledge for the drugs is required, only the thing. And if like at our time we were in Kology, every kind of drug is there. So we need to be more focused in the Kology only if we are B.Pharm graduate, and if we are M.Pharm graduate, then it is fine. It should be Kology only. And when you are talking about the how would be the career in this field, so career is grooming day by day, because when we are there, we don't know about the what is the database updation is there. But now when we are pitching, we have 10 years of experience in this industry. I guess so many other speakers also pitch in this. They can add to me that database is also plays a vital role. If you don't know about the database, you need to know some basic knowledge. You need to know some basic computer knowledge, because everything on PV is going automated day by day. What Dr. Mansa was asking, how AI is playing a role in the PV. So previously also everything is automated, and as we are going towards the AI and machine learning. So as I told that if you know some additional languages like Japanese is there, Chinese is there, that is an add-on value to you while serving career in PV. So that kind of thing, which is like give an add-on value to your career. If you have that certain set of knowledge, like SAS is there.
Yes.
SAS is there, that is a completely statistical thing kind of thing. So that is again plays a vital role in PV industry. Whatever the data you need required, you can put the SAS theorems in there, and you can get each and every thing. And if you have certain add-on thing, it would be good. And else if you have general B.Pharm and M.Pharm, it is fine. You are welcome to the PV industry.
Absolutely. And M.Pharm pharmacy practice, someone is asking the question about M.Pharm pharmacy practice. Definitely you can, you are most eligible, because, M.Pharm pharmacy practice, as Mr. Assis was quoting, that you need to have the knowledge of pharmacy practice. I mean, you need to have the knowledge of pharmacology or the drugs. Then definitely pharmacy practice people are from the clinical side. They have the, major knowledge of what we say, the PharmD people and the M.Pharm pharmacy practice people, they have the major knowledge of drugs, because they are working in the hospitals. They are aware of the drug interactions. They are aware of the ADRs, and they are even aware of the path how to report the ADR. So they are most eligible people to go to the pharmacovigilance.
I can see one more question with the next speaker is already waiting. Dr. Ravi Joga is waiting.
Yes.
With your permission, we'll go for consider this as a last question from Mr. D'Souza. A drug may be effective for some unapproved indication. What is the role of PV in identifying unexpected therapeutic benefits of such drugs? Dr. Ajit, if you add up on this, it could be better. Or I think Dr. Ashish, Mr. Ashish here, I think. Yeah.
Ma'am, I cannot see this comment. Is it direct to you?
Yeah, I think so. I can see this question. Can I read out the question again?
Yes, please.
This is the question from D'Souza.
a drug may be effective for some unapproved indication. What is the role of PV in identifying unexpected therapeutic benefits of the drugs? So over to you.
Yes, very valid question, Dr. Mansa. So unapproved indication, that's how PV comes in the picture, that we are saying that there might be possible that is known thing or unknown thing. We need to check if it is unknown thing, whether it is a new signal for us or not.
Yes.
So if it is new signal, then it is completely unknown for anyone. And now we have to publish the studies for that signal. We have to check the evident documentation. We have to check the evident literatures for that thing. And if it is still unapproved, but if it is beneficial, then it is called as the side effect instead of adverse event for us, because so many drugs are there. Like you can say aspirin is there, which is anti-inflammatory or an NSAID, but it is also used as a like blood thickener because of its side effect. It is not an ADR for them, but aspirin is also prescribed to the heart patient for as a blood thickener.
Absolutely.
So that if that kind of unapproved indication are there, then we need to check the literature, and if it is published, then we need to rely on that literature, and if it is not published, then we need to do more dig on that, and we need to that what we call as published as a signal. Yes, any more addition to Dr. Ajit, if you want to.
And we have a very specific session tomorrow by Dr. Krishna Ondela from NIPER Guwahati on the signal detection only. We'll be discussing the same part tomorrow.
Yes, I think in that case, again, I would like to thank Mr. Preetham Sinha. You have added up for this question, the answer also. Thank you, Mr. Preetham Sinha. I think next speaker is waiting. Really.
Yes. We should go because sir is waiting. Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem. You can go ahead with the questions if there are still any question, because it's an interesting discussion, and yeah, it's very interactive.
I think one more question, with your permission. Thank you, Dr. Ravi. And this is one question from Sandeep Mewada. Casualty assessment can be done by artificial intelligence or not, right now or in the future? Quite interesting.
Interesting question.
Still, we are talking about artificial intelligence, but still emotional intelligence is lacking. So
exactly,
that will take some time, in my opinion.
Yeah, and since morning we are discussing AI in clinical research, AI in medical writing, and this question should have come before, because we had all AI experts in the morning as well. No problem. We can
So as I told, we need to give certain set of instruction to the what our database. So if might be possible causality is at some time it is possible, and 80% of cases it is always possible. So might be possible in that scenario it is getting corrected, but when you require certain judgment that whether is it possible or not, at that time, if the set parameter is saying causality should be possible, and but our human brains say it is not related, then at that time we have to go with the not related thing instead of we need to overcome that AI part at that time, because what Dr. Ravi is saying, we need to control the emotional intelligence as well, and we need to go with the that human, what we call as medical judgment, human medical judgment instead of AI.
Yeah.
Because it is AI is always works on the certain parameters, certain certain strings. If that strings fulfill in the backend, then it will give the correct result. If it is not fulfilled, then it will give you wrong result. And still, if it is give the fulfilling the all thing and giving you result, but it need to be verified again from the medics. That's why we are saying medical review part always be open for human brain as well, along with AI. That could be accepted, but it cannot be. We can do complete automation at PV. It is not possible.
And just to add to Dr. Ashish, what he said, so we are talking about AI and machine learning, which is like a buzz. Everybody is talking, not only me, everybody. So it's like
any graduate student who is coming out of the college, okay, not having that industry experience. So AI is also evolving. It's not well established at the moment. There are a lot of validation things which need to happen. It will gain experience.
Absolutely.
The way we teach AI, it will gain the experience. At a certain point of time, you will find that it is able to establish the causal relationship, but still human intervention and that observation will be required. So give some time, maybe 3-4 years, 5 years down the line, you will see you are at a comfortable stage monitoring the whatever AI is doing, and you are taking the final decision. And maybe for certain things which are well established, those decisions will be already out. So still there is a lot to watch and see and to adjust ourselves accordingly. So,
absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And second, over to the host. I think we can move up to the next.
Sorry to stop this interesting session. It is very hard to stop this interesting session, but we have to do it. I thankfully thank Mr. Ashish sir and our panel for such an awesome, interesting discussion. Dr. P. Rashekar sir and Dr. Manasa ma'am, thank you so much for your discussion and
Thank you,
and
sir.
your
Thank you,
time.
Rashekar, sir.
And
Thank you, madam.
now let's move towards our last session. The topic of this session is new trends in clinical research and medical writing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me give intro of Mr. Rajiv Jogi sir, who is MSc, PGD, CRM, MBA, currently working as associate director at Syneos Health for the clinical trial transparency domain. He leads by example and strives to provide support, tools, and environment to my team to perform their task efficiently. Recipient of highest ranked award, Ambassador Award, at Keynote in the year 2019. A pharmacy graduate in 2002, he started his career in marketing. Today, he is an expert in clinical operations, clinical trial disclosures, regulatory affairs, advisory services, investigational product supply management, etc. In last 15 plus years of my journey in clinical research. Also worked for National Institute of Health for a worldwide clinical trial in AIDS patients. And not this, I also invite and welcome our panel guest, Dr. Arun Kumar Mishra, Professor and Head of Pharmacy and Dean of Students Welfare, IPTM University, Murdabad, UP, India. And without wasting any time, I'm going to hand over the mic to our speaker, Mr. Ravi Jogi sir, to please take the lead.
Welcome,
and start
sir.
our session.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sakina. And I would just like to correct what is showing on the slide, maybe the qualification MSc, PGD, CRM, MBA. I don't have any of these. Maybe it got here by mistake. I'm just a pharmacy graduate. I started my journey as a pharmacist. Like I started studying pharmacy in 97 and completed in 2002. And after that, got into the marketing, and I always had a thirst to get myself involved in a clinical research, and 2006 started my clinical research journey. So this is a little bit about me, and I have a lot of clinical operations experience, and by chance I'm into medical writing at the moment. And thanks a lot to Mr. Ajit for conducting this conference. And this MCPCON 2023, I went into all the topics or the topic for discussion, very relevant and contemporary topics, and lot of eminent professor, students, and colleagues from the industry who are delivering different sessions. And even I was approached by one of my colleagues who used to work with me, and she asked me to come and share some thoughts over here. So I'm really happy that Mr. Ajit is chairing this conference, and thanks to all climate colleagues for conducting this conference. And it will be definitely beneficial for students and the industry people who are still evolving, learning, or learned something. They can always share with the colleagues. And when we share, we get a lot of questions, we get a lot of new insight. So along with Dr. Arun, I would like to add certain points, or this is totally my understanding about how the new trends are coming up in the clinical research and also in medical writing. So I do not have much slides. I wanted to prepare slides. I prepared and gave it to my company's material review board, because before going public, like in such domain, I see this conference is live on YouTube as well. So I need to have approval from different stakeholder. But because of last week holiday in like US and UK for Good Friday and Easter Monday, there's something which is lacking. So I'm not presenting anything, but I can share few slides wherein I can tell you what I'm going to present, or especially I'm going to talk. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know once you are able to see. There are hardly any slides, but it will keep you involved. Okay. So let me know once you are able to see. Okay, so as my topic indicates, it's a new trends in clinical research and medical writing. And I will just talk about the new trends which are there in clinical research and medical writing. So like anything else, everybody wants to keep themselves up to date, not only in terms of how you look, how you dress, how you communicate, especially in the social media nowadays. Clinical trials are also doing that, and they are becoming smarter now. And what we can see when I compare with like when I started in industry in 2006, clinical trials have become much more smart now. So I can say the new trend is everybody is becoming smart. Same thing is for the clinical trials also, they are becoming smart. And why I say smart is because I consider there are a lot of change. Few things are there which have changed a lot upside down, I would say. And there are 8 topics which I have chosen. I'll speak 2 to 3 minutes on each topic, and maybe it will give you purview how the things are changing in clinical research, clinical trials, as well as in medical writing. So first thing I would like to discuss is regarding the decentralized clinical trial. So this is also a talk of the hour. A lot of people after COVID pandemic, you have seen clinical trials are now called as decentralized clinical trial. Earlier, everything was focused at the site level. It's all about the investigational site, investigator, CRC, co-investigator, and IRBs. Okay, so earlier the clinical trials were mainly focused on site, but now because of this decentralized clinical trial, because of this terminology, now they have become more patient-centric. So FDA also has their opinion, or you can say still that definition is evolving. So FDA says that the trial which are conducted through telemedicine, okay, and mobile and local healthcare providers are involved using the technology which differentiates it from the conventional clinical trial. So there is a lot of telemedicine, means patient and investigator or the site personnel, they are interacting through video calls. Okay, there are different connecting device, mobile applications which are used. There are different resources which need not to be there at site. We have the group of nursing staff who are working for a different sponsor, different CROs. They go to the patient home and perform the clinical trial related visit specific activities. Also, there are pharmacies which are supplying drugs to patient. So patient need not to come to the hospital. So this is how, like, although we have the investigator sitting at site, but overall execution of the clinical trial is changing now. There are terminologies like you might have heard of remote trials, virtual trials, or the siteless trials. So these are not exactly the decentralized clinical trials, but it is under the decentralized clinical trials. So if somebody thinks of virtual trials, you can think of decentralized clinical trial. And why we need decentralized clinical trials? Because it provides the speed to the clinical trials. Okay, there are number of studies which were completed quickly because of the decentralized clinical trial approach, and lot of patient retention, patient recruitment was enhanced. So that's why, like, it's helping all the sponsors at the moment. And I can tell you it is going to be future of clinical trial, decentralized clinical trial. So if I touch base upon the decentralized clinical trial little more. So at the moment, there are two types of decentralized clinical trial. One which are hybrid decentralized clinical trial, wherein there are only few visits which are happening at site. After that, everything goes remote or virtual. So that is hybrid DCT, hybrid decentralized clinical trials. And second is fully remote, means patient need not to come at site at all. Everything happens through the technology or the hired resource or the mobile resource which is there outside the site specifically. So this is how the decentralized clinical trial are going to take up the conventional clinical trial. And I think it is good. They are getting better. Clinical trials are getting better. And coming to what is the benefit? So there are a lot of technology which is being used over there. So it provides live data to the patient, and live patient or the real-time patient reported outcomes. And also there's no physical presence of the investigator, but there's a face-to-face interaction due to the telecalling and all these different aspects of it. So there is still a connect between the patient and the investigator. So what I can say to conclude DCT, it's like a future oriented approach and totally patient centric, not the site centric. It is going to increase the patient access to the clinical trial, and the less burden will be there on the patient. Patient need not to visit to the site. Okay, so there's a commutation part saved. There is a lot of finances included associated with that, and also taking a leave from the working time, and those aspects are taken care. Increase patient retention, and as I mentioned, there is a speed to clinical trials and live access to the sponsor for all the clinical trials data generated. So this was the first topic regarding the new trends. Second topic is like adaptive design. So what I want to convey over here as a new trend regarding the adaptive design. along with this facility of DCT, adaptive design is like a innovative trial design, okay, which was suggested way back in 2004 by FDA. Before 2004, what was happening? We had a fixed clinical trial design. For example, it's a double-blind, randomized, multi-center clinical trial. Okay, and it had a very stringent protocol, and we cannot change anything in the protocol until unless there's amendment, or there will not be any such major amendment so that the trial design is completely changed. So because of that, lot of clinical trial were stuck. They were not able to complete the enrollment. Whatever new drug were being researched, they were not coming into the market. Although there were a lot of approvals to conduct the clinical trials, but FDA or the regulators were not receiving application to market for marketing authorization. So sponsor were worried, investigator were worried. FDA was also worried that new drugs are not coming into the market. There was stagnation, and some of the prospective drugs which could be of benefit to the patient, even patient were in queue for those drugs. So in 2004, FDA thought, and in 2006, they came up with the guidelines of this innovative trial or adaptive clinical trial design, wherein they said, if we have a pre-specified modification already approved or discussed prior to the initiation of clinical trial, like in order to change the design of the clinical trial during its conduct after a certain period of, you can say, interim analysis, after the interim analysis, or change in the statistical analysis plan. So these were the ideas, and because people adopted this, and you can see I'm seeing like a lot of clinical trial who are lot of companies who are using this adaptive clinical trial design, where they are changing a study design which are already pre-planned, pre-specified, and you will see that trial was initially double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized clinical trial suddenly becomes the crossover design, sequential design. So at the different stages, in one particular clinical trial, different objectives were also achieved, and different study design were also included. And this was in like without undermining the validity and the integrity of the clinical trials. So keeping all the ethical principles and the data integrity in the mind, adaptive clinical trials have also given a pace to the clinical research. So that's the flexible design approach which is helping the clinical research industry. And a lot of companies, they are designing their protocol and their objective accordingly. So few of the example I have noted down in my notebook, which you can search on internet, and maybe once my slides are ready or approved by the my company colleagues, I can share. So the part of this adaptive clinical trial design, we have group sequential design, sample size re-estimation design, drop the loser design, adaptive dose finding design, biomarker adaptive design, adaptive treatment switching design, hypothesis adaptive design, adaptive seamless phase 2B, late phase 2B to phase 3 design, wherein you start the clinical trial with the phase 2B, and by the time you are ending, you are in a phase 3. Okay. And also a multiple adaptive design. So these are the few things. I hope it excites you to go through these topics, and wherein you can understand what exactly happens. Because time is little less, I'm just touching up briefly on these aspects. So this was related to adaptive design. And third one I see as a new trend is digitization. in clinical trial. Okay, so when I talk about digitization, I'll go back to the era in the start of 2000 or 2003-4 onwards. Even my colleagues, industry colleagues, can also recall those who were into the operations, and you can read in the notebooks also. Like earlier, when we used to monitor, we used to go to the site with the paper CRF. So paper CRF used to have a triplicate of whatever recording we are doing in the case report form. Paper CRF is case report form, I think many of you know. And we used to put a carbon and retrieve one copy, come back to our company and submit it to data management. They will issue the query, and a lot of things were on paper. Okay. And in 2004, electronic data capture started, where the eCRF came in picture, and people started using the one company was Medidata Rave, still they are there. So they worked a lot in the eCRF part. So site was provided with the computer or laptop, and they used to enter data directly into the eCRF. And as soon as they synchronize with the sponsor or the clinical trial database, data is transferred from site to main database. Or I can say it's under the sponsor vision now. Okay. So I think that was the time when the digitalization happened, the digitization started, or electronification of the clinical trials started. And we saw a lot of advancement till date. Now we have reached to the stage of e-consent, e-pro. E-pro is nothing but electronic patient reported outcome, and a lot of wearables, the smart watches or smart device which we are using. So these are the new things which are coming up, and we need to keep a pace. Even all sponsors are keeping pace with digitization or electronification of the clinical trials. And it is certainly helping them in the recruitment, retention of patient into the clinical trial. Data collection and data acquisition is also very important over here, because as soon as data is generated, earlier during the days of paper CRF, until unless we are there at site and collected those paper copies of the data generated, till then nothing was there in the sponsor eye. But now with the eCRF, okay, things are immediately transferred, and at least we have a raw data to see what's happening at that site. And it helps the monitors also, especially those who are looking for the clinical trial monitoring. Even though you are not there at site, there are query raised by the data management team, so that by the time monitor reaches, a few of the queries are resolved and few are like still kept open until unless monitor verifies it. So again, there's a speed, there's a pace in the trial, because in the clinical trial, database lock is the very important step after the enrollment gets over. So this is how the digitization is helping. We started with audio video consenting. Now we are at e-consent. Need not to visit a site. Your consent is done through video call, and things are changing a lot with this digitization. So one more topic I want to mention is regarding the RWE and RWD. Many of you have heard this term, real world data and real world evidence. Okay, so RWE and RWD is not a regulated clinical trials. They are studies. I would say RWE is a study wherein which provide the additional source or the other real world evidence data which are there to help support to become a clinical trials much more smarter and planning of clinical trials. So RW and RWE and RWD are, these are the additional resource, which is like proof of safety, efficacy, and it adds value to the new drug and therapy. So many a time people use RWE and RWD interchangeably. They think it is same, but it is not. So if I specifically mention about this second point, RWD, it stands for real world data. Okay. And this is nothing but it's the information which is already gathered with us. How it is gathered? So whenever patient visits the site or hospital, there's a specific standard of care. There are patient reported outcome which patient tells to the investigator or the doctor, and it happens outside the clinical trial also. And there are certain gaps which are not there, means in the form of a regulated clinical trial, but they are documented. So if we study all these parameters wherein we have a patient history, patient concomitant medication, patient reported outcome, something which was done, something which was not done. Okay, so it gives us a overall different scenario. So what RWE is? RW is real world evidence, which is a product of analyzed real world data. So once you analyze real world data, you will get the real world evidence, and you will see it is giving us some insight which is not there in the regulated clinical trial. And that's how it is helping researcher in planning a better clinical trials. Okay, so it is once again very much beneficial for the sponsor, giving them speed, how best they can do their clinical studies in real time. So this is little bit about RWE and RWD. You can go into the details. There are a lot of very interesting articles which are available on internet. You can go through it. Another aspect I would like to tell you regarding the transparency. Over a period, you have seen the clinical trials have become more transparent. When I say transparent, I'm especially focusing on the clinical trial disclosure part. I think one of my colleague is going to take this topic tomorrow. And when I talk about clinical trial disclosure, still many people do not know what exactly it is. It is like disclosing your clinical trials to the public and regulator and for the researcher. So when I say disclosing clinical trials, it means when generally what happens, we have a regulatory requirement. Okay, so if we are going to conduct any clinical trial, for example, 10 to 15 countries, their local regulatory authority, or for here in India, we have SDSCO, DCGI. They ask us to disclose the clinical trial related information, not only for them and for the general public as well. So some gentleman in the previous presentation, he mentioned about the CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India. So once we have the CTRI number, then IRB approval, and after that, the clinical trial enrollment starts, at least in India. Similarly, when we are having multiple countries, and there are different country specific registries also. They are called local registries or international registries. And there is preferred registry, or the primary registry for many sponsor is clinicaltrials.gov, ct.gov, which is the US national registry for clinical trials. So they also issue certain number. So apart from this number, getting this number, there's a bigger significance wherein sponsor wants to tell the public that this is the clinical trial which is going on. You can go there and participate. So therein, when you open or have access to these registries, you go and see in your area or in your country what type of clinical trial is happening. So if somebody is looking for a colorectal cancer study, they can go and do a casual search on the clinicaltrials.gov for colorectal cancer in India. You will see how many clinical trials are being done in India, or they will tell us the status also, whether it is about to start, not yet recruiting, or what stage they are. So this is the one aspect. So before the enrollment starts, it's a general expectation of different regulators that clinical trials should be registered, and whatever number, NCT number, CTRI number is just authentication that this particular step is taken. But bigger significance is patient need to know. Those who need this trial should get this information. So whenever you are getting an opportunity, spread this awareness in whatever forum you are, to especially for the patient, so they get benefited out of it. Okay. After the protocol registration, or the once we have registered our study or protocol on national registry, there's a requirement to disclose the result also. That's the second part. So this is how patient can come to know, okay, this was the trial wherein the patient participated, and what was the outcome, what was the result, and what next. So transparency part also, it is compliance related. US FDA and the different regulators, they are monitoring. They are floating data wherein they are showing different sponsor status, like what all trial they have registered, whether they have reported results or not. So you can always inquire to those sponsors who are not disclosing the result. And writing a clinical trial disclosure related information requires a lot of expertise. It's a part of medical writing. I think my colleague will be taking this particular topic in detail tomorrow. So this is also I see as a very important trend, wherein we are spreading information about the clinical trials. Okay. Next topic is forums. There are various forums which help clinical trial to become smarter, especially in the case of rare diseases, wherein somebody is autistic, diagnosed with autism. Okay, and there are many, mental diseases. Okay, so nowadays I have seen a culture not only on social media. We have a different patient advocacy group and patient support group who are building these forums, which is very helpful for the patient because it gives them emotional support. Okay, and that's how they are talking or discussing their experience within the forums, and any new information available is shared. The coping strategies is shared. Clinical research or the research advancement happening in this particular rare disease or whatever forum it is discussed. Like we are today in this MCPCON forum to discuss about the clinical trials. So similarly for different diseases, there are forums coming up, and it gives awareness to others who are not aware about that particular disease. And if somebody is having that disease, they join that forum and they get to know the different options for combating their disease or managing their diseases. And same time, it's a sort of a patient pool for the sponsor. Okay, these type of communities are there wherein we can find the patient, wherein we can educate them about the clinical trial and so on. So there are a lot of multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, different rare cancer forums which have been formed. Okay, and a lot of advocacy groups are coming up. So once again, it is creating awareness about the clinical trials in a way. And they are not only on the social media, there are societies, they have their own offices, annual meet also they are planning. So those patient healthcare providers in those rare disease, they come together and they talk about the things. Okay, I think this is the 7th point, AI and machine learning, which is budge around. And I know a lot of people have talked about it. Most of us have a idea what artificial intelligence and machine learning is. So I will just add what I understand from it. And there are certain basic difference between AI and machine learning. Okay. And how it is helping in medical writing. So coming to a very grassroots definition, layman definition of AI, it says that it's a simulation of human intelligence process by machine, specifically computer. So it is depicting human intelligence through a computer. Okay. And it's like a simulation. It's more or less what human thinks the computer is doing. Whereas machine learning is a part of AI. It's a subset of AI, wherein what it does is it processes the data which is there, which is taught to the computer in an unorganized way, without any software. Okay, we do not have any software in our mind. Same way, the machine learning also does, depending upon the experience, depending upon what data has been fed, what different type of question were asked. It helps you in getting the information. So in brief, this is how I can tell. And AI and machine learning is going to help, what I feel, not only other stakeholders. Specifically, when I say it is going to help in content writing for a medical writer, and also for somebody who is in ECRF development, okay, electronic case report form. So it will help them a lot in developing these documents. And for example, if I talk about transparency part, clinical trial disclosure, we have certain data elements which need to be there on these registries. So what AI can do, we run the protocol through AI software. It will give you the draft of all the data element which is required. So we have a very minimal supervision. There's a time saved in terms of like preparing it by human being. Okay, it will pull the information from the protocol, but the only thing, protocol should be scientifically and disclosure friendly. Design should be disclosure friendly. So then it can pull the information. A lot of work is happening. Recently, during the ISCR conference here in New Delhi, I met few colleagues, I mean industry colleagues at HCL. They are working on certain tools, okay, which is helping them in generating the protocol itself. Okay, so these things will happen, but it's taking time. They are also stuck at certain points because it is not giving them the desired result at the moment, but yeah, slowly they will have a break-even point where they will have a required, or the in a way minimal template specific E3 related guidelines related protocol. So AI and machine learning will help in a content creation for medical writers. Even it will help in the content prediction also. And it will help in a auto text generation. Okay. And there are lot of data which is suggesting that AI and machine learning will be quite helpful in medical writing. It will help in paraphrasing, text suggestion, text completion as well. So these are the few futuristic aspect of AI and ML. Many companies are working. Lot of startups have come up. They are working on it. There are different ideas which can be thought around AI and machine learning. And I can tell you it's going to give you a result after 3 to 4 years. You will be in a good position that time. So this is little bit about AI and machine learning. And if I talk about my last point over here is about the big data. So I have mentioned in bracket regarding the EHR, that is the electronic health record of the patient. So why I'm talking about big data is nowadays everything is data driven. There's nothing like gut feeling now. Okay. So if you want to take a strategic decision, you cannot go by your gut feeling. Okay. Because gut feeling is just an intuition. And when you need to take a strategic decision, you need to be data driven. So there are good number of data which helps us in taking the high level strategic decision. Okay. Similarly, this big data related to the health records. Okay. Lot of initiative have been taken by the government of India. Okay. And there's some Ayushman Bharat, some different initiative which has been taken. I don't remember the name, under which they are asking hospital to convert their paper record into the electronic record. And lot of clinics you might have seen, the private clinics nowadays, doctor is recording their data in their laptop or computer. You get a printed prescription. Okay. So it's just a electronic, non-analyzable data. In a recent conference, as I mentioned, I attended ICR conference. One of the doctor was sharing his experience. There is involvement of computer everywhere. Okay. And doctors are also not untouched. But what they are looking for from these data, what they are generating in clinic, it's not right like giving them printed prescription or just simple history. They want to have a dashboard. Okay, whatever software they are using, still many softwares they are not having the analytical tool inbuilt. Okay, they are not able to see how many patients of diabetes type 2 DM with more than 7 HbA1c. Okay, so something like that. So they want to have an analysis of whatever all patient, what at least for general physician, he want to see in what all indication or what all what type of infection sort of patients are coming, what is the, for example, COVID only. So what type of COVID patient is coming, what variant are there in the patient, and how it is changing. So that analysis is still lacking. So with big data and improving our electronic health record, I think it is going to help not only your decentralized clinical trial, RWE, RWD, AI, machine learning. So we need to work. There's still a lot to do for the electronic health record, which is definitely going to help entire industry. And it will further strengthen the progressive trends, what I can say. And we all look for the betterment of clinical trials. Those who are present today, everybody is specialized in their own field, and everybody is striving for a betterment. So these are the few points which I wanted to discuss, and which are making the clinical trials much more smarter, better. And what I can say is, like, when better is possible, then good is not enough. So let's all do our best in whatever field we are, and let's see how we can contribute in the evolution of clinical trials, at least from India side. That's all from my side at the moment.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, now I would like to invite Dr. Arun sir, our chair session, to put his comments. And then I would definitely like to add something to this, Ravi sir, definitely. Okay, please, Arun sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And thanks a lot to Ravi Jogoi sir for his valuable think tank he shared. Really, the clinical research is the spinal cord of pharma research, because just after the synthesis of any bioactive compound and their characterization, and then after a preclinical study, we have to go for clinical study and clinical trials as well. And very beautifully, sir, you covered the topics including decentralized clinical trials, which included the telemedicine and the home visit of the patients and patient-centric approach. And additionally, you covered the benefits of a decentralized clinical trials mode of working. Additionally, the adaptive design, which included the, as before 2004, the fixed design were there for a clinical trial, but after that, the change in the the clinical based protocols were permissible. And the third point you covered very beautifully was digital clinical trials, which included e-consent and e-PROs and variables others. And the next that is very important was real world evidence and real world data for clinical trials. As the transparency is very important aspect, and you also covered this very beautifully. The forum and artificial intelligence and machine learning and the big data related aspects you covered very well. And my opinion is that every of the clinical trial scientists must undergo each and every recent trends, whatever is going to be happen in contemporary time, because as the time is changing, everyone must incorporate the AI and machine learning in his basic research, so that some advanced kind of research can be saved for betterment of human health. And as I am a pharmacy teacher, I was just listening the debate and discussions which was happening earlier also. The syllabi that we generally teach to our student is quite different from the contemporary research.
Yes.
As in case of B Pharm and even in case of M Pharm also, I generally take the class in M Pharm as well. There is no concept that we deliver to our student about the artificial intelligence and machine learning and even the advanced phase of clinical trials. So
I know that definitely there will be certain people from pharma academics background also. So as a pharmacy academician, we should intermingle the industrial aspect, the recent trends of the machine learning and artificial intelligence in our course curriculum, so that any of the graduate or postgraduate student, whosoever is being graduated from our institution, and when he is getting a job into the pharmacovigilance industry or in clinical trial industry, he must be equipped with each and every kind of contemporary research. So we will add these values in our academics portfolio and academic syllabus as well. So now the house is open, and any of the audience, if having any kind of question and query, our Ravi sir is available with us and he will deliver the answer.
So I want to add something.
Yeah, sir.
So, as Ravi sir was telling and Arun sir has also mentioned, clinical trial transparency is very much mandatory. Many people, they don't update, they don't have the time usually in the clinical side when they are, they don't want to go for CTRI, or they don't go to this, NIH, and they don't get, NCT number, National Clinical Trial Number from NIH. But it's very much mandatory. I remember when I was starting my PhD in 2014, after my master's immediately, I got a grant, huge grant from the Novartis. And then I have planned my, India is one of the largest registry on heart failure. So we were starting that, and we were, focused to do that. And we were actually, by our sponsor, we were like, you have to go and you have to register into the CTRI and you have to register for the NIH. Right. So we registered then, and now still the registry is going on. We just have to update the things. As he was rightly mentioned, we just have to update the things, all the publications, whatever the progress is going on. If the data recruitment is over or not over, if it's still going on, any extension kind of things are there. So I just want to share, if the people have, want to see that, I could share here, like how it looks like the CTRI part. So, if the people think that, someone else will take up this idea, because I have heard this from many people, it is very much mandatory to, keep the things very clear and transparent with the clinicaltrials.gov. This was my registry when, I was starting my PhD in 2017. Before that, so we have registered this registry in 2017. You can see here, everything was clearly mentioned. All the protocol things, what are the conditions of the disease we took, and how the descriptions were going on, study type. And then when we were starting the enrollment, the patient's participant size was 500, and now it has reached up to 3,500, because we are getting extensions, we are getting funds from the Novartis, and people are happy. And this is now one of the largest registry in heart failure in India. So it is not, and see, maybe as people are worried that this idea will be taken by someone else, but this is another, there is another positive point, and there is another thing, that you are inspiring other people to do something, in the medical field and do the research in your area. And I have even published that paper that time, that we need registry studies in India in the medical field, in the cardiovascular disease, because there is no registries, there is no basic data on cardiovascular problems in India. So it is very much, important to be transparent and about the patients and everything, whatever is needed, and whatever the publications and other things you have to do, everything should be updated. And it is very much important. And you can see, transparency is when it is visible to, like not everyone exactly. CTRI and these people are, quite open to everyone. Anyone can access these things on, NIH website or, CTRI website. But there are certain things, what you can, disclose later at all. You don't have to disclose everything on these websites. So, but it is very much mandatory to, show everything to the regulatory people, because without that, your inclusion criteria, your exclusion criteria, what you are going to take, what are the interventions, what are the medications, that you have to disclose, and that should be transparent. That's how you are going to, create the best outcomes at the end of the, study or registry or any kind of clinical trial. So it's very much mandatory, and I'm very much, like what we say, overwhelmed and thankful that Mr. Ravi Jogai sir has taken this, the SMART criteria for the clinical trials, and he has covered multiple things. So I hope the people who are listening and who are taking care of, who are taking the session through Zoom, or who will be, listening to these talks later as well, will be learning something and will be, implementing these things in clinical trials and in the clinical research, and making it, more, what we say, outcome oriented and more, legit. So thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Arun, sir. If any else have any questions, please.
Just wanted to add to you, Dr. Ajit, as you mentioned, many people are scared of disclosing their research ideas and the confidential information. So there are ways, there are way of presenting the data. Okay, so wherein you can keep your confidential research information intact, but same time you are becoming transparent also. So let's spread the word. And another point which Dr. Arun was mentioning, like students, they're in college, they are not aware about the recent trends or what's happening in terms of AI and different aspects. So such forums are the forums wherein they can join and learn. Okay, they will get the real-time status, what's happening out there in the industry. And I definitely understand nowadays curriculum is designed in such a way we show them prospective, like prospectus, okay, where exactly they are reaching. And by attending such conferences, some symposia, it will definitely help them to grow further.
Yes, sir. True. Over to you, Arun, sir, for last comments, conclusive comments.
It was a very wonderful experience. When even I learned a lot of things, and I will definitely convey to our students as well. And thank you to the all organizers, and Ajit sir, to you also, and Ravi Jogoi sir, because you very beautifully presented the content, and we learned a lot. So with these words, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like to thank you, and again thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ravi sir, for sparing the time and spreading the words, valuable words, with all of us. In spite you were not having the slides on time, but still you have described wonderfully and very calmly. So we got all the ideas and we got all the messages correctly. And I hope the students will be implementing those things as well. Will be taking these sessions later as well, through YouTube, or because I can see only 10% of the people are attending now. There are 300 plus registrations, but right now only 36 people I can see here, and only 4 or 5 after lunch sessions are like that only. But yeah, that's okay. They will be, I hope they will be, seeing these sessions
No
later.
problem. Good things takes time. So
yeah, true.
slowly. I know, like they can utilize their YouTube option. And Dr. Ajit, I see one question. I think we can conclude that as well. It says, what is the impact of HIPAA on smart clinical trials? So smart clinical trials, okay, I think HIPAA is regarding the privacy aspect of the research participants. So we have the GDPR in place. We have US regulations which are going to be there, and same thing for India also. One gentleman talked about it. Okay, there are certain guidelines which are coming. So for HIPAA, I have not researched much, but there are definitely industries aware about all such regulations and impact on the patient privacy. And there are different methods, encryption method. There are different access point through which we can control the privacy related part. This is what I can say at the moment. But I will research more on this, and maybe in the next session or next forum, I can update the audience more on it.
Yeah. So, sir, HIPAA is definitely, as you were telling, it's about the privacy. It limits the. Actually, it was made, to limit the physicians to, keep the what we say, the patient-related data private, because they use in any kind of clinical research, and they sometimes certainly share the data with other shareholders, other stakeholders as well. So this HIPAA was, I think, from the US federals. They came up with the HIPAA guidelines to protect the patient's data and the participants' data, and to restrict the physicians over that under the privacy terms.
Yeah.
So many other things can be definitely discussed on this. Even I don't have much knowledge on HIPAA right now. Just a brief things I came across sometimes back only. So we can discuss it later sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Such forums are always good platform.
Absolutely.
That's all from my side.
I want to thank Ravi Jogi sir for taking less slides and spreading and telling a lot of content. You have proved that least content with least words also we can convey a lot of information. And I thank Arun Mishra sir for sharing the discussion so well and letting us know that about the facts of going on in college, how they are with facts of college and real life things. And I thank Ajit sir for showing their research work and making it cherry on top. And with this, we are going to wind up this session, and let meet tomorrow with day 2 session of MCPCON. So we are going to end up session, sir. Ajit sir.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, all the stakeholders. Would like to thank again all our guests who have joined us, all the participants, and Pritam sir for the special, what we say, special participant award.
Special guest participant.
Our Pritam sir is always, perfectly active, and he's, very much knowledgeable person, and he always share his experience as well with us. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Pritam sir. And all the participants, all the panelists, all the session chairs, and all the speakers. And let's see tomorrow. Let's start at 10 o'clock. We have wonderful sessions on new drug and clinical trials rules, 2019 safety narrative writing, clinical trial transparency, and another wonderful debate session on result bias in clinical research. And then we have the sessions on signal detection and AI in healthcare as well. Again, we have one session. And then I'll be taking one keynote session on grant proposal writing for ICMR and NIH. So guys, let's see you tomorrow and have a good day. It's already 4:30. We are 30 minutes late anyways, but that's fine. When we are discussing the good things, it takes time.
Yes.
So thank you very much. Take care, everyone. Take care.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Looking forward for tomorrow's session.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. See you, sir.
Bye.